Chapter 50 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50. The True Mistress of the King of Navarre. The repast was joyous. Henry seemed no longer to have any weight either on his heart or his mind, and he was an excellent companion. As for Chicot, he dissembled the uneasiness he had felt since the coming of the Spanish ambassador and the scene with the mendicants. He endeavored to drink a little and keep cool, to observe everything, but this Henry would not allow. However, Chicot had a head of iron, and as for Henry, he said he could drink these wines of the country like milk. "I envy you," said Chicot to the king. "Your court is delightful, and your life pleasant." "If my wife were here, Chicot, I would not say what I'm about to say, but in her absence I will tell you that the best part of my life is that which you do not see." "Ah, sire, they tell indeed fine tales of you." Henry leaned back in his chair to laugh. "They say I reign more over my female than my male subjects, do they not?" said he. "Yes, sire, and it astonishes me." "Why so?" "Because, sire, you have much of that restless spirit which makes great kings." "Ah, Chicot, you are wrong. I am lazy, and the proof of it is in my life. If I have a love to choose, I take the nearest; if a wine, the bottle closest to my hand. To your health, Chicot." "Sire, you do me honor," said Chicot, emptying his glass. "Thus," continued the king, "what quarrels in my household?" "Yes, I understand. All the ladies in waiting adore you, sire." "They are my neighbors, Chicot." "Then, sire, it might result from this, that if you lived at Saint Denis instead of Nerac, the king might not live very tranquilly." "The king? What do you say, Chicot? Do you think I am a Guise? I wish for Cahors, it is true, because it is near to me." "Ventre de biche, sire, this ambition for things within the reach of your hand resembles much that of Caesar Borgia, who gathered together a kingdom city by city, saying that Italy was an artichoke to be eaten leaf by leaf." "This Caesar Borgia was not a bad politician, it seems to me, compere." "No, but he was a very dangerous neighbor, and a bad brother." "Ah, would you compare me to the son of a pope, I, a Huguenot chief?" "Sire, I compare you to no one." "Why not?" "I believe he would be wrong who should liken you to any other than yourself. You are ambitious, sire." "Here is a man determined to make me want something," cried Henry. "God forbid, sire. I desire with all my heart, on the contrary, that your majesty should want nothing." "Nothing calls you back to Paris, does it, Chicot?" "No, sire." "Then you will pass some days with me?" "If your majesty does me the honor to wish for my company, I ask no better than to give you a week." "So be it. In a week you will know me like a brother. Drink, Chicot."
"Sire, I am no longer thirsty," said Chicot, who had given up all hopes of seeing the king take too much.
"Then I will leave you. A man should not stay at table when he does nothing. Drink, I tell you."
"Why, sire?"
"To sleep better. Do you like the chase, Chicot?"
"Not much, sire, and you?"
"Passionately, since I lived at the court of Charles IX."
"Why did your majesty do me the honor to ask me?"
"Because I hunt tomorrow, and thought to take you with me."
"Sire, it would be a great honor, but—"
"Oh, this chase will rejoice all eyes. Besides, I am a good hunter, and I wish you to see me to advantage."
"Sire, I am at your orders."
"Good, then it is settled. Ah, here is a page to disturb us."
"Some important business, sire."
"Business at table! You think you are still at the court of France, my dear Chicot. Learn one thing: at Nerac, when we have supped, we go to bed."
"But this page—"
"Well, cannot he come for anything but business?"
"Ah, I understand, and I will go to bed." Chicot rose, and the king did the same, and took his arm. This haste to send him away appeared suspicious to Chicot, and he determined not to leave the room if he could help it.
"Oh, oh!"
said he, tottering. "It is astonishing, sire."
The king smiled. "What is astonishing?"
"Ventre de biche! My head turns. While I sat still, it was all very well, but when I rise—" "Bah!" said Henry, "we only tasted the wine." "You call that tasting, sire? You are a drinker, and I do you homage as to my superior." "Chicot, my friend," said Henry, endeavoring to make out by one of his keen glances if Chicot were really drunk or pretending, "the best thing you can do is to go to bed." "Yes, sire. Good night." "Good evening, Chicot." "Yes, sire, you are right. The best thing Chicot can do is go to bed." And he lay down on the floor. Henry glanced toward the door, and then approaching him, said, "You are so drunk, my poor Chicot, that you have taken my floor for your bed." "Chicot does not mind little things." "But I expect someone." "For supper, yes, let us sup." And Chicot made a fruitless effort to rise. "Ventre Saint Gris, how quickly you get drunk! But go along, mordieu, she is getting impatient." "She who?" "The lady I expect." "A lady? Why did you not say, Henriquet? Ah, pardon, I thought I was speaking to the King of France. He has spoiled me, that good Henriquet. Ah, I will go." "You are a gentleman, Chicot. Now go quickly." "Adieu, sire. A good night to you." "Adieu, and sleep well. You will find the page in the gallery, who will show you your room." Chicot went out, but after taking a few steps, returned just in time to see Henry let in, not a woman, but a man. Chicot put his eye to the large keyhole. The man took off his hat, and Chicot saw the noble but severe face of Duplessis Mornay, the rigid and vigilant counselor of Henri of Navarre. "Ah," thought Chicot, "this will annoy our lover more than I did." But Henry's face showed only joy, and after locking the door, he sat down eagerly to examine some maps, plans, and letters which his minister had brought him. The king then began to write and to mark the maps. "Oh, this is the way Henri of Navarre makes love," thought Chicot. At this moment he heard steps behind him, and fearful of being surprised, he turned hastily away, and seeing the page, asked for his room. "Come with me, if you please, monsieur," said D'Aubiac, "and I will conduct you." Chicot began to understand the King of Navarre. Therefore, instead of going to sleep, he sat somber and thoughtful on his bed, while the moon shed its silver light over stream and meadows. "Henry is a real king, and he conspires," thought Chicot. "All this palace, park, town, the whole province, is a focus of conspiracy. All the women make love, but it is political love, and all the men live in the hope of a future. Henry is clever, his talent borders on genius, and he is in communication with Spain, the land of deceit. Who knows if even his noble answer to the ambassador was not a farce, and if he did not warn the ambassador of it by some sign unknown to me? Henry has spies. Those beggars were nothing more nor less than gentlemen in disguise. Those pieces of gold, so artistically cut, were pledges of recognition, rallying signs. Henry feigns to care for nothing but love and pleasure, and then passes his time working with Mornay, who never seems to sleep, and does not know what love means. Queen Marguerite has lovers, and the king knows it, and tolerates them because he has need of them, or of her, perhaps of both. Happily, God, in giving him the genius for intrigue, did not add to it that of war, for they say he is afraid of the noise of musketry, and that when he was taken, when quite young, to battle, he could not stay more than a quarter of an hour in the saddle. It is lucky, for if he had the arm as well as the head, this man might do anything. There is certainly the Duc de Guise, who has both, but he has the disadvantage of being known as brave and skillful, so that every one is on their guard against him, while no one fears the Béarnais. I alone have seen through him. Well, having seen through him, I have no more to do here, so while he works or sleeps, I will go quietly out of the city. There are not many ambassadors, I think, who can boast of having fulfilled their mission in one day, as I have, so I will leave Nerac and gallop till I am in France." And he began to put on his spurs. End of chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51. Chicot's astonishment at finding himself so popular in Nerac. Chicot, having taken his resolution, began to prepare his little packet. How much time will it take me, he thought, as he did so, to carry to the king the news of what I have seen and fear? 2 days to arrive at a city whence the governor can send couriers, Cahors, for example, of which Henri of Navarre thinks so much. Once there I can rest, for after all a man must rest sometime. Come then, Chicot, speed and sang-froid. You thought you had accomplished your mission, and you are but halfway through it. Chicot now extinguished the light, opened his door softly, and began to creep downstairs on tiptoe. He went into an antechamber, but he had hardly gone 4 steps before he kicked against something. This something was D'Aubiac, lying on a mat. "Ah, good evening, Monsieur D'Aubiac," said Chicot. "But get out of the way a little, I beg. I want to go for a walk." "Ah, but it is forbidden to walk by night near this castle." "Why so?" "Because the king fears robbers and the queen lovers." "Diable! None but robbers or lovers want to walk at night when they ought to be sleeping." "However, dear Monsieur D'Aubiac," said Chicot with his most charming smile, "I am neither the one nor the other, but an ambassador, very tired from having talked Latin with the queen and supped with the king. Let me go out then, my friend, for I want a walk." "In the city, Monsieur Chicot?" "Oh no, in the gardens." "Peste! That is still more forbidden than in the city." "My little friend, you are very vigilant for your age. Have you nothing to occupy yourself with?" "No." "You neither gamble nor fall in love?" "To gamble one must have money, Monsieur Chicot, and to be in love one must find a lady." "Assuredly," said Chicot, and feeling in his pocket he drew out 10 pistoles and slipped them into the page's hand, saying, "Seek well in your memory, and I bet you will find some charming woman, to whom I beg you to make some presents with this." "Oh, Monsieur Chicot," said the page, "it is easy to see that you come from the court of France. You have manners to which one can refuse nothing. Go then, but make no noise." Chicot went on, glided like a shadow into the corridor and down the staircase, but at the bottom he found an officer sleeping on a chair, placed right against the door so that it was impossible to pass. "Ah, little wretch of a page," murmured Chicot, "you knew this." Chicot looked round him to see if he could find no other way by which he could escape with the assistance of his long legs. At last he saw what he wanted. It was an arched window, of which the glass was broken. Chicot climbed up the wall with his accustomed skill, and without making more noise than a dry leaf in the autumn wind, but, unluckily, the opening was not big enough. So when he had got his head and one shoulder through, and had taken away his foot from its resting place on the wall, he found himself hanging between heaven and earth, without being able either to advance or retreat. He began then a series of efforts, of which the first result was to tear his doublet and scratch his skin. What rendered his position more difficult was his sword, of which the handle would not pass, making a hook by which Chicot hung on to the sash. He exerted all his strength, patience, and industry to unfasten the clasp of his shoulder belt, but it was just on this clasp that his body leaned. Therefore he was obliged to change his maneuver. At last he succeeded in drawing his sword from its sheath and pushing it through one of the interstices. The sword therefore fell first on the flagstones, and Chicot now managed to get through after it. All this, however, was not done without noise. Therefore Chicot, on rising, found himself face to face with a soldier. "Ah, mon Dieu, have you hurt yourself, Monsieur Chicot?" said he. Chicot was surprised, but said, "No, my friend, not at all." "That is very lucky. There are not many people who could do such a thing." "But how the devil did you know my name?" "I saw you today at the palace, and asked who was the gentleman that was talking with the king." "Well, I am in a hurry. Allow me to pass." "But no one goes out of the palace by night. Those are my orders." "But you see they do come out, since I am here." "Yes, but—" "But what?" "You must go back, Monsieur Chicot." "Oh, no." "How? No?" "Not by that way, at all events. It is too troublesome." "If I were an officer instead of a soldier, I would ask you why you come out so, but that is not my business, which is only that you should go back again. Go in, therefore, Monsieur Chicot, I beg you." and the soldier said this in such a persuasive tone that Chicot was touched. Consequently, he put his hand in his pocket and drew out another 10 pistoles. "You must understand, my friend," said he, "that as I have torn my clothes in passing through once, I should make them still worse by going back again, and should have to go naked, which would be very indecent in a court where there are so many young and pretty women. Let me go then to my tailor." And he put the money in his hand. "Go quickly then, Monsieur Chicot," said the man. Chicot was in the street at last. The night was not favorable for flight, being bright and cloudless, and he regretted the foggy nights of Paris, where people might pass close to each other unseen. The unfortunate fugitive had no sooner turned the corner of the street than he met a patrol. He stopped of himself, thinking it would look suspicious to try and pass unseen. "Oh, good evening, Monsieur Chicot," said the chief. "Shall we reconduct you to the palace? You seem as though you had lost your way." "It is very strange," murmured Chicot. "Everyone knows me here." Then aloud, and as carelessly as he could, "No, Corne, I am not going to the palace." "You are wrong, Monsieur Chicot," replied the officer gravely. "Why so, monsieur?" "Because a very severe edict forbids the inhabitants of Nerac to go out at night without permission and without a lantern." "Excuse me, monsieur, but this edict cannot apply to me, who do not belong to Nerac." "But you are at Nerac. Inhabitant means living at. Now you cannot deny that you live at Nerac, since I see you here." "You are logical, monsieur. Unluckily, I am in a hurry. Make an exception to your rule and let me pass, I beg." "You will lose yourself, Monsieur Chicot. Nerac is a strange town. Allow 3 of my men to conduct you to the palace." "But I am not going there, I tell you." "Where are you going, then?" "I cannot sleep well at night, and then I always walk. Nerac is a charming city, and I wish to see it." "My men shall conduct you where you please." "Oh, monsieur, I would rather go alone." "You will be assassinated." "I have my sword." "Ah, true. Then you will be arrested for bearing arms." Chicot, driven to despair, drew the officer aside and said, "Come, monsieur, you are young, you know what love is, an imperious tyrant." "Doubtless, Monsieur Chicot." "Well, Corne, I have a certain lady to visit." "Where?" "In a certain place." "Young?" 23 years old." "Beautiful?" "Has the graces." "I felicitate you, Monsieur Chicot." "Then you will let me pass?" "It seems I must." "And alone I cannot compromise." "Of course not. Pass on, Monsieur Chicot." "You are a gallant man, Corne. But how did you know me?" "I saw you at the palace with the king. Apropos, which way are you going?" "Toward the port of Agen. Am I not in the right road?" "Yes, go straight on. I wish you success." "Thank you." And Chicot went on. But before he had taken 100 steps, he met the watch. "Peste! This town is well guarded," thought Chicot. "You cannot pass," cried the provost in a voice of thunder. "But, monsieur, I want—" "Ah, Monsieur Chicot, is it you? In the streets in this cold?" asked the officer. Decidedly. It must be a bet," thought Chicot, and bowing, he tried to pass. "Monsieur Chicot, take care," said the provost. "Take care of what?" "You are going wrong. You are going toward the gates." "Just so." "Then I arrest you." "Not so, monsieur. You would be very wrong." "However—" "Approach, monsieur, that your soldiers may not hear." The man approached. "The king has given me a commission for the lieutenant of the port of Agen." "Ha!" "That astonishes you?" "Yes." "It ought not, since you know me." "I know you from having seen you at the palace with the king." Chicot stamped his foot impatiently. "That should prove to you that I possess the king's confidence." "Doubtless. Go on, Monsieur Chicot, and execute your commission." "Come," thought Chicot, "I advance slowly, but I do advance. Ventre de biche! Here is a gate. It must be that of Agen. In 5 minutes I shall be out." He arrived at the gate, which was guarded by a sentinel walking up and down, his musket on his shoulder. "My friend, will you open the gate for me?" said Chicot. "I cannot, Monsieur Chicot," replied the man, "being only a private soldier." "You also know me?" cried Chicot in a rage. "I have that honor. I was on guard at the palace this morning, and saw you talking with the king." "Well, my friend, the king has given me a very urgent message to convey to Agen. Open the postern for me." "I would with pleasure, but I have not the keys." "And who has them?" "The officer for the night." Chicot sighed. "And where is he?" The soldier rang a bell to wake his officer. "What is it?" said he, passing his head through a window. "Lieutenant, it is a gentleman who wants the gate opened." "Ah, Monsieur Chicot," cried the officer, "I will be down in a moment." "What? Does everyone know me?" cried Chicot. "Nerac seems a lantern, and I the candle." "Excuse me, monsieur," said the officer, approaching, "but I was asleep." "Oh, monsieur, that is what night is made for. Will you be good enough to open the door? Unluckily, I cannot sleep, for the king, whom you doubtless also saw me talking to—" "Yes, I did, monsieur." "Of course," growled Chicot. "Well, the king has sent me on a commission to Agen. This is the right gate, is it not?" "Yes, Monsieur Chicot." "Will you please to have it opened?" "Of course. Antonin, open the gate quickly for Monsieur Chicot." Chicot began to breathe, the door creaked on its hinges and opened, and Chicot saw liberty through it. "Adieu, monsieur," said he, advancing. "Adieu, Monsieur Chicot. A pleasant journey. But stay, one moment. I have forgotten to ask you for your pass," cried he, seizing Chicot by the sleeve to stop him. "How? My pass?" "Certainly, Monsieur Chicot. You know what a pass is. You understand that no one can leave a town like Nerac without a pass, particularly when the king is in it." "And who must sign this pass?" "The king himself. So if he sent you, he cannot have forgotten to give you a pass." "Ah, you doubt that the king sent me?" cried Chicot with flashing eyes, for he saw himself on the point of failing, and had a great mind to kill the officer and sentinel, and rush through the gate. "I doubt nothing you tell me, but reflect that if the king gave you this commission—" "In person, monsieur." "All the more reason, then, if he knows you are going out. I shall have to give up your pass tomorrow morning to the governor." "And who is he?" "Monsieur de Mornay, who does not jest with disobedience, Monsieur Chicot." Chicot put his hand to his sword, but another look showed him that the outside of the gate was defended by a guard who would have prevented his passing if he had killed the officer and sentinel. "Well," said Chicot to himself with a sigh, "I have lost my game," and he turned back. "Shall I give you an escort, Monsieur Chicot?" said the officer. "No, thank you." Chicot retraced his steps, but he was not at the end of his griefs. He met the chief of the watch, who said, "What, have you finished your commission already, Monsieur Chicot? Peste, how quick you are!" A little further on, the cornet cried to him, "Well, Monsieur Chicot, what of the lady? Are you content with Nerac?" Finally, the soldier in the courtyard said, "Cordieu, Monsieur Chicot, the tailor has not done his work well. You seem more torn than when you went out." Chicot did not feel inclined to climb back through the window, but by chance, or rather by charity, the door was opened, and he returned into the palace. Here he saw the page, who said, "Dear Monsieur Chicot, shall I give you the key to all this?" "Yes, serpent," murmured Chicot. "Well, the king loves you so much, he did not wish to lose you." "And you knew and never told me?" "Oh, Monsieur Chicot, impossible! It was a state secret." "But I paid you, knave." "Oh, dear Monsieur Chicot, the secret was worth more than 10 pistoles." Chicot returned to his room in a rage. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52. How they hunted the wolf in Navarre. When Marguerite left the king, she went at once to the apartments of the maids of honor and performed her promise with regard to Fosseuse. When she returned, the king thanked her warmly and then went up to Chicot's room, where he found him still asleep. Henri shook him to wake him. "Come, compere," said he. "Get up, it is 2 a.m. "Ah, you make me a prisoner," cried Chicot. "I, an ambassador, sire! You violate the rights of nations." Henri began to laugh, and Chicot could not help joining him. "You are mad," said Henri. "Why the devil did you want to go away from here? Have you not been well treated?" "Too well, ventre de biche, too well. It seems to me as if I were like a goose being fattened. Everyone says to me, 'Pretty little Chicot, how gentle he is!' But they clip my wings and shut the doors on me." "Oh, reassure yourself, Chicot. You are not fat enough for my table." "Sire, you seem very gay this morning. What is it?" "I am always gay when I am setting off for the chase. Come, out of bed, compere." "You want me, sire?" "Yes, you shall be my historian." "To count the shots?" "Just so." Chicot dressed murmuringly, while the king remained in the antechamber. "My horse!" cried Henri, "and tell Monsieur de Mornay that I am ready." "What, is Monsieur de Mornay chief huntsman?" asked Chicot. "Monsieur de Mornay is everything here," replied Henri. "I am so poor that I can afford but one man." "Yes, but he is a good one." Chicot found the preparations much less sumptuous than those of Henri III. A dozen or 15 gentlemen only, among whom he recognized the Vicomte de Turenne, formed the whole suite, and as they were none of them rich, they all wore, instead of the usual hunting dress, their helmets and cuirasses, which made Chicot ask if the wolves in Gascony used muskets and artillery. "No," said Henri, "but they are fierce beasts, who have claws and teeth, and draw hunters into places where they are likely to tear their clothes in the thorns, if they wear silk and velvet, or even cloth and buff, but not if they wear cuirasses." "That is a reason, but not a good one, sire." "What would you have? I have no other." "Then I must be content with this." "You had better." "So be it." "You are angry at being disturbed for this chase?" "Ma foi, yes." "So you find fault?" "Is it forbidden?" "Oh, no." "You understand, sire, I am no hunter, and have nothing to do, so I must amuse myself, while you are thinking of all the wolves that a dozen men are going to kill." "Ah, yes, laugh away, Chicot. First it was the clothes, now the number of wolves." "Oh, sire." "But I must say you are not indulgent, for Béarn is not as large as France, so the king goes there with 200 huntsmen, I with a dozen, as you see." "Yes, sire." "But," said Henri, "sometimes the country gentlemen, hearing I am going, quit their chateau and join me, which sometimes makes up a good escort for me." When they had ridden about half an hour, "Look," said Henri to Chicot, "are not those cavaliers that I see there?" Chicot looked and said, "Yes, sire, cavaliers, but not huntsmen." "Why not?" "Because they are armed like Amadis or Rolando," replied Chicot. "Ah, what matters the dress, my dear Chicot? You see we are not particular as to that." "But I see at least 200 men there." "Ah, that is a good number." Chicot began to feel very curious. He had really named too low a number, for the group before them consisted of 200 men, who came silently and joined their party. Each man was well armed and mounted, and they were led by a gentleman who came and kissed Henri's hand with much devotion. They passed the river Gers, and then came on a second troop of 100 men. The chief approached, and seemed to be making excuses for not bringing more men. Henri gave him his hand. They went on till they came to the Garonne. This they also passed, and about half a league on the other side 300 cavaliers, hidden in a pine forest, suddenly came in sight. "Oh, Monseigneur," said Chicot, "are not these enemies who have heard of your chase and wish to oppose it?" "No, my son, you are wrong. They are friends from Puzmirol." "Mordieu, sire, you will have more men in your escort than trees in your forest."
Chicot, I really believe the news of your arrival must have spread through the country, and all these people have come to welcome the ambassador from France."
Chicot saw he was being laughed at, and felt rather offended. The day finished at Mareuil, where the gentlemen of the country gave a grand supper to the king, of which Chicot took his part enthusiastically, as it had not been deemed necessary to stop on the road for anything so unimportant as dinner, and he had eaten nothing since he had left Nerac. Henri had the best house in the town. Half the troops slept within doors, the other half in the street where the king was. "When are we to begin the hunt?" asked Chicot of Henri, as he was undressing. "We are not yet in the territory of the wolves, my dear Chicot." "And when shall we be?" "Curious." "Not so, sire, but you understand, one likes to know where one is going." "You will know tomorrow. Meanwhile, lie down there on the cushions on my left. Here is Mornay snoring already at my right." "Peste!" said Chicot, "he makes more noise asleep than awake." "It is true he is not very talkative, but see him at the chase." Day had partly appeared when a great noise of horses awoke Chicot. They dressed, drank some spiced wine, and took other refreshment, and then Henri cried, "To horse, gentlemen! We have a long day's work before us." Chicot saw with astonishment that 500 cavaliers had swelled the train during the night. "Sire," cried he, "you have an army." "Wait," replied Henri. At Lauzerte, 600 more men came and ranged themselves behind the cavaliers. "Foot soldiers!" cried Chicot. "Nothing but beaters," said the king. Chicot frowned and spoke no more. 20 times his eyes turned toward the country, and the idea of flight presented itself to him. But Chicot had his guard of honor, doubtless as ambassador of the King of France, and so well was he recommended to this guard that he could not make a movement that was not repeated by 10 men. This annoyed him, and he said so to the king. "Diable!" said Henri, "it is your own fault. You tried to run away from Nerac, and I am afraid you will try it again." "Sire, if I give my word as a gentleman not to do so—" "That will do." "Besides, I should be wrong to do so." "How so?" "Yes, for if I stay, I believe I shall see curious things." "I am of your opinion, my dear Chicot." At this moment they were going through the town of Montcuq, and 4 field pieces took their place in the army. "I return to my first idea," said Chicot, "that the wolves in this country are different from others, and are differently treated. With artillery, for instance." "Ah," said Henri, "it is a mania of the people of Montcuq. Since I gave them these 4 pieces, they take them about everywhere." "Well, sire, shall we arrive today?" "No, tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning or evening?" "Morning." "Then," said Chicot, "it is at Cahors we are to hunt, is it not, sire?" "On that side," replied Henri. "But, sire, you who have infantry, cavalry, and artillery to hunt wolves with, should also have taken the royal standard, and then the honor to the wolves would have been complete." "We have not forgotten it, Chicot, ventre Saint Gris. Only it is left in the case for fear of dirtying it. But if you wish to see it, and know under whose banner you march, you shall see it." No, it is useless. Leave it where it is." "Well, be easy. You will see it before long." They passed the second night at Catou. Troops kept arriving all night. "It is lucky we are not going on to Paris," said Chicot. "We should arrive with 100,000 men." The next morning, by 8 o'clock, they were before Cahors with 1,000 foot soldiers and 2,000 horse. They found the city in a state of defense, Monsieur de Vezin having heard rumors of the advance. "Ah," said the king, "he is warned. That is very annoying." "We must lay siege in due form, sire," said Mornay. "We expect still about 2,000 men, and that is enough." "Let us assemble the council, and begin the trenches." Chicot listened to all this in amazement. The pensive air of Henri alone reassured him, for it confirmed his suspicions that he was no warrior. He let everyone speak, and said nothing. All at once he raised his head, and said in a commanding tone, "Gentlemen, this is what we must do. We have 3,000 men, and you say you expect 2,000 more, Mornay?" "Yes, sire." "That will make 5,000. In a regular siege we should lose 1,000 or 1,500 men in 2 months. Their death would discourage the other.
and we should lose 1,000 more in retreating. Let us sacrifice 500 men at once and take Cahors by assault." "What do you mean, sire?" asked Mornay. "My dear friend, we will go straight to the nearest gate. We shall find a fosse in our way, which we will cover with fascines. We may leave 200 men on the road, but we shall reach the gate." "After, sire?" "Then we will break it down with petards and go in. It will not be difficult." Chicot looked at Henri astonished. "Oh," growled he, "perhaps he is a coward and a boaster." "Let us not lose time, gentlemen," cried Henri. "Forward, and let all who love me follow." Chicot approached Mornay. "Well, Monsieur le Comte," said he, "do you all want to be cut to pieces?" "Oh, we'll take our chance." "But the king will get killed." "Bah, he has a good cuirass." "But he will not be foolish enough to fight himself, I suppose." Mornay shrugged his shoulders and turned on his heel. "After all, I like him better asleep than awake. He is more polite snoring than speaking," said Chicot. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53 of The 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53. How Henri of Navarre behaved in battle. The little army advanced near the town, then they breakfasted. The repast over, 2 hours were given for the officers and men to rest. Henri was very pale, and his hands trembled visibly when at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the officers appeared under his tent. "Gentlemen," said he, "we are here to take Cahors. Therefore we must take it by force. Do you understand? Monsieur de Biron, who has sworn to hang every Huguenot, is only 45 leagues from here, and doubtless a messenger is already dispatched to him by Monsieur de Vezin. In 4 or 5 days he will be on us, and as he has 10,000 men with him, we should be taken between the city and him. Let us then take Cahors before he comes, that we may receive him well. Come, gentlemen, I will put myself at your head, and let the blows fall as thick as hail." The men replied to this speech by enthusiastic cries. "Well said," said Chicot to himself. "It was lucky he had not to speak with his hands, though, or he would have stammered finely. Let us see him at the work." As they were setting off, the king said to Chicot, "Pardon me, friend Chicot. I deceived you by talking of wolves, hunting, and such things, but you see, Henri will not pay me his sister's dowry, and Margot cries out for her dear Cahors. One must do what one's wife wants, for peace's sake. Therefore I am going to try and take Cahors." "Why did she not ask you for the moon, sire, as you are such a complaisant husband?" "I would have tried for it, Chicot. I love my dear Margot so much." "You will have quite enough to do with Cahors, and we shall see how you will get out of it." "Yes, the moment is critical and very disagreeable. I am not brave, and my nature revolts at every cannonade. Chicot, my friend, do not laugh too much at the poor Béarnais, your compatriot and friend. If I am afraid, and you find it out, tell no one." "If you are afraid?" "Yes." "Are you, then, afraid of being afraid?" "I am." "But then, ventre de biche, why the devil do you undertake such a thing?" "I must." "Monsieur de Vezin is a terrible person." "Oh, I know it well." "Who gives quarter to no one." "You think so, Chicot?" "I am sure of it. Red plume or white, he will not care, but cry, 'Fire!'" "You say that for my white feather, Chicot?" "Yes, sire, and as you are the only one who wears that color." "Well?" "I would take it off." "But I put it on that I might be recognized." "Then you will keep it?" "Yes, decidedly." And Henri trembled again as he said it. "Come, sire," said Chicot, who did not understand this difference between words and gestures. "There is still time. Do not commit a folly. You cannot mount on horseback in that state." "Am I, then, very pale, Chicot?" "As pale as death, sire." "Good." "How good?" At this moment the noise of cannon and a furious fire of musketry was heard. It was Monsieur de Vezins' reply to the summons to surrender given by Mornay. Said Chicot, "What do you think of this music, sire?" "It makes me cold in the marrow of my bones," replied Henri. "Here, my horse, my horse!" cried he. Chicot looked and listened, unable to understand him. Henri mounted, and then said, "Come, Chicot, get on horseback too. You are not a warrior either, are you?" "No, sire." "Well, come, we will be afraid together. Come and see, my friend. A good horse here for Monsieur Chicot." Henri set off at full gallop, and Chicot followed him. On arriving in front of his little army, Henri raised his visor and cried, "Out with the banner! Out with the new banner!" They drew forth the banner, which had the double scutcheon of Navarre and Bourbon. It was white, and had chains of gold on one side and fleur-de-lis on the other. Again the cannon from Cahors were fired, and the balls tore through a file of infantry near the king. "Ventre Saint Gris! Did you see, Chicot?" said the king, whose teeth chattered. "He will be ill," thought Chicot. "Cursed body," murmured Henri. "Ah, you fear, you tremble. Wait till you have something to tremble for." And striking his spurs into his horse, he rushed onward before cavalry, infantry, and artillery, and arrived at 100 feet from the place, red with the fire of the batteries which thundered from above. There he kept his horse immovable for 10 minutes, his face turned toward the gate of the city, and crying, "The fascines! Ventre Saint Gris, the fascines!" Mornay had followed him, sword in hand, and then came Chicot. Behind them the young Huguenot gentleman, crying, "Vive Navarre!" and each with a fascine, which he threw in, and the fosse was soon filled. Then came the artillery, and with the loss of 30 men succeeded in placing their petards under the gate. The shot whistled like a whirlwind of iron round Henri's head, and 20 men fell in an instant before his eyes. "Forward!" cried he, and rushed on through the midst of the fire, and arrived just as the soldiers had fired the first petard. The gate was broken in 2 places, the second petard was lighted, and a new opening was made in the wood, but 20 arquebuses immediately passed through, vomiting balls on the soldiers and officers, and the men fell like mowed grass. "Sire," cried Chicot, "in heaven's name, retire!" Mornay said nothing. He was proud of his pupil, but from time to time he tried to place himself before him. Once Henri felt the damp on his brow, and a cloud passed over his eyes. "Ah, cursed nature!" cried he, "you shall not conquer me." Then jumping off his horse, "An axe!" cried he, and with a vigorous arm he struck down wood and iron. At last a beam gave way, and a part of the gate and a portion of the wall fell, and 100 men rushed to the breach, crying, "Navarre, Navarre, Cahors is ours!" Chicot had not quitted the king. He was with him under the gate when he entered, one of the first, but at each discharge he saw him shudder and lower his head. "Ventre Saint Gris, did you ever see such a coward, Chicot?" said he. "No, sire, I have never seen a coward like you." The soldiers of Monsieur de Vezins now tried to dislodge Henri and his advanced guards, who received them sword in hand. But the besieged were the strongest, and succeeded in forcing Henri and his troops back beyond the fosse. "Ventre Saint Gris!" cried the king, "I believe my flag retreats. I must carry it myself." And snatching it from the hands of those who held it, he was the first to rush forward again, half enveloped in its folds. The balls whistled round him and pierced the flag with a hollow sound. A long hand-to-hand fight ensued, above all the uproar of which Monsieur de Vezins' voice was heard crying, "Barricade the streets! Let trenches be dug, and the houses garrisoned!" "Oh!" cried Monsieur de Turenne, "the siege of the city is over, Vezins!" And as he spoke he fired at him and wounded him in the arm. "You are wrong, Turenne," cried Monsieur de Vezins. "There are 20 sieges in Cahors, so if one is over, there are 19 to come." Monsieur de Vezins defended himself during 5 days and nights from street to street and from house to house. Luckily for the rising fortunes of Henri of Navarre, he had counted too much on the walls and garrisons of Cahors, and had neglected to send to Monsieur de Biron. During these 5 days and nights, Henri commanded like a captain and fought like a soldier, slept with his head on a stone, and awoke sword in hand. Each day they conquered a street or a square, which each night the garrison tried to retake. On the 4th night the enemy seemed willing to give some rest to the Protestant army. Then it was Henri who attacked in his turn. He forced an entrenched position, but it cost him 700 men. Monsieur de Turenne and nearly all the officers were wounded, but the king remained untouched. To the fear that he had felt at first, at which he had so heroically vanquished, succeeded a feverish restlessness, a rash audacity. All the fastenings of his armor were broken, as much by his own efforts as by the blows of the enemy. He struck so vigorously that he always killed his man. When this last post was forced, the king entered into the enclosure, followed by the eternal Chicot, who, silent and sad, had for 5 days seen growing at his sides the phantom of a monarchy destined to destroy that of the Valois. "Well, Chicot, of what are you thinking?" said Henri to him. "Sire, that you are a real king." "And I, sire, that you are too imprudent," said Mornay, "to put up your visor when they are firing at you from all sides." As he spoke, a dozen arquebuses were fired at them. One ball struck off a plume from Henri's helmet. His horse was killed by another, and Mornay's had his leg broken. The king fell, and there might have finished his career, but Chicot, whirling his sword round to keep off the nearest, helped Henri up and gave him his own horse, saying, "Sire, you will testify to the King of France that, if I drew the sword against him, I killed no one." "Ventre Saint Gris, you must be mine, Chicot," cried Henri. "You shall live and die with me." "Sire, I have but one service to follow, that of my king. His star diminishes, but I shall be faithful to his adverse fortunes. Let me serve and love him as long as I live, sire. I shall soon be alone with him. Do not envy him his last servant." "Chicot, you will always be dear to me, and after Henri of France you will have Henri of Navarre for a friend." "Yes, sire," said Chicot, simple, kissing his hand. The siege was soon over after this. Monsieur de Vezin was taken, and the garrison surrendered. Then Henri dictated to Mornay a letter which Chicot was to carry to the King of France. It was written in bad Latin, and finished with these words: "Quod mihi desisti profuit multum, cognosco meos devotos, nosce tuos, Chicotos caetera expedi." Which means, "What you told me was very useful. I know my faithful followers, know yours. Chicot will tell you the rest." "And now, friend Chicot," said Henri, "embrace me, but take care not to soil yourself, for, mordieu, I am as bloody as a butcher. Take my ring, and adieu, Chicot. I keep you no longer. Gallop to France and tell all you have seen." End of chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54. What was passing at the Louvre about the time Chicot entered Nerac. The necessity of following Chicot to the end of his mission has kept us a long time away from the Louvre. The king, after having passed so bravely through his adventurous return from Vincennes, experienced that retrospective emotion which sometimes is felt by the bravest heart after the danger is over. He entered the Louvre without saying anything, made his prayers longer than usual, forgetting to thank the officers and guards who had served him so well. Then he went to bed, astonishing his valets by the rapidity of his toilet, and D'Epernon, who remained in his room to the last, expecting thanks at least, went away in a very bad humor. At 2 o'clock everyone slept in the Louvre. The next day Henri took 4 bouillons in bed instead of 2, and then sent for Messieurs de Villeguie and D'O to come to his room, to speak about a new financial edict. The queen received the order to dine alone, but it was added that in the evening the king would receive. All day he played with Louvre, saying every time that the animal showed his white teeth, "Ah, rebel, you want to bite me also, you attack your king also, but you are conquered, Monsieur Louvre, conquered, wretched leaguer, conquered." His secretaries of state were somewhat astonished at all this, particularly as he said nothing else and signed everything without looking at it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon he asked for D'Epernon. They replied that he was reviewing the light horse. Then he inquired for de Loignac, but he also was absent. He asked for lunch, and while he ate, had an edifying discourse read to him, which he interrupted by saying to the reader, "Was it not Plutarch who wrote the life of Sylla?" "Yes, sire," said the reader, much astonished at being interrupted in his pious reading by this profane question.
Do you remember that passage where the historian recounts how the dictator avoided death?" The reader hesitated. "Not precisely, sire. It is a long time since I read Plutarch." At this moment the Cardinal de Joyeuse was announced. "Ah, here is a learned man. He will tell me at once," cried the king. "Sire," said the cardinal, "am I lucky enough to arrive apropos? It is a rare thing in this world." "Ma foi, yes. You heard my question." "Your Majesty asked, I think, in what manner and when Sylla narrowly escaped death?" "Just so. Can you answer me, cardinal?" "Nothing more easy, sire." "So much the better." "Sylla, who had killed so many men, never risked his life but in combats. Did your Majesty mean in one of those?" "Yes, in one in which I think I recollect he was very near death. Open a Plutarch, cardinal. There should be one there translated by Amyot, and read me the passage where he escaped the javelins of his enemies, thanks to the swiftness of his white horse." "Sire, there is no need of opening Plutarch. The event took place in the combat with Telescrius the Samnite and Lamponius the Lucanian." "You are so learned, my dear cardinal." "Your Majesty is too good." "Now explain to me how this Roman lion, who was so cruel, was never annoyed by his enemies." "Sire, I will reply to your Majesty in the words of this same Plutarch." "Go on, Joyeuse." "Carbon, the enemy of Sylla, said often, 'I have to fight at once a lion and a fox, who inhabit the soul of Sylla, but it is the fox who gives me most trouble.'" "Ah, it was the fox?" "Plutarch says so, sire." "And he is right, cardinal. But apropos of combats, have you any news of your brother?" "Of which brother, sire? I have two." "Of the Duc d'Arc, my friend." "Not yet, sire." "If Monsieur d'Anjou, who always plays the fox, will only play the lion a little for once." The cardinal did not reply, so Henri, signing to him to remain, dressed himself sumptuously, and passed into the room where the court waited for him. He entered, looking full of good humour, kissed the hands of his wife and mother, paid all sorts of compliments to the ladies, and even offered them sweetmeats. "We were unquiet about your health, my son," said Catherine. "You were wrong, madame. I have never been better." "And to what happy influence do you owe this amelioration, my son?" "To having laughed much, madame." Everyone looked astonished. "Laughed? You can laugh much, my son? Then you are very happy." "It is true, madame." "And about what were you so much amused?" "I must tell you, mother, that yesterday I went to Vincennes." "I knew it." "Oh, you knew it? Well, my people told me before my return of an enemy's army whose muskets shone on the road." "An enemy's army on the road to Vincennes?" "Yes, mother." "And where?" "In front of the Jacobins, near the house of our good cousin." "Near Madame de Montpensier's?" "Precisely so, near Bel Esbat. I approached bravely to give battle, and I perceived—" "What, sire?" cried the queen in alarm. "Reassure yourself, madam. I perceived an entire priory of good monks, who presented arms to me with acclamations." Everyone laughed, and the king continued, "Yes, you are right to laugh. I have in France more than 10,000 monks, of whom I can make, if necessary, 10,000 musketeers. Then I will create a grand master of the tonsured musketeers, and give the place to you, cardinal." "Sire, I accept." The ladies now, according to etiquette, rose, and bowing to the king, retired. The queen followed with her ladies of honour. The queen mother remained. The king's gaiety was a mystery that she wished to fathom. "Cardinal," said the king, "what has become of your brother Du Bouchage?" "I do not know, sire." "How, you do not know?" "No, I never see him now." A grave, sad voice from the end of the room said, "Here I am, sire." "Ah, it is he!" cried Henri.
"Approach, Comte, approach."
The young man obeyed.
"Mon Dieu!" cried the king. "He is no longer a man, but a shade."
"Sire, he works hard," said the cardinal, stupefied himself at the change in his brother during the last week. He was as pale as wax, and looked thin and wan.
"Come here, young man," said the king.
"Thanks, cardinal, for your quotation from Plutarch. In a similar case I shall apply to you again." The cardinal saw that Henri wished to be left alone with his brother, and took his leave. There only remained the queen mother, d'Epernon, and Du Bouchage. The king beckoned to the latter, and said, "Why do you hide thus behind the ladies? Do you not know it gives me pleasure to see you?" "Your kind words do me honor, sire," said the young man, bowing.
"Then how is it that we never see you here now?"
"If your majesty has not seen me, it is because you have not deigned to cast an eye on the corner of the room. I am here every day regularly. I have never failed, and never will, as long as I can stand upright. It is a sacred duty to me."
"And is it that makes you so sad?"
"Oh, your majesty cannot think so."
"No, for you and your brother love me, and I love you. Apropos, do you know that poor Anne has written to me from Dieppe?"
"I did not, sire."
"Yes, but you know he did not like going."
"He confided to me his regrets at leaving Paris."
"Yes, but do you know what he said? That there existed a man who would have regretted Paris much more, and that if I gave you this order you would die."
"Perhaps, sire."
"He said yet more, for your brother talks fast when he is not sulky. He said that if I had given such an order you would have disobeyed it."
"Your majesty was right to place my death before my disobedience. It would have been a greater grief to me to disobey than to die, and yet I should have disobeyed."
"You are a little mad, I think, my poor Comte," said Henri.
"I am quite so, I believe."
"Then the case is serious."
Joyeuse sighed.
"What is it? Tell me."
Joyeuse tried to smile. "A great king like you, sire, would not care for such confidences."
"Yes, Henri, yes, tell me. It will amuse me," said the king.
"Sire, you deceive yourself. There is nothing in my grief that could amuse a noble heart like yours."
The king took the young man's hand. "Do not be angry, Du Bouchage," said he. "You know that your king also has known the griefs of an unrequited love."
"I know it, sire, formerly."
"Therefore I feel for your sufferings."
"Your majesty is too good."
"Not so, but when I suffered what you suffer, no one could aid me, because no one was more powerful than myself, whereas I can aid you."
"Sire?"
"And consequently, hope soon for an end of your sorrows."
The young man shook his head.
"Du Bouchage, you shall be happy, or I am no longer King of France," cried Henri.
"Happy? Alas, sire, it is impossible," said the young man with a bitter smile.
"And why so?"
"Because my happiness is not of this world."
"Henri, your brother, when he went, recommended you to my friendship. I wish, since you consult neither the experience of your father nor the wisdom of your brother the cardinal, to be an elder brother to you. Come, be confiding and tell me all. I assure you, Du Bouchage, that for everything except death, my power and love shall find you a remedy."
"Sire," replied the young man, falling at the king's feet, "do not confound me by the expression of a goodness to which I cannot reply. My misfortune is without remedy, for it is that which makes my only happiness."
"Du Bouchage, you are mad. You will kill yourself with fancies."
"I know it well, sire."
"But," cried the king impatiently, "is it a marriage you wish for?"
"Sire, my wish is to inspire love. You see that the whole world is powerless to aid me in this. I alone can obtain it for myself."
"Then why despair?"
"Because I feel that I shall never inspire it."
"Try, try, my child. You are young and rich. Where is the woman that can resist at once beauty, youth, and wealth? There are none, Du Bouchage." Sire, your goodness is great."
"If you wish to be discreet and tell me nothing, do so. I will find out and then act. You know what I have done for your brother, I will do as much for you. 100,000 crowns shall not stop me."
Du Bouchage seized the king's hand and pressed his lips to it. "May your majesty ask one day for my blood, and I will shed it to the last drop, to show you how grateful I am for the protection that I refuse."
Henri III turned on his heel angrily. "Really," said he, "these Joyeuses are more obstinate than a Valois. Here is one who will bring me every day his long face and eyes circled with black. That will be delightful."
"Oh, sire, I will smile so when I am here, that everyone shall think me the happiest of men."
"Yes, but I shall know the contrary, and that will sadden me."
"Does your majesty permit me to retire?" asked Du Bouchage.
"Go, my child, and try to be a man."
When he was gone, the king approached D'Epernon and said,
"La Valette, have money distributed this evening to the 45, and give them holiday for a night and a day to amuse themselves. By the mass, they saved me like Scylla's white horse."
"Saved?" said Catherine.
"Yes, mother."
"From what?"
"Ah, ask D'Epernon."
"I ask you, my son."
"Well, madame, our dear cousin, the sister of your good friend, Monsieur de Guise, oh, do not deny it, you know he is your good friend, laid an ambush for me."
"An ambush?"
"Yes, madame, and I narrowly escaped imprisonment or assassination."
"By Monsieur de Guise?"
"You do not believe it?"
"I confess I do not."
"D'Epernon, my friend, relate the adventure to my mother. If I go on speaking and she goes on shrugging her shoulders, I shall get angry, and that does not suit my health. Adieu, madame. Cherish Monsieur de Guise as much as you please, but I would advise them not to forget Salcede."
End of chapter 54. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55. Red Plume and White Plume. It was 8 in the evening, and the house of Robert Briquet, solitary and sad-looking, formed a worthy companion to that mysterious house of which we have already spoken to our readers. One might have thought that these two houses were yawning in each other's face. Not far from there the noise of brass was heard, mingled with confused voices, vague murmurs, and squeaks. It was probably this noise that attracted a young and handsome cavalier with a violet cap, red plume, and grey mantle, who, after stopping for some minutes to hear this noise, went on slowly and pensively towards the house of Robert Briquet. Now this noise of brass was that of saucepans, these vague murmurs those of pots boiling on fires and spits turned by dogs. Those cries, those of Monsieur Fournichon, host of the Brave Chevalier, and of Madame Fournichon, who was preparing her rooms. When the young man with the violet hat had well looked at the fire, inhaled the smell of the fowls, and peeped through the curtains, he went away, then returned to recommence his examinations. He continued to walk up and down, but never passed Robert Briquet's house, which seemed to be the limit of his walk. Each time that he arrived at this limit he found there, like a sentinel, a young man about his own age, with a black cap, a white plume, and a violet cloak, who, with frowning brow and his hand on his sword, seemed to say, "Thou shalt go no further." But the other took 20 turns without observing this, so preoccupied was he. Certainly he saw a man walking up and down like himself, but, as he was too well dressed to be a robber, he never thought of disquieting himself about him. But the other, on the contrary, looked more and more black at each return of the red plume, till at last it attracted his attention, and he began to think that his presence there must be annoying to the other, and wondering for what reason, he looked first at Briquet's house, then at the one opposite, and seeing nothing, turned round and recommenced his walk from west to east. This continued for about 5 minutes, until, as they once again came face to face, the young man in the white plume walked straight up to the other, who, taken unawares, with difficulty saved himself from falling. "Monsieur," cried he, "are you mad, or do you mean to insult me?" "Monsieur, I wish to make you understand that you annoy me much. It seems to me that you might have seen that without my telling you." not at all, monsieur. I never see what I do not wish to see."
"There are, however, certain things which would attract your attention, I hope, if they shone before your eyes." And he drew his sword as he spoke, which glittered in the moonlight. The red plume said quietly, "One would think, monsieur, that you had never drawn a sword before, you are in such a hurry to attack one who does not attack you." "But who will defend himself, I hope." "Why so?" replied the other, smiling. "And what right have you to prevent me from walking in the street?" "Why do you walk in this street?" "Parbleu! Because it pleases me." "Ah, it pleases you." "Doubtless. Are you not also walking here? Have you a license from the king to keep to yourself the Rue de Bussy?" "What is that to you?" "A great deal, for I am a faithful subject of the king's and would not disobey him." "Ah, you laugh." "And you threaten." "Heaven and earth, I tell you, you annoy me, monsieur, and that if you do not go away willingly, I will make you." "Oh, we shall see that." "Yes, we shall see." "Monsieur, I have particular business here. Now, if you will have it, I will cross swords with you, but I will not go away." "Monsieur, I am Comte Henri de Boussage, brother of the Duc de Joyeuse. Once more, will you yield me the place and go away?" "Monsieur," replied the other, "I am the Vicomte Ernanton de Carmainges. You do not annoy me at all, and I do not ask you to go away." Du Bouchage reflected a moment, and then put his sword back in its sheath. "Excuse me, monsieur," said he. "I am half mad, being in love." "And I also am in love, but I do not think myself mad for that." Henri grew pale. "You are in love?" said he. "Yes, monsieur." "And you confess it?" "Is it a crime?" "But with someone in this street?" "Yes, for the present." "In heaven's name, tell me who it is." "Ah, Monsieur de Bouchage, you have not reflected on what you are asking me. You know a gentleman cannot reveal a secret, of which only half belongs to him." "It is true. Pardon, Monsieur de Carmainges, but in truth, there is no one so unhappy as I am under heaven." There was so much real grief and eloquent despair in these words, that Ernanton was profoundly touched. "Oh, mon Dieu, I understand," said he. "You fear that we are rivals." "I do." "Well, monsieur, I will be frank." Joyeuse grew pale again. "I," continued Ernanton, "have a rendezvous." "A rendezvous?" "Yes." "In this street?" "Yes." "Written?" "Yes, in very good writing." "A woman's?" "No, a man's." "What do you mean?" "What I say. I have an invitation to a rendezvous with a woman, written by a man. It seems she has a secretary." "Ah, go on, monsieur." "I cannot refuse you, monsieur. I will tell you the tenor of the note." "I listen." "You will see if it is like yours." "Oh, monsieur, I have no rendezvous, no note." Ernanton then drew out a little paper. "Here is the note, monsieur," said he. "It would be difficult to read it to you by this obscure light, but it is short, and I know it by heart, if you will trust to me." "Oh, entirely." "This is it, then. Monsieur Ernanton, my secretary is charged by me to tell you that I have a great desire to talk with you for an hour. Your merit has touched me. I pass over another phrase still more flattering." "Then you are waited for?" "No, I wait, as you see." "Are they to open the door to you?" "No, to whistle 3 times from the window." Henri, trembling all over, placed one hand on Ernanton's arm, and with the other pointed to the opposite house. "From there?" said he. "Oh, no, from there," said Ernanton, pointing to the brave chevalier. Henri uttered a cry of joy. "Oh, 1,000 thanks, monsieur," said he. "Pardon my incivility, my folly. Alas, you know, for a man who really loves, there exists but one woman, and seeing you always return to this house, I believe that it was here you were waited for." "I have nothing to pardon, monsieur, for really I half thought you had come on the same errand as myself." "And you had the incredible patience to say nothing? Ah, you do not love, you do not love." "Ma foi, I have no great rights as yet, and these great ladies are so capricious, and would perhaps enjoy playing me a trick." "Oh, Monsieur de Carmainges, you do not love as I do, and yet—" "Yet what?" "You are more happy." "Ah, are they cruel in that house?" "Monsieur de Carmainges, for 3 months I have loved like a madman her who lives there, and I have not yet had the happiness of hearing the sound of her voice." "Diable, you are not far advanced. But stay." "What is it?" "Did not someone whistle?" "Indeed, I think I heard something." A second whistle was now distinctly heard. "Monsieur le Comte," said Ernanton, "you will excuse me for taking leave, but I believe that is my signal." A third whistle sounded. "Go on, monsieur," said Joyeuse, "and good luck to you." Ernanton made off quickly, while Joyeuse began to walk back more gloomily than ever. "Now for my accustomed task," said he. "Let me knock as usual at this cursed door, which never opens to me." End of chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56. The Door Opens. On arriving at the door of the house, poor Henri was seized by his usual hesitation. "Courage," said he to himself. But before knocking, he looked once more behind him and saw the bright light shining through the windows of the hotel. "There," said he, "enter for love and joy, people who are invited almost without desiring. Why have I not a tranquil and careless heart? Perhaps I might enter there also, instead of vainly trying here." 10 o'clock struck. Henri lifted the knocker and struck once, then again. "There," said he, listening, "there is the inner door opening, the stairs creaking, the sound of steps approaching. Always the same thing." And he knocked again. "There," said he peeps through the trellis work, sees my pale face, and goes away, always without opening. Adieu, cruel house, until tomorrow." And he turned to go, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps when the key turned in the lock, and to his profound surprise the door opened, and a man stood bowing on the threshold. It was the same whom he had seen before. "Good evening, monsieur," said he in a harsh voice, whose sound appeared to Dubuissage sweeter than the song of birds. Henri joined his hands and trembled so that the servant put out a hand to save him from falling, with a visible expression of respectful pity. "Come, monsieur," said he, "here I am. Explain to me, I beg, what you want." "I have loved so much," replied the young man. "My heart has beat so fast that I hardly know if it still beats." "Will it please you, monsieur, to sit down and talk to me?" "Oh, yes." "Speak, then, monsieur, and tell me what you desire." "My friend, you already know. Many times, you know, I have waited for you and surprised you at the turn of a street, and have offered you gold enough to enrich you, had you been the greediest of men. At other times I have threatened you, but you have never listened to me, and have always seen me suffer without seeming to pity me. Today you tell me to speak, to express my wishes. What then has happened, mon Dieu?" The servant sighed. He had evidently a pitying heart under a rough covering. Henri heard this sigh, and it encouraged him. "You know," continued he, "that I love, and how I love. You have seen me pursue a woman and discover her in spite of her efforts to fly me, but never in my greatest grief has a bitter word escaped me, or have I given heed to these violent thoughts which are born of despair and the fire of youth." "It is true, monsieur, and in this my mistress renders you full justice." "Could I not," continued Henri, "when you refused me admittance, have forced the door, as is done every day by some lad tipsy or in love? Then, if but for a minute, I should have seen this inexorable woman, and have spoken to her." "It is true."
And," continued the young count sadly, "I am something in this world. My name is great as well as my fortune. The king himself protects me. Just now he begged me to confide to him my griefs, and to apply to him for aid." "Ah," said the servant anxiously. "I would not do it," continued Joyeuse. "No, no, I refused all. To come and pray at this door with clasped hands, a door which never yet opened to me." "Monsieur le Comte, you have indeed a noble heart, and worthy to be loved." "Well, then, he whom you call worthy, to what do you condemn him? Every morning my page brings a letter, it is refused. Every evening I knock myself at the door, and I am disregarded. You let me suffer, despair, die in the street, without having the compassion for me that you would have for a dog that howled. Ah, this woman has no woman's heart. She does not love me. Well, one can no more tell one's heart to love than not to love, but you may pity the unfortunate who suffers and give him a word of consolation. Reach out your hand to save him from falling. But no, this woman cares not for my sufferings. Why does she not kill me, either with a refusal from her mouth or some blow from a poniard? Dead, I should suffer no more." "Monsieur le Comte," replied the man, "the lady whom you accuse is, believe me, far from having the hard and sensible heart you think. She has seen you and understood what you suffer, and feels for you the warmest sympathy." "Oh, compassion, compassion!" cried the young man. "But may that heart of which you boast some day know love, love such as I feel, and may they offer her compassion in exchange? I shall be well avenged." "Monsieur le Comte, not to reply to love is no reason for never having loved. This woman has perhaps felt the passion more than ever you will, has perhaps loved as you can never love." "When one loves like that, one loves forever," cried Henri, raising his eyes to heaven. "Did I tell you that she loved no more?" Henri uttered a doleful cry. "She loves," cried he. "Ah, mon Dieu!" "Yes, she loves, but be not jealous of the man she loves, Monsieur le Comte, for he is no more of this world. My mistress is a widow." These words restored hope and life to the young man. "Oh," cried he, "she is a widow, and recently. The source of her tears will dry up in time. She is a widow, then she loves no one, or only a shadow, a name. She will love me. Oh, mon Dieu! All great griefs are calmed by time. When the widow of Mousol, who had sworn in eternal grief at her husband's tomb, had exhausted her tears, she was cured. Regrets are a malady from which everyone who survives comes out as strong as before." The servant shook his head. "This lady, Monsieur le Comte, has also sworn eternal fidelity to death, but I know her. She will keep her word better than the forgetful woman of whom you speak." "I will wait 10 years if necessary. Since she lives, I may hope." "Oh, young man, do not reckon thus. She has lived, you say. Yes, so she has. Not a month or a year, but 7 years. You hope that she will console herself. Never, Monsieur le Comte, never. I swear it to you, I who was but the servant of him who is dead, and yet I shall never be consoled." "This man so much regretted, this husband." "It was not her husband, it was her lover, Monsieur le Comte, and a woman like her whom you unluckily love has but one lover in her life." "My friend," cried Joyeuse, "intercede for me." "I? Listen, Monsieur le Comte. Had I believed you capable of using violence toward my mistress, I would have killed you long ago with my own hand. If, on the contrary, I could have believed that she would love you, I think I should have killed her. Now, Monsieur le Comte, I have said what I wish to say. Do not seek to make me say more, for, on my honor, and although not a nobleman, my honor is worth something, I have told you all I can." Henri rose. "I thank you," said he, "for having had compassion on my misfortunes. Now I have decided." "Then you will be calmer for the future. Monsieur le Comte, you will go away and leave us to ourselves?" "Yes, be easy. I will go away, and forever." "You mean to die?" "Why not? I cannot live without her." "Monsieur le Comte, believe me, it is bad to die by your own hand." Therefore I shall not choose that death, but there is for a young man like me a death which has always been reckoned the best, that received in defending your king and country. If you suffer beyond your strength, if you owe nothing to those who survive you, if death on the field of battle is offered to you, die, Monsieur le Comte. I should have done so long ago, had I not been condemned to live." "Adieu, and thank you," replied Joyeuse. "Au revoir, in another world." And he went away rapidly, throwing a heavy purse of gold at the feet of the servant. End of chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57. How a Great Lady Loved in the Year 1586. The whistles which Ernanton had heard were really his signal. Thus, when the young man reached the door, he found Dame Fournichon on the threshold waiting for her customers with a smile which made her resemble a mythical goddess painted by a Flemish painter, and in her large white hands she held a golden crown, which another hand, whiter and more delicate, had slipped in passing. She stood before the door so as to bar Ernanton's passage. "What do you want?" said she to him. "Were not 3 whistles given from one of those windows just now?" "Yes." "Well, they were to summon me." "You?" "Yes." "On your honor?" "As a gentleman, Dame Fournichon." "Enter, then, monsieur, enter." And, happy at having a client after her own heart, fit for the rose tree of love, the hostess conducted Ernanton up the stairs herself. A little door, vulgarly painted, gave access to a sort of antechamber which led to a room furnished, decorated, and carpeted with rather more luxury than might have been expected in this remote corner of Paris. But this was Madame Fournichon's favorite room, and she had exerted all her taste to embellish it. When the young man entered the antechamber, he smelled a strong aromatic odor, the work, doubtless, of some susceptible person, who had thus tried to overcome the smell of cooking exhaled from the kitchen. Ernanton, after opening the door, stopped for an instant to contemplate one of those elegant female figures which must always command attention, if not love. Reposing on cushions, enveloped in silk and velvet, this lady was occupied in burning in the candle the end of a little stick of aloes, over which she bent so as to inhale the full perfume. By the manner in which she threw the branch in the fire and pulled her hood over her masked face, Ernanton perceived that she had heard him enter, but she did not turn. "Madame," said the young man, "you sent for your humble servant. Here he is." "Ah, very well," said the lady. "Sit down, I beg, Monsieur Ernanton." "Pardon, madame, but before anything I must thank you for the honor that you do me." "Ah, that is civil, and you are right. But I presume you do not know whom you are thanking, Monsieur de Carmainges." "Madame, you have your face hidden by a mask, or your hands by gloves. I cannot then recognize you. I can but guess." "And you guess who I am?" "Her whom my heart desires, whom my imagination paints. Young, beautiful, powerful, and rich. Too rich and too powerful for me to be able to believe that what has happened to me is real, and that I am not dreaming." "Had you any trouble to enter here?" asked the lady, without replying directly to the words which had escaped from the full heart of Ernanton. "No, madame, the admittance was easier than I could have thought." "Yes, all is easy for a man. It is so different for a woman. What were you saying before, monsieur?" added she, carelessly, and pulling off her glove to show a beautiful hand, at once plump and taper. "I said, madame, that without having seen your face, I know who you are, and without fear of making a mistake, may say that I love you." "Then you are sure that I am her whom you expected to find here?" "My heart tells me so." "Then you know me?" "Yes." "Really? You, a provincial, only just arrived, you already know the women of Paris?" "In all Paris, madame, I know but one." "And that is me?" "I believe so." "By what do you recognize me?" "By your voice, your grace, and your beauty. My voice, perhaps. I cannot disguise it. My grace, I may appropriate the compliment, but as for my beauty, it is veiled." "It was less so, madame, on the day when, to bring you into Paris, I held you so near to me that your breast touched my shoulders, and I felt your breath on my neck." "Then, on the receipt of my letter, you guessed that it came from me?" "Oh, no, madame, not for a moment. I believed I was the subject of some joke, or the victim of some error, and it is only during the last few minutes that, seeing you and touching you—" and he tried to take her hand, but she withdrew it. "Enough," said the lady. "The fact is that I have committed a great folly." "In what, madame?" "In what? You say that you know me, and then ask." "Oh, it is true, madame, that I am very insignificant and obscure near your highness." "Mon Dieu, monsieur, pray be silent. Have you no sense?" What have I done?" cried Ernanton, frightened. "You see me in a mask, and if I wear one, it is for disguise, and yet you call me your highness." Pardon me, madame," said Ernanton, "but I believed in the discretion of these walls." "It appears you are credulous." "Alas, madame, I am in love." "And you are convinced that I reciprocate this love?" Ernanton rose, piqued. "No, madame," replied he. "Then what do you believe?" "I believe that you have something important to say to me, and that, not wishing to receive me at your hotel or at Bel Esbat, you preferred this isolated spot." "You thought that?" "Yes." "And what do you think I could have to say to you?" asked the lady rather anxiously. "How can I tell? Perhaps something about Monsieur de Mayenne." "Had you not already told me all you knew of him?" "Perhaps, then, some question about last night's event." What event? Of what do you speak?" asked the lady, visibly agitated. "Of the panic experienced by Monsieur d'Epernon, and the arrest of the Lorraine gentlemen." "They arrested them?" "Yes, those who were found on the road to Vincennes." "Which is also the road to Soissons, where Monsieur de Guise holds his garrison. Ah, Monsieur Ernanton, you who belong to the court can tell me why they arrested these gentlemen." "I belong to the court?" "Certainly." "You know that, madame?" "Ah, to find out your address, we were forced to make inquiries. But what resulted from all this?" "Nothing, madame, to my knowledge." "Then why did you think I should wish to speak of it?" "I am wrong again, madame." "From what place are you, monsieur?" "From Agen." "What! You are a Gascon, and yet are not vain enough to suppose that when I saw you at the Porte Saint Antoine, on the day of Sacide's execution, I liked your looks?" Ernanton reddened and looked confused. The lady went on. "That I met you in the street and found you handsome?" Ernanton grew scarlet. "That afterwards, when you brought me a message from my brother, I liked you?" "Madame, I never thought so. I protest." "Then you were wrong," said the lady, turning on him two eyes which flashed through her mask. Ernanton clasped his hands. "Madame, are you mocking me?" cried he. "Ma foi, no. The truth is that you pleased me." "Mon Dieu!" "But you yourself dared to declare your love to me." "But then I did not know who you were, madame, and now that I do know, I humbly ask your pardon." "Oh," cried the lady, "say all you think, or I shall regret having come." Ernanton fell on his knees. "Speak, madame, speak, that I may be sure this is not all a dream, and perhaps I shall dare to answer." "So be it. Here are my projects for you," said the lady, gently pushing Ernanton back, while she arranged the folds of her dress. "I fancy you, but I do not yet know you. I am not in the habit of resisting my fancies, but I never commit follies. Had we been equals, I should have received you at my house and studied you before I hinted at my feelings. But as that was impossible, I was driven to this interview, Now you know what to do. Be worthy of me, it is all I ask."
Ernanton exhausted himself in protestations.
"Oh, less warmth, Monsieur de Carmainges, I beg. It is not worth while," replied she carelessly. "Perhaps it was only your name that pleased me. Perhaps it was a caprice, and will pass away. However, do not think yourself too far from perfection, and begin to despair. I hate perfect people, but I adore devoted ones, remember that."
Ernanton was beside himself. This haughty language and proud superiority, yet this frank declaration and abandon, terrified and yet delighted him. He seated himself near the proud and beautiful lady, and then tried to pass his arm behind the cushions on which she reclined.
"Monsieur," said she, "it appears you have heard but not understood me. No familiarity, if you please. Let us each remain in our places. Some day I shall give you the right to call me yours, but this right you have not yet."
Ernanton rose, pale and angry. "Excuse me, madame," said he. "It seems I commit nothing but follies here. I am not yet accustomed to the habits of Paris. Among us in the provinces, 200 leagues off, when a woman says 'I love,' she loves, and does not hold herself aloof or take pretext for humiliating the man at her feet. It is your custom as a Parisian, and your right as a princess. I accept it, therefore, only I have not been accustomed to it. The habit, doubtless, will come in time."
"Ah, you are angry, I believe," said the duchess haughtily.
"I am, madame, but it is against myself, for I have for you, madame, not a passing caprice, but a real love. It is your heart I seek to obtain, and therefore I am angry with myself for having compromised the respect that I owe you, and which I will only change into love when you command me. From this moment, madame, I await your orders."
Come, do not exaggerate, Monsieur de Carmainges. Now you are all ice after being all flame."
"It seems to me, however, madame—"
"A truce to politeness. I do not wish to play the princess. Here is my hand. Take it. It is that of a simple woman."
Ernanton took this beautiful hand respectfully.
"Well, you do not kiss it?" cried the duchess. "Are you mad, or have you sworn to put me in a passion?"
"But just now—"
"Just now I drew it away, while now I give it to you."
Ernanton kissed the hand, which was then withdrawn. "Another lesson," said he. "Assuredly, you will end by killing my passion. I may adore you on my knees, but I should have neither love nor confidence for you."
"Oh, I do not wish that, for you would be a sad lover, and it is not so that I like them. No, remain natural, be yourself, Monsieur Ernanton, and nothing else. I have caprices. Oh, mon Dieu, you told me I was beautiful, and all beautiful women have them. Do not fear me, and when I say to the too impetuous Ernanton, 'Calm yourself,' let him consult my eyes and not my voice."
At these words she rose. It was time, for the young man seized her in his arms, and his lips touched her mask, but through this mask her eyes darted such a flaming glance that he drew back.
"Well," said she, "we shall meet again. Decidedly you please me, Monsieur de Carmainges."
Ernanton bowed.
"When are you free?"
asked she. "Alas, very rarely, madame."
"Ah, your service is fatiguing, is it not?"
"What service?"
"That which you perform near the king. Are you not some kind of guard to his majesty?"
"I form part of a body of gentlemen, madame."
"That is what I mean. They are all Gascons, are they not?"
"Yes, madame."
"How many are there? I forget."
45.
"What a singular number."
"I believe it was chance."
"And these 45 gentlemen never quit the king, you say?"
"I did not say so, madame."
"Ah, I thought you did. At least, you said you had very little liberty."
"It is true, I have very little, because by day we are on service near the king, and at night we stay at the Louvre."
"In the evening?"
"Yes."
"Every evening?"
"Nearly."
"What would have happened then this evening if your duty had kept you? I, who waited for you, and should have been ignorant of the cause of your absence, should have thought my advances despised."
"Ah,
Madame, to see you I will risk all, I swear to you."
"It would be useless and absurd. I do not wish that."
"But then—"
"Do your duty. I will arrange who am free and mistress of my time."
"What goodness, madame!"
"But you have not explained to me," said the duchess with her insinuating smile, "how you happen to be free this evening, and how you came."
"This evening, madame, I was thinking of asking permission of de Loignac, our captain, who is very kind to me, when the order came to give a night's holiday to the 45.
"And on what account was this leave given?"
"As recompense, I believe, madame, for a somewhat fatiguing service yesterday at Vincennes."
"Ah, very well."
"Therefore, to this circumstance I owe the pleasure of seeing you tonight at my ease."
"Well, listen, Carmagne," said the duchess with a gentle familiarity which filled the heart of the young man with joy. "This is what you must do. Whenever you think you shall be at liberty, send a note here to the hostess, and every day I will send a man to inquire."
"Oh, mon Dieu! Madame, you are too good."
"What is that noise?"
said the duchess, laying her hand on his arm. Indeed, a noise of spurs, of voices, of doors shutting, and joyous exclamations came from the room below, like the echo of an invasion. Ernanton looked out. "It is my companions," said he, "who have come here to spend their holiday."
"But by what chance? Just where we are."
"Because it is just here, madame, that we each had a rendezvous on our arrival, and on the happy day of their entry in Paris my friends conceived an affection for the wine and the cooking of Monsieur Fournichon. But you, how did you come to choose this place?"
"I chose, and you will easily understand that, the most deserted part of Paris, a place near the river, where no one was likely to recognize me or suspect that I could come. But, mon Dieu, how noisy your companions are!"
Indeed, the noise was becoming a perfect storm, but all at once they heard a sound of footsteps on the little staircase which led to their room, and Madame Fournichon's voice crying from below,
"Monsieur de Saint Maline! Monsieur de Saint Maline!"
"Well," replied the young man.
"Do not go up there, I beg."
"And why not, dear Madame Fournichon? Is not all the house ours tonight?"
"Not the turrets."
"Bah! They are part of the house," cried 5 or 6 voices.
"No, they are not. They are private. Do not disturb my lodgers."
"Do not disturb me, Madame Fournichon," replied Saint Maline.
"For pity's sake!"
cried Madame Fournichon. "Madame," replied he, "it is midnight, and at 9 all fires ought to be extinguished. There is a fire now in your turret, and I must see what disobedient subject is transgressing the king's edicts." And Saint Maline continued to advance, followed by several others.
"Mon Dieu! Monsieur de Carmagne," cried the duchess, "will those people dare to enter here?"
"I am here, madame. Have no fear."
"Oh, they are forcing the doors!"
cried she. Indeed, Saint Maline rushed so furiously against the door that, being very slight, it was at once broken open. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58. How Saint Maline entered into the turret, and what followed. Ernanton's first thought when he saw the door of the antechamber fly open was to blow out the light.
"Monsieur de Saint Maline," cried the hostess, "I warn you that the persons whom you are troubling are your friends."
"Well, all the more reason to present our compliments to them," cried Père Ducas de Bincornet in a tipsy voice. "And what friends are they? We will see," cried Saint Maline. The good hostess, hoping to prevent a collision, glided among them, and whispered Ernanton's name in Saint Maline's ear. "Ernanton!" cried Saint Maline aloud, for whom this revelation was oil instead of water thrown on the fire. "That is not possible."
"And why so?"
"Oh, because Ernanton is a model of chastity, and a melange of all the virtues. No, you must be wrong, Madame Fournichon. It cannot be Ernanton who is shut in there." And he approached the second door to treat it as he had done the first. When it was opened, and Ernanton appeared on the threshold, with a face which did not announce that patience was one of the virtues which, according to Saint Maline, he possessed. By what right has Monsieur de Saint Maline broken down one door and intends to break a second?" said he. "Ah, it is he really, it is Ernanton," cried Saint Maline. "I recognize his voice, but as to his person, devil take me if I can see it in this darkness." "You do not reply to my question, monsieur," said Ernanton. Saint Maline began to laugh noisily, which reassured some of his comrades, who were thinking of retiring. "I spoke. Did you not hear me, Monsieur de Saint Maline?" said Ernanton. "Yes, monsieur, perfectly." "Then what have you to say?" "We wished to know, my dear friend, if it was you up here." "Well, monsieur, now you know it. Leave me in peace." "Cap de Biou! Have you become a hermit?" "As for that, monsieur, permit me to leave you in doubt." "Ah, bah!" cried Saint Maline, trying to enter. "Are you really alone? You have no light." "Gentlemen," said Ernanton, "I know that you are half drunk, and I forgive you, but there is a limit, even to the patience that one owes to men beside themselves. Your joke is over. Do me the favor to retire." Oh, retire! How you speak!" said Saint Maline. "I speak so as you may not be deceived in my wishes, and I repeat, gentlemen, retire, I beg." "Not before we have been admitted to the honor of saluting the person for whom you desert our company, Monsieur de Montcrabeau," continued he. "Go down and come back with a light." "Monsieur de Montcrabeau," cried Ernanton, "if you do that, remember it will be a personal offense to me." Montcrabeau hesitated. "Good," replied Saint Maline. "We have our oath, and Monsieur de Carmainges is so strict that he will not infringe discipline. We cannot draw our swords against each other. Therefore, a light, Montcrabeau, a light." Montcrabeau descended, and in 5 minutes returned with a light, which he offered to Saint Maline. "No, no," said he, "keep it. I may perhaps want both hands." And he made a step forward. "I take you all to witness," cried Ernanton, "that I am insulted without reason, and that in consequence," and he drew his sword, "I will bury this sword in the breast of the first man who advances." Saint Maline, furious, was about to draw his sword also, but before he had time to do so, the point of Ernanton's was on his breast, and as he advanced a step, without Ernanton's moving his arm, Saint Maline felt the iron on his flesh, and drew back furious, but Ernanton followed him, keeping the sword against his breast. Saint Maline grew pale. If Ernanton had wished it, he could have pinned him to the wall, but he slowly withdrew his sword. "You merit 2 deaths for your insolence," said he, "but the oath of which you spoke restrains me, and I will touch you no more. Let me pass. Come, madame, I answer for your free passage." Then appeared a woman, whose head was covered by a hood and her face by a mask, and who took Ernanton's arm tremblingly. Saint Maline stood by, stifling with rage at his merited punishment. He drew his dagger as Ernanton passed him by. Did he mean to strike Ernanton, or only to do what he did? No one knew, but as they passed, his dagger cut through the silken hood of the duchess and severed the string of her mask, which fell to the ground. This movement was so rapid that in the half-light no one saw or could prevent it. The duchess uttered a cry. Saint Maline picked up the mask and returned it to her, looking now full in her uncovered face. "Ah!" cried he in an insolent tone, "it is the beautiful lady of the litter. Ernanton, you get on fast." Ernanton stopped and half drew his sword again, but the duchess drew him on, saying, "Come on, I beg you, Monsieur Ernanton." "We shall meet again, Monsieur de Saint Maline," said Ernanton, "and you shall pay for this, with the rest." And he went on without meeting with any further opposition, and conducted the duchess to her litter, which was guarded by 2 servants. Arrived there, and feeling herself in safety, she pressed Ernanton's hand and said, "Monsieur Ernanton, after what has just passed, after the insult which, in spite of your courage, you could not defend me from, and which might probably be renewed, we can come here no more. Seek, I beg of you, some house in the neighborhood to sell or to let. Before long, you shall hear from me." "Must I now take leave of you, madame?" said Ernanton, bowing in token of obedience to the flattering orders he had just received. "Not yet, Monsieur de Carmainges. Follow my litter as far as the new bridge, lest that wretch who recognized in me the lady of the litter, but did not know me for what I am, should follow to find out my residence." Ernanton obeyed, but no one watched them. When they arrived at the Pont Neuf, which then merited the name, as it was scarcely 7 years since Ducerceau had built it. The duchess gave her hand to Ernanton, saying, "Now go, monsieur." "May I dare to ask when I shall see you again, madame?" "That depends on the length of time which you take in executing my commission, and your haste will be a proof to me of your desire to see me again." "Oh, madame, I shall not be idle." "Well, then, go, Ernanton." "It is strange," thought the young man as he retraced his steps. "I cannot doubt that she likes me, and yet she does not seem the least anxious as to whether or not I get killed by that brute of a Saint Maline. But, poor woman, she was in great trouble, and the fear of being compromised is, particularly with princesses, the strongest of all sentiments." Ernanton, however, could not forget the insult he had received, and he returned straight to the hotel. He was naturally decided to infringe all orders and oaths, and to finish with Saint Maline. He felt in the humor to fight 10 men if necessary. This resolution sparkled in his eyes when he reached the door of the Brave Chevalier. Madame Fournichon, who expected his return with anxiety, was standing trembling in the doorway. At the sight of Ernanton she wiped her eyes as if she had been crying, and throwing her arms round the young man's neck, begged for his pardon, in spite of her husband's representations that, as she had done no wrong, she had nothing to be pardoned for. Ernanton assured her that he did not blame her at all, that it was only her wine that was in fault. While this passed at the door, all the rest were at table, where they were warmly discussing the previous quarrel. Many frankly blamed Saint Maline, others abstained, seeing the frowning brow of their comrade. They did not attack with any less enthusiasm the supper of Monsieur Fournichon, but they discussed as they ate. "As for me," said Hector de Bizan, "I know that Monsieur de Saint Maline was wrong, and that had I been Ernanton de Carmagne, Monsieur de Saint Maline would be at this moment stretched on the ground instead of sitting here." Saint Maline looked at him furiously. "Oh, I mean what I say," continued he, "and stay, there is someone at the door who appears to agree with me." All turned at this, and saw Ernanton standing in the doorway, looking very pale. He descended from the step as the statue of the commander from his pedestal, and walked straight up to Saint Maline firmly but quietly. At this sight, several voices cried, "Come here, Ernanton, come this side. Carmagne, there is room here." "Thank you," replied the young man, "but it is near Monsieur de Saint Maline that I wish to sit." Saint Maline rose, and all eyes were fixed on him, but as he rose his face changed its expression. "I will make room for you, monsieur," said he gently, "and in doing so address to you my frank and sincere apologies for my stupid aggression just now. I was drunk. Forgive me." This declaration did not satisfy Ernanton, but the cries of joy that proceeded from all the rest decided him to stay no more, although a glance at Saint Maline showed him that he was not to be trusted. Saint Maline's glass was full, and he filled Ernanton's. "Peace! Peace!" cried all the voices. Carmagne profited by the noise, and leaning towards Saint Maline with a smile on his lips, so that no one might suspect the sense of what he was saying, whispered, "Monsieur de Saint Maline, this is the second time that you have insulted me without giving me satisfaction. Take care, for at the third offense I will kill you like a dog." And the two mortal enemies touched glasses as though they had been the best friends. End of chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59. What was passing in the mysterious house? While the hotel of the Brave Chevalier, the abode, apparently of the most perfect concord, with closed doors and open cellars, showed through the openings of the shutters the light of its candles and the mirth of its guests, an unaccustomed movement took place in that mysterious house, of which our readers have as yet only seen the outside. The servant was going from one room to another, carrying packages which he placed in a trunk. These preparations over, he loaded a pistol, examined his poniard, then suspended it by the aid of a ring to the chain which served him for a belt, to which he attached, besides, a bunch of keys and a book of prayers bound in black leather. While he was thus occupied, a step, light as that of a shadow, came up the staircase, and a woman, pale and phantom-like under the folds of her white veil, appeared at the door, and a voice, sad and sweet as the song of a bird in the wood, said, "Remy, are you ready?" "Yes, madame, I only wait for your box." "Do you think these boxes will go easily on our horses?"
"Oh yes, madame, but if you have any fear, I can leave mine. I have all I want there." "No, no, Remy, take all that you want for the journey. Oh, Remy, I long to be with my father. I have sad presentiments, and it seems an age since I saw him." "And yet, madame, it is but 3 months, not a longer interval than usual." "Remy, you are such a good doctor, and you yourself told me, the last time we quitted him, that he had not long to live." "Yes, doubtless, but it was only a dread, not a prediction. Sometimes death seems to forget old men, and they live on as though by the habit of living, and often, besides, an old man is like a child, ill today and well tomorrow." "Alas, Remy, like the child also, he is often well today and dead tomorrow." Remy did not reply, for he had nothing really reassuring to say, and silence succeeded for some minutes. "At what hour have you ordered the horses?" said the lady at last. "At 2 o'clock." "And one has just struck." "Yes, madame." "No one is watching outside?" "No one." "Not even that unhappy young man?" "Not even he," and Remy sighed. "You say that in a strange manner, Remy." "Because he has also made a resolution." "What is it?" "To see us no more. At least, not to try to see us any more." "And where is he going?" "Where we all are going, to rest." "God give it him eternally," said the lady in a cold voice. "And yet—" "Yet what, madame?" "He had nothing to do here?" "He had to love if he had been loved." "A man of his name, rank, and age should think of his future." "You, madame, are of an age, rank, and name little inferior to his, and you do not look forward to a future." "Yes, Remy, I do," cried she, with a sudden flashing of the eyes. "But listen, is that not the trot of a horse that I hear?" "Yes, I think so." "Can it be ours?" "It is possible, but it is an hour too soon." "It stops at the door, Remy." Remy ran down and arrived just as 3 hurried blows were struck on the door. "Who is there?" said he. "I," replied a trembling voice. "I, Grandchamp, the Baron's valet." "Ah, mon Dieu! Grandchamp, you at Paris? Speak low. Whence do you come?" "From Meridor. Alas, dear Monsieur Remy!" "Well," cried the lady from the top of the stairs, "are they our horses, Remy?" "No, madame, it is not them." "What is it, Grandchamp?" "You do not guess?" "Alas, I do. What will she do, poor lady?" "Remy," cried she again, "you are talking to someone." "Yes, madame." "I thought I knew the voice." "Indeed, madame." She now descended, saying, "Who is there, Grandchamp?" "Yes, madame, it is I," replied the old man sadly, uncovering his white head. "Grandchamp, you! Oh, mon Dieu! My presentiments were right. My father is dead?" "Indeed, madame, Meridor has no longer a master." Pale, but motionless and firmly, the lady listened. Remy went to her and took her hand softly. "How did he die? Tell me, my friend," said she. "Madame, Monsieur le Baron, who could no longer leave his armchair, was struck a week ago by an attack of apoplexy. He muttered your name for the last time, then ceased to speak, and soon was no more." Diana went up again without another word. Her room was on the first story, and looked only into a courtyard. The furniture was somber but rich. The hangings, in Arras tapestry, represented the death of our Saviour. A prie-dieu and stool in carved oak, a bed with twisted columns, and tapestries like the walls, were the sole ornaments of the room. Not a flower, no gilding, but in a frame of black was contained a portrait of a man, before which the lady now knelt down with dry eyes but a sad heart. She fixed on this picture a long look of indescribable love. It represented a young man about 28, lying half naked on a bed. From his wounded breast the blood still flowed. His right hand hung mutilated, and yet it still held a broken sword.
His eyes were closed as though he were about to die. Paleness and suffering gave to his face that divine character which the faces of mortals assume only at the moment of quitting life for eternity. Under the portrait, in letters red as blood, were written, "Aut Caesar aut nihil." The lady extended her arms, and spoke as though it could hear her.
"I had begged thee to wait, although thy soul must have thirsted for vengeance, and as the dead see all, thou hast seen, my love, that I lived only not to kill my father, else I would have died after you. And then you know on your bleeding corpse I uttered a vow to give death for death, blood for blood. But I would not do it while the old man called me his innocent child. Thou hast waited, beloved, and now I am free. The last tie which bound me to earth is broken. I am all yours, and now I am free to come to you."
She rose on one knee, kissed the hand, and then went on.
"I can weep no more. My tears have dried up in weeping over your tomb. In a few months I shall rejoin you, and you will then reply to me, dear shade, to whom I have spoken so often without reply."
Diana then rose and seated herself in her chair, muttered,
"Poor father,"
and then fell into a profound reverie. At last she called Remy. The faithful servant soon appeared. "Here I am, madame."
"My worthy friend, my brother, you, the last person who knows me on this earth, say adieu to me."
"Why so, madame?"
"Because the time has come for us to separate."
"Separate?" cried the young man. "What do you mean, madame?"
"Yes, Remy, my project of vengeance seemed to me noble and pure while there remained an obstacle between me and it, and I only contemplated it from afar off. But now that I approach the execution of it, now that the obstacle has disappeared, I do not draw back, but I do not wish to drag with me into a crime a generous and pure soul like yours. Therefore you must quit me, my friend."
Remy listened to the words of Diana with a somber look. "Madame," replied he, "do you think you are speaking to a trembling old man? Madame, I am but 26, and snatched as I was from the tomb, if I still live, it is for the accomplishment of some terrible action, to play an active part in the work of Providence. Never, then, separate your thoughts from mine, since we both have the same thoughts, sinister as they may be. Where you go, I will go. What you do, I will aid in. Or, if in spite of my prayers, you persist in dismissing me—"
"Oh," murmured she, "dismiss you? What a word, Remy!"
"If you persist in that resolution," continued the young man, "I know what I have to do, and all for me will end with 2 blows from a poniard, one in the heart of him whom you know, and the other in your own."
"Remy, Remy," cried Diana, "do not say that. The life of him you threaten does not belong to you. It is mine. I have paid for it dearly enough. I swear to you, Remy, that on the day on which I knelt beside the dead body of him," and she pointed to the portrait, "on that day I approached my lips to that open wound, and the trembling lips seemed to say to me, 'Avenge me, Diana, avenge me.'"
"Madame—"
"Therefore, I repeat, vengeance is for me, and not for you. Besides, for whom and through whom did he die? By me and through me."
"I must obey you, madame, for I also was left for dead. Who carried me away from the middle of the corpses with which that room was filled? You. Who cured me of my wounds? You. Who concealed me? You always. Order, then, and I will obey, provided that you do not order me to leave you."
"So be it, Remy. You are right. Nothing ought to separate us more."
Remy pointed to the portrait. "Now, madame," said he was killed by treason. It is by treason that he must be revenged. Ah, you do not know one thing. The hand of God is with us, for tonight I have found the secret of the aqua tofana, that poison of the Medicis and of René the Florentine."
"Really?"
"Come and see, madame."
"But where is Grandchamp?"
"The poor old man has come 60 leagues on horseback. He is tired out and has fallen asleep on my bed."
"Come, then,"
said Diana, and she followed Remy. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 60 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60. The Laboratory. Remy led the lady into a neighboring room, and pushing a spring which was hidden under a board in the floor, and which, opening, disclosed a straight, dark staircase, gave his hand to Diana to help her to descend. 20 steps of this staircase, or rather ladder, led into a dark and circular cave whose only furniture was a stove with an immense hearth, a square table, 2 rush chairs, and a quantity of vials and iron boxes. In the stove a dying fire still gleamed, while a thick black smoke escaped through a pipe fastened onto the wall. From a still placed on the hearth a few drops of a liquid, yellow as gold, was dropping into a thick white phial. Diana looked round her without astonishment or terror. The ordinary feelings of life seemed to be unknown to her who lived only in the tomb. Remy lighted a lamp, and then approached a well hollowed out in the cave, attached a bucket to a long cord, let it down into the well, and then drew it up full of a water as cold as ice and as clear as crystal. "Approach, madame," said he. Diana drew near. In the bucket he let fall a single drop of the liquid contained in the phial, and the entire mass of the water became instantaneously yellow. Then the color evaporated, and the water in 10 minutes became as clear as before. Remy looked at her. "Well?" said she. "Well, madame," said he. "Now dip in that water, which has neither smell nor color, a glove or a handkerchief. Soak it in scented soap. Pour some of it into the basin where you are about to wash your hands or face, and you will see, as was seen at the court of Charles IX, the flower killed by its perfume, the glove poisoned by its contact, the soap killed by its introduction into the pores of the skin. Pour a single drop of this pure oil on the wick of a lamp or candle, and for an hour the candle or lamp will exhale death, and burn at the same time like any other." "Are you sure of what you say, Remy?" "All this I have tried. See these birds who can now neither drink nor eat. They have drunk of water like this. See this goat, who has browsed on grass watered with the same water. He moves and totters. Vainly now, should we restore him to life and liberty, his life is forfeited, unless indeed nature should reveal to his instinct some of those antidotes to poison which animals know, although men do not." "Can I see this phial, Remy?" "Yes, madame, presently." Remy then separated it from the still with infinite care, then corked it with soft wax, tied the top up in cloth, and then presented it to Diana. She took it, held it up to the light, and after looking at it, said, "It will do. When the time arrives we will choose gloves, lamp, soap, or flowers as convenient. Will the liquor keep in metal?" "It eats it away." "But then perhaps the bottle will break." "I think not. See the thickness of the crystal. Besides, we can shut it up in a covering of gold." "Listen, Remy, I hear horses. I think ours has arrived." "Probably, madame. It is about the time. But I will go and send them away." "Why so?" "Are they not useless?" "Instead of going to Meridor, we will go into Flanders. Keep the horses." "Ah, I understand." And Remy's eyes gave forth a flash of sinister joy. "But Grandchamp, what can we do with him?" said he. "He has need of repose. He shall remain here and sell this house, which we require no longer, but restore to liberty that unhappy animal whom you were forced to torture. As you say, God may care for its recovery." "This furnace and these stills?" "Leave them here." "But these powders, essences, and acids?" "Throw them in the fire, Remy." "Go away, then, or put on this glass mask." Then, taking similar precautions for himself, he blew up the fire again, poured in the powder, which went off in brilliant sparks, some green and some yellow, and the essences, which instead of being consumed mounted like serpents of fire into the pipe, with a noise like distant thunder. "Now," said Remy, "if anyone now discovers this cave, he will only think that an alchemist had been here, and though they still burn sorcerers, they respect alchemists." "And besides," said the lady, "if they do burn us, provided I have only finished my task, I should not mind that sort of death more than any other." At this moment they heard knocking. "Here are our horses, madame," said Remy. "Go up quickly, and I will close the trap door."
Diana obeyed and found Grandchamp, whom the noise had awakened, at the door. The old man was not a little surprised to hear of his mistress's intended departure, who informed him of it without telling him where she was going.
"Grandchamp, my friend," said she, "Remy and I are going to accomplish a pilgrimage on which we have long determined. Speak of this journey to none, and do not mention my name to any one."
"Oh, I promise you, madame," replied the old servant, "but we shall see you again."
"Doubtless, Grandchamp, if not in this world, in the next. But, apropos, Grandchamp, this house is now useless to us."
Diana drew from a drawer a bundle of papers.
"Here are the title deeds. Let or sell this house, but if in the course of a month you do not find a purchaser, abandon it and return to Meridor."
"But if I find someone, how much am I to ask?"
"What you please, Grandchamp."
"Shall I take the money to Meridor?"
"Keep it for yourself, my good Grandchamp."
"What, madame, such a sum?"
"Yes, I owe it to you for your services, and I have my father's debts to pay as well as my own. Now, adieu."
Then Diana went upstairs, cut the picture from the frame, rolled it up, and placed it in her trunk. When Remy had tied the two trunks with leather thongs, and had glanced into the street to see that there were no lookers-on, he aided his mistress to mount. "I believe, madame," said he, "that this is the last house in which we shall live so long."
"The last but one, Remy."
"And what will be the other?"
"The tomb, Remy."
End of chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61. What Monseigneur Francois, Duc d'Anjou, Duc de Brabant, and Comte de Flanders was doing in Flanders. Our readers must now permit us to leave the king at the Louvre, Henri of Navarre at Cahors, Chicot on the road, and Diana in the street, to go to Flanders to find Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, recently named Duc de Brabant, and to whose aid we have sent the great admiral of France, Anne, Duc de Joyeuse. At 80 leagues from Paris, toward the north, the sound of French voices was heard, and the French banner floated over a French camp on the banks of the Scheldt. It was night. The fires, disposed in an immense circle, bordered the stream, and were reflected in its deep waters. From the top of the ramparts of the town, the sentinels saw shining, by the bivouac fires, the muskets of the French army. This army was that of the Duc d'Anjou. What he had come to do there, we must tell our readers, and although it may not be very amusing, yet we hope they will pardon it in consideration of the warning. So many people are dull without announcing it. Those of our readers who have read Chicot already know the Duc d'Anjou, that jealous, egotistical, ambitious prince, and who, born so near to the throne, had never been able to wait with resignation until death offered him a free passage to it. Thus, he had desired the throne of Navarre under Charles IX, then that of Charles IX himself, then that of his brothers Henri III, and for a time he had turned his eye toward England. Then, governed by a woman, and to possess this throne he was ready to have married this woman, although she was Elizabeth, and was 20 years older than himself. In this plan destiny was beginning to smile on him, and he saw himself in the favor of a great queen, until then inaccessible to all human affections. Besides this, a crown was offered to him in Flanders. He had seen his brother Henry embarrassed in his quarrel with the Guises, but had soon discovered that they had no other aim than that of substituting themselves for the Valois. He had then separated himself from them, although not without danger. Besides, Henri III had at last opened his eyes, and the Duke, exiled, or something like it, had retired to Amboise. It was then that the Flemings opened their arms to him. Tired of Spanish rule, decimated by the Duc d'Alva, deceived by the false peace of John of Austria, who had profited by it to retake Nemours and Charlemont, the Flemings had called in William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, and had made him Governor-General of Brabant. A few words about this man who held so great a place in history, but who will only be named here. William of Nassau was then about 50. He was the son of William called the Old, and of Julian de Stolberg, cousin of that René of Nassau killed at the siege of Dizier. He had from his youth been brought up in principles of reform, and had a full consciousness of the greatness of his mission. This mission, which he believed he had received from heaven, and for which he died like a martyr, was to found the Republic of Holland, in which he was successful. When very young, he had been called by Charles V to his court. Charles was a good judge of men, and often the old emperor, who supported the heaviest burden ever borne by an imperial hand, consulted the child on the most delicate matters connected with the politics of Holland. The young man was scarcely 24 when Charles confided to him, in the absence of the famous Philibert Emmanuel of Savoy, the command of the army in Flanders. William showed himself worthy of this high confidence. He held in check the Duc de Nevers and Coligny, two of the greatest captains of the time, and under their eyes fortified Philippeville and Charlemont. On the day when Charles V abdicated, it was on William of Nassau that he leaned to descend the steps of the throne, and he it was who was charged to carry to Ferdinand the imperial throne which Charles had resigned. Then came Philippe II, and in spite of his father's recommendations to him to regard William as a brother, the latter soon found a great difference. This strengthened in his mind the great idea of freeing Holland and Flanders, which he might never have endeavored to carry into effect if the old emperor, his friend, had remained on the throne. Holland, by his advice, demanded the dismissal of the foreign troops, and then began the bloody struggle of the Spaniards to retain the prey which was escaping from them, and then passed over this unhappy people the viceroyalty of Marguerite of Austria and the bloody consulship of the Duc d'Alva, and then was organized that struggle, at once political and religious, which began with the protest of the Hotel Culemborg, which demanded the abolition of the Inquisition in Holland, and when 400 gentlemen, walking in pairs, carried to the foot of Marguerite's throne the general desire of the people as summed up in that protest. At the sight of these gentlemen, so simply clothed, Barlaimont, one of the councillors of the Duchess, uttered the word "Goy," which, taken up by the Flemish gentlemen, so long designated the Patriot party. From this time William began to play the part which made him one of the greatest political actors of the world. Constantly beaten by the overwhelming power of Philippe II, he constantly rose again, always stronger after his defeats, always organizing a new army to replace the scattered one, and always hailed as a liberator. In the midst of these alternate moral triumphs and physical defeats, William learned at Mons the news of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. It was a terrible wound for Holland, and the Calvinist portion of Flanders lost by it their natural allies, the Huguenots of France. William retreated from Mons to the Rhine, and waited for events. Some of the Gueux was driven by a contrary wind into the port of Brie, and seeing no escape, and pushed by despair, took the city which was preparing to hang them. This done, they chased away the Spanish garrison, and sent for the Prince of Orange. He came, and as he wished to strike a decisive blow, he published an ordinance forbidding the Catholic religion in Holland, as the Protestant faith was forbidden in France. At this manifesto war recommenced. The Duc d'Alva sent his own son Frederic against the revolters, who took them from Zutphen, Naarden, and Haarlem. But this check, far from discouraging them, seemed to give them new strength. All took up arms, from the Zuiderzee to the Scheldt. Spain began to tremble, recalled the Duc d'Alva, and sent as his successor Louis de Requesens, one of the conquerors at Lepanto. Then began for William a new series of misfortunes. Ludovic and Henri of Nassau, who were bringing him aid, were surprised by one of the officers of Don Louis near Nimègue, defeated and killed. The Spaniards penetrated into Holland, besieged Leyden, and pillaged Antwerp. All seemed desperate, when heaven came once more to the aid of the infant republic. Requesens died at Brussels. Then all the provinces, united by a common interest, drew up and signed on the 8th November 1576, that is to say, 4 days after the sack of Antwerp, the treaty known under the name of the Treaty of Ghent, by which they engaged to aid each other in delivering their country from the yoke of the Spaniards and other foreigners. Don John reappeared, and with him the woes of Holland, for in less than 2 months Namur and Charlemont were taken. The Flemings replied, however, to these 2 checks by naming the Prince of Orange Governor-General of Brabant. Don John died in his turn, and Alexander Farnese succeeded him. He was a clever prince, charming in his manners, which were at once gentle and firm, a skilful politician, and a good general. Flanders trembled at hearing that soft Italian voice call her friend, instead of treating her as a rebel. William knew that Farnese would do more for Spain with his promises than the Duc d'Alva with his punishments. On the 29th January 1579 he made the provinces sign the Treaty of Utrecht, which was the fundamental base of the rights of Holland. It was then that, fearing he should never be able to accomplish alone the freedom for which he had been fighting for 15 years, he offered to the Duc d'Anjou the sovereignty of the country, on condition that he should respect their privileges and their liberty of conscience. This was a terrible blow to Philippe II, and he replied to it by putting a price of 25,000 crowns on the head of William. The States General assembled at The Hague then declared Philippe deposed of the sovereignty of Holland, and ordered that henceforth the oath of fidelity should be taken to them. The Duc d'Anjou now entered Belgium, and was well received. Philippe's promise, however, bore its fruits, for in the midst of a fete a pistol shot was heard. William fell and was believed dead, but he recovered. The shot had been fired by Jean Jaureguy. The Flemings then, on William's advice, elected Francois, Duke of Brabant, sovereign prince of Flanders. Elizabeth of England saw in this a method of reuniting the Calvinists of Flanders and France to those of England. Perhaps she dreamed of a triple crown. William, however, took care to hold the Duc d'Anjou in check, and to counteract the execution of any design which would have given him too much power in Flanders. Philippe II called the Duc de Guise to his aid on the strength of a treaty which had been entered into by him with Don John of Austria. Henri of Guise consented, and it was then that Lorraine and Spain sent Salcede to the Duc d'Anjou to assassinate him, which would have suited the views of both, but Salcede, as we know, was arrested and executed without having carried his project into execution. Francois advanced but slowly, however, in Flanders, for the people were more than half afraid of him. He grew impatient and determined to lay siege to Antwerp, which had invited his aid against Farnese, but, when he wished to enter, had turned its guns against him. This was the position of the Duc d'Anjou at the time when our story rejoins him, on the day after the arrival of Joyeuse and his fleet. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62. Preparations for Battle. The camp of the new Duke of Brabant was situated on the banks of the Scheldt, and the army, although well disciplined, was agitated by a spirit easy to understand. Indeed, many Calvinists assisted the Duke, not from sympathy for him, but in order to be as disagreeable as possible to Spain and to the Catholics of France and England. They fought rather from self-love than from conviction or devotion, and it was certain that, the campaign once over, they would abandon their leader or impose conditions on him. With regard to these conditions, the Duke always gave them to understand that when the time came he should be ready, and was constantly saying, "Henri of Navarre made himself a Catholic, why should I not become a Huguenot?" On the opposite side, on the contrary, there existed a perfect unity of feeling. Antwerp had intended to give entrance to him, at her own time, and on her own conditions. All at once they saw a fleet appear at the mouth of the Scheldt, and they learned that this fleet was brought by the High Admiral of France, to aid the Duc d'Anjou, whom they now began to look upon as their enemy. The Calvinists of the Duke were little better pleased than the Flemings at the sight. They were very brave, but very jealous, and they did not wish others to come and clip their laurels, particularly swords, which had slain so many Huguenots on the day of the St. Bartholomew. From this proceeded many quarrels, which began on the very evening of their arrival, and continued all the next day. From their ramparts the Antwerpians had every day the spectacle of a dozen duels between Catholics and Protestants, and they threw into the river as many dead as a combat might have cost the French. If the siege of Antwerp, like that of Troy, had lasted 9 years, the besieged need have done nothing but look at the assailants, who would certainly have destroyed themselves. Francois acted the part of mediator, but not without great difficulty. He had made promises to the Huguenots, and could not offend them without offending at the same time all Flanders. On the other hand, to offend the Catholics sent by the king to aid him would be most impolitic. The arrival of this reinforcement, on which the Duke himself had not reckoned, filled the Spaniards and the Guises with rage. However, all these different opinions interfered sadly with the discipline of the Duke's army. Joyeuse, who we know had never liked the mission, was annoyed to find among these men such antagonistic opinions, and felt instinctively that the time for success was past, and both as an idle courtier and as a captain grumbled at having come so far only to meet with defeat. He declared loudly that the Duc d'Anjou had been wrong in laying siege to Antwerp, and argued that to possess a great city with its own consent was a real advantage, but that to take by assault the second capital of his future states was to expose himself to the dislike of the Flemings. And Joyeuse knew the Flemings too well not to feel sure that if the Duke did take Antwerp, sooner or later they would revenge themselves with usury. This opinion Joyeuse did not hesitate to declare in the Duke's tent. While the council was held among his captains, the Duke was lying on a couch and listening, not to the advice of the admiral, but to the whispers of Aurilly. This man, by his cowardly compliances, his base flatteries, and his continual assiduities, had secured the favor of the prince. With his lute, his love messages, and his exact information about all the persons and all the intrigues of the court, with his skillful maneuvers for drawing into the prince's net whatever prey he might wish for, he had made a large fortune, while he remained to all appearance the poor lute player. His influence was immense because it was secret. Joyeuse, seeing the duke talking to Aurilly, stopped short. The duke, who had after all been paying more attention than he seemed to do, asked him what was the matter. "Nothing, monseigneur. I am only waiting until your highness is at liberty to listen to me."
"Oh, but I do listen. Monsieur de Joyeuse, do you think I cannot listen to two people at once, when Caesar dictated 7 letters at a time?"
"Monseigneur," said Joyeuse, with a glance at the musician, "I am no singer to need an accompaniment when I speak."
"Very good, duke. Be quiet, Aurilly. Then you disapprove of a coup de main on Antwerp?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"I adopted this plan in council, however."
"Therefore, monseigneur, I speak with much hesitation, after so many distinguished captains." And Joyeuse, courtier-like, bowed to all. Many voices were instantly raised to agree with the admiral.
"Comte de Saint Aignan," said the prince to one of his bravest colonels, "you are not of the opinion of Monsieur de Joyeuse?"
"Yes, monseigneur, I am."
"Oh, I thought as you made a grimace."
Everyone laughed but Joyeuse, who said, "If Monsieur de Saint Aignan generally gives his advice in that manner, it is not very polite, that is all." "Monsieur de Joyeuse," replied Saint Aignan, "his highness is wrong to reproach me with an infirmity contracted in his service. At the taking of Cateau Cambresis I received a blow on the head, and since that time my face is subject to nervous contractions, which occasion those grimaces of which his highness complains. This is not an excuse that I give you, Monsieur de Joyeuse, it is an explanation," said the count, proudly. "No, monsieur," said Joyeuse, "it is a reproach that you make, and you are right." The blood mounted to the face of Duke Francois.
"And to whom is this reproach addressed?"
said he. "To me, probably, monseigneur."
"Why should Saint Aignan reproach you, whom he does not know?"
"Because I believed for a moment that Monsieur de Saint Aignan cared so little for your highness as to counsel you to assault Antwerp."
"But,"
cried the prince,
"I must settle my position. In the contrary, I am Duke of Brabant and Count of Flanders in name, and I must be so in reality. This William, who is gone I know not where, spoke to me of a kingdom. Where is this kingdom? In Antwerp. Where is he? Probably in Antwerp also. Therefore we must take Antwerp, and we shall know how we stand."
"Oh, monseigneur, you know it now, or you are in truth a worse politician than I thought you. Who counseled you to take Antwerp? The Prince of Orange? Who disappeared at the moment of taking the field? The Prince of Orange, who, while he made your highness Duke of Brabant, reserved for himself the lieutenant generalship of the duchy? The Prince of Orange, whose interest it is to ruin the Spaniards by you, and you by the Spaniards? The Prince of Orange, who will replace you, who will succeed, if he does not do so already, the Prince of Orange. Oh, monseigneur, in following his counsels you have but annoyed the Flemings. Let a reverse come, and all those who do not dare to look you now in the face will run after you like those timid dogs who run after those who fly."
"What? You imagine that I can be beaten by wool merchants and beer drinkers?"
"These wool merchants and these beer drinkers have given plenty to do to Philippe de Valois, the Emperor Charles V, and Philippe II, who were 3 princes placed sufficiently high, monseigneur, for the comparison not to be disagreeable to you."
"Then you fear a repulse?"
"Yes, monseigneur, I do."
"You will not be there, Monsieur de Joyeuse?"
"Why not?"
"Because you can hardly have such doubts of your own bravery as already to see yourself flying before the Flemings. In any case, reassure yourself. These prudent merchants have the habit, when they march to battle, of cumbering themselves with such heavy armor that they would never catch you if you did run."
"Monseigneur, I do not doubt my own courage. I shall be in the front, but I shall be beaten there as the others who are behind will be."
"But your reasoning is not logical, Monsieur de Joyeuse. You approve of my taking the lesser places."
"I approve of your taking those that do not defend themselves."
"And then I am to draw back from the great city because she talks of defending herself?"
"Better than to march on to destruction."
Well, I will not retreat.
Your Highness must do as you like, and we are here to obey.
Prove to me that I am wrong.
Monseigneur, see the army of the Prince of Orange. It was yours, was it not? Well, instead of sitting down before Antwerp with you, it is in Antwerp, which is very different. William, you say, was your friend and counselor, and now you not only do not know where he is, but you believe him to be changed into an enemy. See the Flemings. When you arrived, they were pleased to see you. Now they shut their gates at your sight and prepare their cannon at your approach, not less than if you were the Duke d'Alva. Well, I tell you, Flemings and Dutch, Antwerp and Orange, only wait for an opportunity to unite against you, and that opportunity will be when you order your artillery to fire.
Well, we will fight at once, Flemings and Dutch, Antwerp and Orange.
No, Monseigneur, we have but just enough men to attack Antwerp, supposing we have only the inhabitants to deal with, and while we are engaged in the assault, William will fall on us with his eternal 8 or 10,000 men, always destroyed and always reappearing, by the aid of which he has kept in check during 10 or 12 years the Duke d'Alva, Requesens, and the Duke de Parma.
Then you insist in thinking that we shall be beaten?
I do.
Well, it is easy for you to avoid it, Monsieur de Joyeuse, said the prince angrily. My brother sent you here to aid me, but I may dismiss you, saying that I do not need aid.
Your Highness may say so, but I would not retire on the eve of a battle.
Well, my dear Admiral, said the Duke, trying to conciliate, I may have been too jealous of the honor of my name and wished too much to prove the superiority of the French army, and I may have been wrong, but the evil is done. We are before armed men, before men who now refuse what they themselves offered. Am I to yield to them? Tomorrow they would begin to retake bit by bit what I have already conquered. No, the sword is drawn. Let us strike, or they will strike first. That is my opinion.
When your Highness speaks thus, said Joyeuse, I will say no more. I am here to obey you, and will do so with all my heart, whether you lead me to death or victory, and yet... But I will say no more.
Speak.
No, I have said enough.
No, I wish to hear.
In private, then, if it please your Highness. All rose and retired to the other end of the spacious tent.
Speak, said Francois.
Monseigneur may care little for a check from Spain, a check which will render triumphant those drinkers of Flemish beer, or this double-faced Prince of Orange. But will you bear so patiently the laughter of Monsieur de Guise? Francois frowned.
What has Monsieur de Guise to do with it?
Said he. Monsieur de Guise tried to have you assassinated, Monseigneur. Salcede confessed it at the torture, and, if I mistake not, he plays a great part in all this, and he will be delighted to see you receive a check before Antwerp, or even perhaps to obtain for nothing that death of a son of France for which he had promised to pay so dearly to Salcede. Read the history of Flanders, Monseigneur, and you will see that the Flemings are in the habit of enriching their soil with the blood of princes and of the best French warriors. The Duke shook his head.
Well, Joyeuse,
said he,
I will give, if it must be, the cursed joy to the Lorraines of seeing me dead, but not that of seeing me flying. I thirst for glory, Joyeuse, for alone of all my name, I have still my battles to win.
You forget Cateau Cambresis, Monseigneur.
Compare that with Jarnac and Montcontour, Joyeuse.
Then turning to the others, who were standing far off, he said,
Gentlemen, the assault is still resolved on. The rain has ceased, the ground is good. We will make the attack this night.
Joyeuse bowed. Will your Highness give full directions? We wait for them, said he.
You have 8 vessels, without counting the Admiral's ship, have you not, Monsieur de Joyeuse?
Yes, Monseigneur.
You will force the line. The thing will be easy. The Antwerpians have only merchant vessels in the port. Then you will bring them to bear upon the fort. Then, if the quay is defended, you will attempt a landing with your 1,500 men. Of the rest of the army I will make 2 columns, one commanded by Monsieur de Saint-Aignan, the other by myself. Both will attempt an escalade by surprise at the moment when the first cannon shot is fired. The cavalry will remain in position, in case of a repulse, to protect the retreating columns. Of these 3 attacks, one must surely succeed. The first column which gains the ramparts will fire a rocket to let the others know.
But one must think of everything, Monseigneur, said Joyeuse. And supposing all 3 attacks should fail?
Then we must gain the vessels under the protection of our batteries.
All bowed.
Now, gentlemen, silence, said the duke. Wake the sleeping troops and embark, but let not a shot reveal our design. You will be in the port, Admiral, before the Antwerpians suspect your intention. We shall go along the left bank and shall arrive at the same time as yourself. Go, gentlemen, and good courage. Our former good luck will not fail to follow us over the Scheldt.
The captains quitted the prince's tent and gave their orders with the indicated precautions. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63. Monseigneur. However, the Antwerpians did not quietly see the hostile preparations of the Duc d'Anjou, and Joyeuse was not wrong in attributing to them all the enmity possible. Antwerp was like a beehive at night, calm on the exterior but within full of movement and murmur. The Flemings in arms patrolled the streets, barricaded their houses, and fraternized with the battalions of the Prince of Orange, of whom part were already in garrison there, while the other part entered the city in fractions. When all was ready for a vigorous defense, the Prince of Orange, on a dark and moonless night, entered the city quietly and went to the Hôtel de Ville, where his confidants had everything ready for his reception. There he received all the deputies of the bourgeoisie, passed in review the officers of the paid troops, and communicated his plans to them, the chief of which was to profit by this movement of the Duc d'Anjou to break with him. The Duke had done just what William wished to bring him to do, and he saw with pleasure this new competitor for the sovereignty ruin himself, like so many others. William would have taken the offensive, but the governor objected, and determined to wait for the arrival of Monseigneur. 9 o'clock in the evening sounded, and the uncertainty became real anxiety, some scouts having protested that they had seen a movement in the French camp. A little flat boat had been sent on the Scheldt to reconnoitre, for the Antwerpians were less unquiet as to what would occur by land than by sea, but the bark had not returned. William became more and more impatient when the door of the hall opened and a valet appeared and announced, "Monseigneur." As he spoke, a man, tall and imperious-looking, wearing with supreme grace the cloak which entirely enveloped him, entered the hall and saluted courteously those who were there. But at first glance his eye, proud and piercing, sought out the prince in the midst of his officers. He went straight up to him and offered him his hand, which the prince pressed with affection and almost with respect. They called each other Monseigneur. After this the unknown took off his cloak. He was dressed in a buff doublet and had high leather boots. He was armed with a long sword, which seemed to make part of himself, so easily it hung, and with a little dagger, which was passed through his belt. His boots were covered with mud and dust, and his spurs were red with the blood of his horse. He took his place at the table. "Well, where were we?" he asked. "Monseigneur," replied William, "you must have seen, in coming here, that the streets were barricaded." "I saw that." "And the houses loopholed?" "I did not see that, but it is a good plan." "And the sentries doubled." "Does not Monseigneur approve of these preparations for defense?" said a voice in a tone of anxious disappointment. "Yes, but, however, I do not believe that in our circumstances it will be useful. It fatigues the soldier and disquiets the bourgeois. You have a plan of attack and defense, I suppose." "We waited to communicate them to Monseigneur," said the burgomaster. "Speak, then." "Monseigneur arrived rather late, and I was obliged to act meanwhile," said William. "And you did right, Monseigneur. Besides, whatever you do well. But I have not lost my time on the road either." "We know by our spies," said the burgomaster, "that a movement is preparing in the French camp. They are making ready for an attack, but as we do not know on which side it will come, we have disposed the guns so that they may be equally distributed over the whole rampart." "That is wise," replied the unknown with a slight smile to William, who held his tongue and let the bourgeois speak of war. "We have done the same with our civic guards. They are spread over the whole wall, and have orders to run at once to the point of attack. However, it is the opinion of the greater number of our members that it is impossible that the French meditate anything but a feigned attack." "And what purpose would that serve?" "To intimidate us, and induce us to admit them amicably." The stranger looked again at the Prince of Orange, who listened to all this in the most careless manner, which almost amounted to disdain. "However," said another voice, Some fancied they could distinguish preparations for attack in the camp this evening. "Mere suspicions," said the burgomaster. "I examined the camp myself with an excellent spyglass. The men were preparing for sleep, and the duke was dining in his tent." The unknown threw a new glance at the prince, and fancied that this time he gave a slight smile. "Gentlemen," said the unknown, "you are in error. A regular assault is preparing against you, and your plans, however good, are incomplete."
"But, monseigneur—"
"Incomplete in this, that you expect an attack and have prepared to meet it."
"Certainly."
"Well, it is you who will make the attack, not wait for it. If you will trust to me—" "Ah!" cried William, "that is something like speaking." "At this moment," said the stranger, who saw that he might reckon on the prince's support, "the ships of Monsieur de Joyeuse are getting ready."
"How do you know that, monseigneur?" cried many voices together.
"I know it," replied he. A murmur of doubt was half uttered, but the stranger caught it. "Do you doubt it?" asked he, in a tone of a man accustomed to control all fears, prejudices, and self-loves. "We do not doubt it if your highness says, but if you will permit us to observe—" "Speak."
"That if it were so, we should have had tidings of it."
"How so?"
"By our spies."
End of chapter 63. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64. Monseigneur. At this moment another man entered the hall and came forward respectfully. "Ah, it is you, my friend," said the burgomaster.
"Myself, monsieur," replied the man.
"Monseigneur," said the burgomaster, "it is the man whom we sent to reconnoitre." At the word Monseigneur, addressed not to the Prince of Orange, the newcomer made a movement of surprise and joy, and advanced quickly to see better who was designated by this title. He was one of those Flemish sailors of whom the type is so recognizable, being marked a square head, blue eyes, short neck, and broad shoulders. He crushed in his large hands his woolen cap, and as he advanced he left behind him a line of wet, for his clothes were dripping with water.
"Oh, here is a brave man who has swum back,"
said Monseigneur, looking at the man with his accustomed air of authority.
"Yes, monseigneur, yes, and the Scheldt is broad and rapid,"
said the sailor eagerly.
"Speak, Guise, speak,"
said Monseigneur, knowing how a sailor would prize being thus called by his name. Thus, from that minute, Guise addressed himself to the unknown exclusively, although, having been sent by another, it was to him that he should have given an account of his mission.
"Monseigneur," said he, "I set out in my smallest bark and passed, by giving the word, through all our ships, and reached those cursed French. Ah, pardon, monseigneur."
The stranger smiled and said, "Never mind, I am but half French, so should be but half cursed."
"Then monseigneur pardons me."
He nodded, and Guise went on.
"While I rowed in the dark with my oars wrapped in cloth, I heard a voice crying, 'Hola, bark! What do you want?' I thought it was to me that the question was addressed, and was about to reply something or other, when I heard someone cry behind me, 'Admiral's boat!'"
Monseigneur looked at the council.
"At the same moment," continued Guise, "I felt a shock, my bark was swamped, and I fell into the water, but the waves of the Scheldt knew me for an old acquaintance, and threw me up again. It was the admiral's boat taking Monsieur de Joyeuse on board, and which had passed over me. God only knows how I was not crushed or drowned."
"Thanks, brave Guise, thanks,"
said the Prince of Orange, putting a purse into his hands. However, the sailor seemed to wait for his dismissal from the stranger, who gave him a friendly nod, which he valued more than the prince's present.
"Well,"
said Monseigneur to the burgomaster,
"what do you say of this report? Do you still doubt that the French are preparing, and do you believe that it was to pass the night on board that Monsieur de Joyeuse was leaving the camp for his ship?"
"But you are a diviner, then, monseigneur," cried the bourgeois.
"Not more than Monseigneur the Prince of Orange, who is in all things of my opinion, I am sure. But I, like him, was well informed, and know well those on the other side, so that I should have been much astonished had they not attacked tonight. Then be ready, gentlemen, for if you give them time, the attack will be serious."
"These gentlemen will do me the justice to own," said the prince,
that before your arrival I held exactly the same language to them that you do now." "But," said the burgomaster, "why does Monseigneur believe that the attack is about to commence?" "Here are the probabilities. The infantry is Catholic, it will fight alone, that is, on one side. The cavalry is Calvinist, they will fight alone on the other side. The navy is under Monsieur de Joyeuse from Paris, who will take his share of the combat and the glory. That is 3 sides." "Then let us form 3 corps," said the burgomaster. "Make only one, gentlemen, with all your best soldiers, and leave any of whom you may be doubtful in close fight to guard your walls. Then, with this body, make a vigorous sally when Francois least expects it. They mean to attack, let them be forestalled, and attacked themselves. If you wait for their assault, you are lost, for no one equals the French at an attack, as you, gentlemen, have no equals at defending your towns." The Flemings looked radiant. "What did I say, gentlemen?" said William. "It is a great honor," said the unknown, "to have been, without knowing it, of the same opinion as the greatest captain of the age." Both bowed courteously. "Then," continued the unknown, "it is settled. You will make a furious sortie on the infantry and cavalry. I trust that your officers will so conduct it as to defeat your enemies." "But their vessels," cried Burgomaster. "The wind is northeast, and they will be in our city in 2 hours." "You have yourselves 6 old ships and 30 boats at Saint Marie. That is a mile off, is it not? That is your maritime barricade across the Scheldt." "Yes, monseigneur, that is so. How do you know all these details?" Monseigneur smiled. "I know them, as you see. It is there that lies the fate of the battle." "Then," said the burgomaster, "we must send aid to our brave seamen." "On the contrary, you may dispose otherwise of the 400 men who are there. 20 brave, intelligent, and devoted men will suffice." The Antwerpians opened their eyes in surprise. "Will you," continued Monseigneur, "destroy the French fleet at the expense of your 6 old vessels and 30 boats?" "Hum," said the Antwerpians, looking at each other. "Our ships are not so old." "Well, price them," said the stranger, "and I will pay you their value." "See," said William softly to him, "the men against whom I have to contend every day. Were it not for that, I should have conquered long ago." "Come, gentlemen," continued the stranger, "name your price, but name it quickly. I will pay you in bills on yourselves, which I trust you will find good." "Monseigneur," said the burgomaster after a few minutes' deliberation with the others, "we are merchants and not soldiers, therefore you must pardon some hesitation, for our souls are not in our bodies, but in our counting houses. However, there are circumstances in which, for the general good, we know how to make sacrifices. Dispose then of our ships as you like." "Ma foi, monseigneur," said William, "you have done wonders. It would have taken me 6 months to obtain what you have done in 10 minutes." "This, then, is my plan, gentlemen," said Monseigneur. "The French, with the admiral's galley at their head, will try to force a passage. Make your line long enough, and from all your boats let the men throw grappling irons, and then, having made fast the enemy's ships, set fire to all your own boats, having previously filled them with combustible materials, and let your men escape in one reserved for the purpose." "Oh," cried William, "I see the whole French fleet burning." "Yes, the whole. Then no more retreat by sea and none by land, for at the same time you must open the sluices of Malines, Berchem, Lier, Duffel, and Antwerp. Repulsed by you, pursued by your open dikes, enveloped on all sides by these waters unexpectedly and rapidly rising, by this sea, which will have a flow but no ebb, the French will be drowned, overwhelmed, destroyed." The officers uttered a cry of joy. "There is but one drawback," said the prince. "What is it, monseigneur?" "That it would take a day to send our orders to the different towns, and we have but an hour." "And an hour is enough." "But who will instruct the fleet?" "It is done." "By whom?" "By me. If these gentlemen had refused to give it to me, I should have bought it." "But Malines, Lier, Duffel?" "I passed through Malines and Lier, and sent a shore agent to Duffel. At 11 o'clock the French will be beaten. At 1 they will be in full retreat. At 2 Malines will open its dikes, Lier and Duffel their sluices, and the whole plain will become a furious ocean, which will drown houses, fields, woods, and villages. It is true, but at the same time will destroy the French so utterly that no one will return to France." A silence of admiration and terror followed these words. Then all at once the Flemings burst into applause. William stepped forward and, holding out his hand, said, "Then, monseigneur, all is ready on our side?" "All. And stay, I believe on the side of the French also." And he pointed to an officer who was entering. "Gentlemen," cried the officer, "we have just heard that the French are marching toward the city." "To arms!" cried the burgomaster. "To arms!" cried all. "One moment, gentlemen," cried monseigneur. "I have to give one direction more important than all the rest." "Speak!" cried all. "The French will be surprised. It will not be a combat, nor even a retreat, but a flight. To pursue them, you must be lightly armed. No cuirasses, morbleu! It is your cuirasses in which you cannot move, which have made you lose all the battles you have lost. No cuirasses, gentlemen. We will meet again in the combat. Meanwhile, go to the place of the Hotel de Ville, where you will find all your men in battle array." "Thanks, monseigneur," said William. "You have saved Belgium and Holland." "Prince, you overwhelm me." "Will your highness consent to draw the sword against the French?" asked the prince. "I will arrange as to fight against the Huguenots," replied the unknown, with a smile which his more somber companion might have envied. End of chapter 64. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65. French and Flemings. At the moment when the members of the council left the Hotel de Ville, the officers went to put themselves at the head of their troops and execute the orders they had received. At the same time, the artillery sounded. This artillery surprised the French in their nocturnal march, by which they had hoped to surprise the town, but instead of stopping their advance, it only hastened it. If they could not take the city by surprise, they might, as we have seen the King of Navarre do at Cahors, fill up the moats with fascines and burst open the gates with petards. The cannon from the ramparts continued to fire, but in the darkness took scarcely any effect, and after having replied to the cries of their adversaries, the French advanced silently toward the ramparts with that fiery intrepidity which they always show in attack. But all at once doors and post-stands opened, and from all sides poured out armed men, if not with the fierce impetuosity of the French, with a firmness which rendered them massive as a rolling wall. It was the Flemings, who advanced in close ranks and compact masses, above which the cannon continued to thunder, although with more noise than effect. Then the combat began hand to hand, foot to foot, sword to sword, and the flash of pistols lighted up faces red with blood. But not a cry, not a murmur, not a complaint was heard, and the Flemings and French fought with equal rage. The Flemings were furious at having to fight, for fighting was neither their profession nor their pleasure, and the French were furious at being attacked when they meant to have taken the initiative. While the combat was raging furiously, explosions were heard near Sainte-Marie, and a light rose over the city like a crest of flames. It was Joyeuse attacking and trying to force the barrier across the Scheldt, and who would soon penetrate into the city, at least so the French hoped. But it was not so. Joyeuse had weighed anchor and sailed, and was making rapid progress, favored by the west wind. All was ready for action. The sailors, armed with their boarding cutlasses, were eager for the combat. The gunners stood ready with lighted matches, while some picked men, hatchet in hand, stood ready to jump on the hostile ships and destroy the chains and cords. The 7 ships advanced in silence, disposed in the form of a wedge, of which the admiral's galley formed the point. Joyeuse himself had taken his first lieutenant's place, and was leaning over the bowsprit, trying to pierce the fogs of the river in the darkness of the night. Soon, through this double obscurity, he saw the pier extending itself darkly across the stream. It appeared deserted, but in that land of ambushes there seemed something terrifying in this desertion. However, they continued to advance, and soon were within sight of the barrier. Scarcely 10 cable lengths off, they approached nearer and nearer, and yet not a single qui vive struck on their ears. The sailors only saw in this silence a carelessness which rejoiced them, but their young admiral, more far-seeing, feared some ruse. At last the prow of the admiral's ship touched the 2 ships which formed the center of the barrier, and made the whole line, which was fastened together by chains, tremble. Suddenly, as the bearers of the hatchets received the order to board and cut the chains, a crowd of grappling irons, thrown by invisible hands, seized hold of the French vessels. The Flemings had forestalled the intended movement of the French. Joyeuse believed that his enemies were offering him a mortal combat, and he accepted it with alacrity. He also threw grappling irons, and the 2 lines of ships were firmly bound together. Then, seizing a hatchet, he was the first to jump on the ship, crying, "Board them! Board them!" All his crew followed him, officers and men uttering the same cry, but no cry replied to them, no force opposed their advance. Only they saw 3 boats full of men gliding silently over the water like 3 sea-birds. The assailants rested motionless on the ships which they had conquered without a struggle. All at once Joyeuse heard under his feet a crackling sound, and a smell of sulphur filled the air. A thought crossed his mind, and he ran and opened a hatchway. The vessel was burning. A cry of "To our ships!" sounded through all the line. Each climbed back again more quickly than he had come in, but Joyeuse this time was the last. Just as he reached his galley, the flames burst out over the whole bridge of boats, like 20 volcanoes, of which each ship or boat was the crater. The order was instantly given to cut the ropes and break the chains and grappling irons, and the sailors worked with the rapidity of men who knew that their safety depended on their exertions. But the work was immense. Perhaps they might have detached those thrown by the enemy on their ships, but they had also to detach those which they themselves had thrown. All at once 20 explosions were heard, and each of the French ships trembled to its center. It was the cannons that defended the port, and which, fully charged and then abandoned by the Antwerpians, exploded as the fire gained on them, breaking everything within their reach. The flames mounted like gigantic serpents along the masts, rolled themselves round the yards, then, with their forked tongues, came to lick the sides of the French vessels. Joyeuse, with his magnificent armor covered with gold, giving calmly, and in an imperious voice, his orders in the midst of the flames, looked like a fabulous salamander covered with scales, and at every movement threw off a shower of sparks. But the explosions became louder than ever. The gun-room had taken fire, and the vessels were flying in pieces. Joyeuse had done his best to free himself, but in vain. The flames had reached the French ships, and showers of fire fell about him. The Flemish barrier was broken, and the French burning ships drifted to the shore. Joyeuse saw that he could not save his ships, and he gave orders to lower the boats and land on the left bank. This was quickly done, and all the sailors were embarked to a man before Joyeuse quitted his galley. His sang-froid kept everyone in order, and each man landed with a sword or an axe in his hand. Before he had reached the shore, the fire reached the magazine of his ship, which blew up, lighting the whole horizon. Meanwhile, the artillery from the ramparts had ceased. Not that the combat had abated, but that it was so close it was impossible to fire on enemies without firing on friends also. The Calvinist cavalry had charged and done wonders. Before the swords of its cavaliers a pathway opened, but the wounded Flemings pierced the horses with their large cutlasses, and in spite of this brilliant charge, a little confusion showed itself in the French columns, and they only kept their ground instead of advancing, while from the gates of the city new troops continually poured out. All at once, almost under the walls of the city, a cry of "Anjou! France!" was heard behind the mass of the Antwerpians. This was Joyeuse and his 1,500 sailors, armed with hatchets and cutlasses. They had to revenge their fleet in flames, and 200 of their companions burned or drowned. No one could manage his longsword better than Joyeuse. Every blow cut open a head. Every thrust took effect. The group of Flemings on which he fell were destroyed like a field of corn by a legion of locusts. Delighted with their first success, they continued to push on, but the Calvinist cavalry, surrounded by troops, began to lose ground. Monsieur de Saint-Agnan's infantry, however, kept their place. The prince had seen the burning of the fleet, and heard the reports of the cannon and the explosions, without suspecting anything but a fierce combat, which must terminate in victory for Joyeuse, for how could a few Flemish ships fight against the French fleet? He expected then every minute a diversion on the part of Joyeuse. When the news was brought to him that the fleet was destroyed, and Joyeuse and his men fighting in the midst of the Flemings, he now began to feel very anxious, the fleet being the means of retreat, and consequently the safety of the army. He sent orders to the Calvinist cavalry to try a fresh charge, and men and horses, almost exhausted, rallied to attack the Antwerpians afresh. The voice of Joyeuse was heard in the midst of the melee, crying, "Hold firm! Monsieur de Saint-Aignan! France! France!" And like a reaper cutting a field of corn, his sword flew round and cut down its harvest of men. The delicate favorite, the Sybarite, seemed to have put on with his cuirass the strength of a Hercules, and the infantry, hearing his voice above all the noise, and seeing his sword flashing, took fresh courage, and like the cavalry made a new effort, and returned to the combat. But now the person that had been called Monseigneur came out of the city on a beautiful black horse. He wore black armor, and was followed by 300 well-mounted cavaliers, whom the Prince of Orange had placed at his disposal. By a parallel gate came out William himself, with a picked body of infantry who had not yet appeared. Monseigneur hastened where he was most wanted, that is to say, where Joyeuse was fighting with his sailors. The Flemings recognized him and opened their ranks, crying joyfully, "Monseigneur! Monseigneur!" Joyeuse and his men saw the movement, heard the cries, and all at once found themselves opposed to a new troop. Joyeuse pushed his horse toward the Black Knight, and their swords met. Joyeuse was confident in his armor and his science, but all his thrusts were skillfully parried, and one of those of his adversary touched him, and in spite of his armor drew some drops of blood from his shoulder. "Ah!" cried the young admiral, "this man is a Frenchman, and what is more, he has studied fencing under the same master as I have." At these words the unknown turned away and tried to find a new antagonist. "If you are French," cried Joyeuse, "you are a traitor, for you fight against your king, your country, and your flag." The unknown only replied by attacking Joyeuse with fresh fury, but now Joyeuse was on his guard, and knew with what a skillful swordsman he had to deal. He parried 2 or 3 thrusts with as much skill as fury, and it was now the stranger who made a step back. "See," cried Joyeuse, "what one can do fighting for one's country. A pure heart and a loyal arm suffice to defend a head without a helmet, a face without a visor." And he threw his helmet far from him, displaying his noble and beautiful head, with eyes sparkling with pride, youth, and anger. His antagonist forbore answer, uttered a cry, and struck at his bare head. "Ah!" cried Joyeuse, parrying the blow, "I said you were a traitor, and as a traitor you shall die. I will kill you, and carry off this helmet which hides and defends you, and hang you to the first tree that I see." But at this moment a cavalier cried, "Monseigneur, no more skirmishing. Your presence is wanted over there." Glancing toward the point indicated, the unknown saw the Flemings giving way before the Calvinist cavalry. "Yes," cried he, "those are the men I wanted." At this moment so many cavaliers pressed on the sailors that they made their first step in retreat. The black cavalier profited by this movement to disappear in the melee. A quarter of an hour after the French began to give way, M. de Saint Aignan tried to retreat in good order, but a last troop of 2,000 infantry and 500 horse came out fresh from the city and fell on this harassed and already retreating army. It was the old band of the Prince of Orange, which had fought in turns against the Duc d'Alva, Don John, Requesens, and Alexander Farnese. In spite of the coolness of the chiefs and the bravery of many, a frightful rout commenced. At this moment the unknown fell again on the fugitives, and once more met Joyeuse with his now diminished band. The young admiral was mounted on his 3rd horse, 2 having been killed under him. His sword was broken, and he had taken from a sailor one of their heavy hatchets, which he whirled round his head with the greatest apparent ease. From time to time he turned and faced his enemy, like the wild boar who cannot make up his mind to fly, and turns desperately on his hunter. The Flemings, who by Monseigneur's advice had fought without cuirasses, were active in the pursuit and gave no rest to the Angevin army. Something like remorse seized the unknown at the sight of this disaster. "Enough, gentlemen," cried he in French. "Tonight they are driven from Antwerp, and in a week will be driven from Flanders. Ask no more of the God of battles." "Ah, he is French," cried Joyeuse. "I guessed it, traitor. Ha! Be cursed, and may you die the death of a traitor." This furious imprecation seemed to disconcert the unknown more than 1,000 swords raised against him. He turned, and, conqueror as he was, fled as rapidly as the conquered. But this retreat of a single man changed nothing in the state of affairs. Fear is contagious. It seized the entire army, and the soldiers began to fly like madmen. The horses went fast in spite of fatigue, for they also felt the influence of fear. The men dispersed to seek a shelter, and in some hours the army as an army existed no longer. This was the time when the dikes were to be opened. From Lier to Termonde, from Heesduc to Malines, each little river swollen by its tributaries, each canal, overflowed and spread over the flat country its contingent of furious water. Thus, when the fugitive French began to stop, having tired out the Antwerpians, whom they had seen return to the town, followed by the soldiers of the Prince of Orange, when those who had escaped from the carnage of the night believed themselves saved and stopped to breathe for an instant with some prayer, and others with a curse, then a new enemy, blind and pitiless, was preparing for them. Joyeuse had commanded his sailors, now reduced to 800, to make a halt. They were the only persons who had preserved some order, the Comte de Saint Aignan having vainly tried to rally his foot soldiers. The Duc d'Anjou, at the head of the fugitives, mounted on an excellent horse, and accompanied by a single servant, pushed forward without appearing to think of anything. "He has no heart," cried some. "His sang-froid is magnificent," said others. Some hours of repose from 2 to 6 in the morning restored to the infantry the strength to continue their retreat, but provisions were wanting. As for the horses, they seemed more fatigued than the men, and could scarcely move, for they had eaten nothing since the day before. The fugitives hoped to gain Brussels, where the duke had many partisans, although they were not free from anxiety as to their reception. At Brussels, which was about 8 leagues off, they would find food for the famishing troops, and a place of security from whence to recommence the campaign at a more favourable time. Monsieur d'Anjou breakfasted in a peasant's hut between Heboken and Hecout. It was empty, but a fire still burned in the grate. The soldiers and officers wished to imitate their chief and spread themselves about the village, but found, with a surprise mingled with terror, that every house was deserted and empty. Monsieur de Saint Aignan, who had aided them in their search, now called to the officers, "March on, gentlemen." "But we are tired and dying with hunger, colonel." "Yes, but you are alive, and if you remain here another hour you will be dead. Perhaps it is already too late." Monsieur de Saint Aignan knew nothing, but he suspected some great danger. They went on, but 2,000 or 3,000 men straggled from the main body, or, worn out with fatigue, lay down on the grass or at the foot of a tree, wearied, desolate, and despairing. Scarcely 3,000 able men remained to the Duc d'Anjou. End of chapter 65. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66. The Travelers. While these disasters, the forerunners of a still greater one, were taking place, 2 travelers mounted on excellent horses left Brussels on a fine night and rode toward Mechlin. They rode side by side, without any apparent arms but a large Flemish knife, of which the handle appeared in the belt of one of them. They rode on, each occupied with thoughts perhaps the same, without speaking a word. They looked like those commercial travelers who at the time carried on an extensive trade between France and Flanders. Whoever had met them trotting so peaceably along the road would have taken them for honest men, anxious to find a bed after their day's work. However, it was only necessary to overhear a few sentences of their conversation to lose any such opinion suggested by their appearance. They were about half a league from Brussels, when the tallest of them said, "Madame, you were quite right to set off tonight. We shall gain 7 leagues by it, and shall probably arrive at Mechlin by the time the result of the attack on Antwerp is known. In 2 days of short marches, and you must take easy stages, we shall reach Antwerp." The person who was called Madame, in spite of her male costume, replied in a voice calm, grave, and sweet,
"My friend, believe me, God will tire of protecting this wicked prince, and will strike him cruelly. Let us hasten to put our projects into execution, for I am not one of those who believe in fatality, and I think that men have perfect freedom and will indeed. If we leave his punishment to God, and do not act ourselves, it was not worth while living so unhappily until now."
At this moment a blast of north wind, cold and biting, swept across the plain. "You shiver, madame," said the other traveler. "Take your cloak."
"No, thank you, Remy. I no longer feel pain of body or mind."
Remy rode on silently, only now and then stopping and looking back.
"You see no one behind us?"
asked she, after one of these halts. "No one, madame."
"That cavalier whom we met at Valenciennes, and who inquired about us after looking at us so curiously?"
"He is not here, madame."
"But I fancied I saw him again near Mons."
"And I, madame, am sure I saw him just before we entered Brussels."
"Brussels?"
"Yes, but he must have stopped there."
"Remy,"
said Diana, drawing near him, as if even on that lonely road she feared to be overheard,
"did he not seem to you like, in figure at least, for I did not see his face, that unhappy young man?"
"Oh, no, madame, not at all. And besides, how could he have guessed that we had left Paris, and were traveling along this road?"
"But he found us out when we changed our house in Paris."
"No, madame, I am sure he did not follow us, and indeed, I believe he had resolved on a desperate course as regards himself."
"Alas, Remy, every one has his own share of suffering. I trust God will console this poor youth."
Remy replied with a sigh, and they went on with no other sound than that of their horses' feet on the hard road. 2 hours passed thus. Just as they were about to enter Villevoide, Remy turned his head, for he heard the sound of horses' feet behind them. He stopped and listened, but could see nothing. His eyes uselessly tried to pierce through the darkness of the night, and as he no longer heard any sounds, they rode on and entered the town. "Madame," said he,
If you will take my advice, you will stay here. Daylight will soon appear, the horses are tired, and you yourself need repose."
"Remy, you are anxious about something."
"Yes, and about your health, madame. Believe me, a woman cannot support so much fatigue. I can scarcely do so myself."
"As you please, Remy."
"Well, then, enter that narrow street. I see a light at the end of it, which must proceed from an inn. Be quick, I beg you."
"You have heard something."
"I thought I heard a horse's feet. I am not sure, but I will stay behind a minute to find out." The lady, without replying, went on, and Remy got off his horse and let him follow her, while he hid himself behind an immense post and waited. The lady knocked at the door of the inn, behind which, according to the hospitable custom of the country, watched, or rather slept, a maidservant. The girl woke up and received the traveler with perfect good humor, and then opened the stable door for the two horses.
"I am waiting for my companion," said Diana. "Let me sit by the fire. I shall not go to bed until he comes."
The servant threw some straw to the horses, shut the stable door, then returned to the kitchen, put a chair by the fire, snuffed the candle with her fingers, and went to sleep again. Meanwhile, Remy was watching for the arrival of the traveler whose horse he had heard. He saw him enter the town and go on slowly and seeming to listen. Then, seeing the inn, he appeared to hesitate whether to go there or to continue his journey. He stopped close to Remy, who laid his hand on his knife. "It is he again," thought Remy, "and he is following us. What can he want?" After a minute the traveler murmured in a low voice, "They must have gone on, and so will I." And he rode forward. "Tomorrow we will change our route," thought Remy. And he rejoined Diana, who was waiting impatiently for him.
"Well," said she softly, "are we followed?"
"There is no one. I was wrong. You may sleep in perfect safety, madame."
"I am not sleepy, Remy."
"At least have supper, madame. You have scarcely eaten anything."
"Willingly, Remy."
They reawakened the poor servant, who got up as good-humoredly as before, and hearing what they wanted, took from the cupboard a piece of salt pork, a cold leveret, and some sweets, which she set before them, together with a frothing jug of Louvain beer. Remy sat down with Diana, who drank half a glass of beer and ate a piece of bread. Remy did the same, and then they both rose.
"Are you not going to eat any more?" asked the girl. "No, thank you, we have done." "Will you not eat any meat? It is very nice." "I am sure it is excellent, but we are not hungry."
The girl clasped her hands in astonishment at this strange abstinence. It was not thus she was used to see travelers eat. Remy threw a piece of money on the table.
"Oh," said the girl, "I cannot change all that. 6 farthings would be all your bill." "Keep it all, my girl," said Diana. "It is true my brother and I eat little, but we pay the same as others."
The servant became red with joy. "Tell me, my girl," said Remy, "is there any crossroad from here to Mechlin?"
"Yes, monsieur, but it is very bad, while the regular road is a very fine one."
"Yes, my child, I know that, but we wish to travel by the other."
"Oh, I told you, monsieur, because, as your companion is a lady, the road would not do for her."
"Why not?"
"Because tonight a great number of people will cross the country to go to Brussels."
"To Brussels?"
"Yes, it is a temporary emigration."
"For what reason?"
"I do not know. They had orders."
"From whom? The Prince of Orange?"
"No, from Monseigneur."
"Who is he?"
"I do not know, monsieur."
"And who are the emigrants?"
"The inhabitants of the country, and of the villages which have no dikes or ramparts."
"It is strange."
"We ourselves," said the girl, "are to set out at daybreak, as well as all the other people in the town. Yesterday at 11 o'clock all the cattle were sent to Brussels by canals and crossroads. Therefore, on the road of which you speak there must be a great number of horses, carts, and people."
"I should have thought the great road better for all that."
"I do not know. It was the order."
"But we can go on to Mechlin, I suppose."
"I should think so, unless you will do like everyone else and go to Brussels." "No, no, we will go on at once to Mechlin," said Diana, rising. "Open the stable, if you please, my good girl."
"Danger in every way," thought Remy. "However,
the young man is before us." And as the horses had not been unsaddled, they mounted again, and the rising sun found them on the banks of the Dyle. End of chapter 66. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67. Explanation. The danger that Remy braved was a real one, for the traveler, after having passed the village and gone on for a quarter of a league, and seeing no one before him, made up his mind that those whom he sought had remained behind in the village. He would not retrace his steps, but lay down in a field of clover, having made his horse descend into one of those deep ditches which in Flanders serve as divisions between the properties. He was therefore able to see without being seen. This young man, as Remy knew and Diana suspected, was Henri de Boussage, whom a strange fatality threw once more into the presence of the woman he had determined to fly. After his conversation with Remy on the threshold of the mysterious house, that is to say, after the loss of all his hopes, he had returned to the Hotel Joyeuse, quite decided to put an end to a life which he felt to be so miserable, and as a gentleman, and one who had his name to keep untarnished, he decided on the glorious suicide of the field of battle. Therefore, as they were fighting in Flanders and his brother had a command there, Henry on the following day left his hotel 20 hours after the departure of Diana and Remy. Letters from Flanders announced the intended coup de main on Antwerp, and Henry hoped to arrive in time for it. He pleased himself with the idea that he should die sword in hand in his brother's arms under a French flag, and that his death would be talked about until the sound even reached the solitude in which the mysterious lady lived. Noble follies, glorious yet sad dreams. Just as, full of these thoughts, he came in sight of Valenciennes, from whose church tower 8 o'clock was sounding, he perceived that they were about to close the gates. He pushed on, and nearly overturned on the drawbridge a man who was fastening the girths of his horse. Henry stopped to make excuses to the man, who turned at the sound of his voice, and then quickly turned away again. Henry started, but immediately thought, "I must be mad. Remy here, whom I left 4 days ago in the Rue de Bussy, here now without his mistress. Really, grief must be turning my brain and making me see everything in the form of my own fancies." And he continued his way, convinced that his idea had been pure fancy. At the first hotel that he came to, he stopped, gave his horse to a servant, and sat down on a bench before the door, while they prepared his bed and supper. But as he sat there, he saw 2 travelers approaching, and this time he saw more clearly. "Now," murmured he, "I do not dream, and still I think I see Remy. I cannot remain in this uncertainty. I must clear up my doubts." He got up and ran down the road after them, but they had disappeared. Then he went to all the hotels and questioned the servants, and after much search discovered that 2 cavaliers had been seen going toward a small inn in the Rue de Beffroi. The landlord was just shutting the doors when Henry entered. While the man offered him rooms and refreshment, he looked around, and saw on the top of the staircase Remy going up, lighted by a servant. Of his companion he saw nothing. Du Boussage had no longer any doubts, and he asked himself with a dreadful sinking of the heart why Remy had left his mistress and was traveling without her, for Henry had been so preoccupied in identifying Remy that he had scarcely looked at his companion. The next morning, when he rose, he was much surprised to learn that the 2 travelers had obtained from the governor permission to go out, and that, contrary to all custom, the gates had been opened for them. Thus, as they had set out at 1 o'clock, they had 6 hours' start of him. Henry put his horse to the gallop and passed the travelers at Mons. He saw Remy, but Remy must have been a sorcerer to know him, for he had on a soldier's greatcoat and rode another horse. Nevertheless, Remy's companion, at a word from him, turned away his head before Henry could see his face. But the young man did not lose courage. He watched them to their hotel, and then, questioning with the aid of an irresistible auxiliary, learned that Remy's companion was a very handsome but very silent and sad-looking young man. Henry trembled. "Can it be a woman?" asked he. "It is possible," replied the host. "Many women travel thus disguised just now, to go and rejoin their lovers in Flanders. But it is our business to see nothing, and we never do." Henry felt heartbroken at this explanation. Was Remy indeed accompanying his mistress dressed as a cavalier, and was she, as the host suggested, going to rejoin her lover in Flanders? Had Remy lied when he spoke of an eternal regret? Was this fable of a past love, which had clothed his mistress forever in mourning, only his invention to get rid of an importunate watcher? "If it be so," cried Henri, "the time will come when I shall have courage to address this woman and reproach her with all the subterfuges which lower her whom I had placed so high above all ordinary mortals, and seeing nearer this brilliant envelope of a common mind, perhaps I shall fall of myself from the height of my illusions and my love." And the young man tore his hair in despair at the thought of losing the love which was killing him, for a dead heart is better than an empty one. So he continued to follow them and to wonder at the cause which took to Flanders at the same time as himself these two beings so indispensable to his existence. At Brussels he gathered information as to the Duc d'Anjou's intended campaign. The Flemings were too hostile to the duke to receive well a Frenchman of distinction, and were too proud of their position to refrain from humiliating a little this gentleman, who came from France and questioned them in a pure Parisian accent, which always seemed ridiculous to the Belgians. Henri began to conceive serious fears with reference to this expedition, in which his brother was to bear so prominent a part, and he resolved, in consequence, to push on rapidly to Antwerp. It was a constant surprise to him to see Remy and his companion, in spite of their desire not to be seen, continue to follow the same road as himself. Henri, now hidden in the clover field, felt certain of seeing the face of the young man who accompanied Remy, and thus putting an end to all his doubts. As they passed, unsuspicious of his vicinity, Diana was occupied in braiding up her hair, which she had not dared to untie at the inn. Henri recognized her and nearly fainted. The travellers passed on, and then anger took, in Henri's mind, the place of the goodness and patience he had exercised, while he believed Remy and the lady sincere toward him. But after the protestations of Remy, this journey seemed to him a species of treason. When he had recovered a little from the blow, he rose, shook back his beautiful light hair, and mounted his horse, determined no longer to take those precautions that respect had made him hitherto observe, and he began to follow the travellers openly, and with his face uncovered. No more cloak nor hood, no more steps and hesitation. The road belonged to him as to them, and he rode on, regulating the pace of his horse by that of theirs. He did not mean to speak to them, but only to let them see him. Remy soon perceived him, and seeing him thus openly advance without any further attempt at concealment, grew troubled. Diana noticed it and turned also.
"Is it not that young man following us?"
Remy, still trying to reassure her, said, "I do not think so, madame. As well as I can judge by the dress, it is some young Walloon soldier, going probably to Amsterdam, and passing by the theatre of war to seek adventures."
"I feel uneasy about him, Remy."
"Reassure yourself, madame. Had he been really the Comte de Bouchage, he would have spoken to us. You know how persevering he was."
"I know also that he was respectful, Remy, or I should never have troubled myself about him, but simply told you to get rid of him."
"Well, madame, if he be so respectful, you would have no more to fear from him on this road than in the Rue de Bussy."
"Nevertheless, Remy, let us change our horses here at Mechlin, in order to get on faster to Antwerp."
"On the contrary, madame, I should say, do not let us enter Mechlin at all. Our horses are good. Let us push on to that little village, which is, I think, called Villebrock. In that manner we shall avoid the town, with its questioners and curious gazers."
"Go on, then, Remy."
They turned to the left, taking a road hardly made, but which visibly led to Villebrock. Henri also quitted the road and turned down the lane, still keeping his distance from them. Remy's disquietude showed itself in his constantly turning to look behind him. At last they arrived at Villebrock. Of 200 houses which this village contained, not one was inhabited. Some forgotten dogs and lost cats ran wildly about the solitude, the former calling for their masters by long howls. Remy knocked at 20 doors, but found no one. Henri, on his side, who seemed the shadow of the travellers, knocked at the first house as uselessly as they had done, then, divining that the war was the cause of this desertion, waited to continue his journey until the travellers should have decided what to do. They fed their horses with some corn which they found in an inn, and then Remy said, "Madame, we are no longer in a friendly country, nor in an ordinary situation. We must not expose ourselves uselessly. We shall certainly fall in with some French, Spanish, or Flemish band, for in the present state of Flanders, adventures of all kinds must be rife. If you were a man, I should speak differently, but you are a young and beautiful woman, and would run a double risk for life and honor."
"My life is nothing,"
said she. "On the contrary, madame, it is everything. You live for a purpose."
"Well, then, what do you propose? Think and act for me, Remy."
"Then, madame, let us remain here. I see many houses which would afford us a sure shelter. I have arms, and we will defend or hide ourselves as we shall be strong or weak."
"No, Remy, no, I must go on. Nothing must stop me, and if I had fears, they would be for you."
"We will go on, then." They rode on, therefore, without another word, and Henri du Bouchage followed. End of chapter 67. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68. The Water. As the travelers advanced, the country took an equally strange aspect, for it was utterly deserted, as well as the towns and villages. Nowhere were the calves to be seen grazing in the meadows, nor the goat perched on the top of the mountain, or nibbling the green shoots of the briar or young vine. Nowhere the shepherd with his flock, nowhere the cart with its driver, no foreign merchant passing from one country to another with his pack on his back, no plowman singing his harsh song or cracking his long whip. As far as the eye could see over the magnificent plains, the little hills, and the woods, not a human figure was to be seen, not a voice to be heard. It seemed like the earth before the creation of animals or men. The only people who animated this dreary solitude were Remy and his companion, and Henri following behind and preserving ever the same distance. The night came on dark and cold, and the northeast wind whistled in the air and filled the solitude with its menacing sound. Remy stopped his companion, and putting his hand on the bridle of her horse, said, "Madame, you know how inaccessible I am to fear. You know I would not turn my back to save my life, but this evening some strange feeling possesses me and forbids me to go further. Madame, call it terror, timidity, panic, what you will. I confess that for the first time in my life I am afraid." The lady turned.
"Is he still there?"
she said. "Oh, I was not thinking of him. Think no more of him, madame, I beg you. We need not fear a single man. No, the danger that I fear, or rather feel, or divine with a sort of instinct, is unknown to me, and therefore I dread it. Look, madame, do you see those willows bending in the wind?"
"Yes."
"By their side I see a little house. I beg you, let us go there. If it is inhabited, we will ask for hospitality, and if not, we will take possession of it. I beg you to consent, madame." Remy's emotion and troubled voice decided Diana to yield, so she turned her horse in the direction indicated by him. Some minutes after, they knocked at the door. A stream which ran into the Nath, a little river about a mile off, bordered with reeds and grassy banks, bathed the feet of the willows with its murmuring waters. Behind the house, which was built of bricks and covered with tiles, was a little garden encircled by a quickset hedge. All was empty, solitary, and deserted, and no one replied to the blows struck by the travelers. Remy did not hesitate. He drew his knife, cut a branch of willow, with which he pushed back the bolt and opened the door. The lock, the clumsy work of a neighboring blacksmith, yielded almost without resistance. Remy entered quickly, followed by Diana. Then, closing the door again, he drew a massive bolt, and thus entrenched, seemed to breathe more freely. Feeling about, he found a bed, a chair, and a table in the upper room. Here he installed his mistress, and then, returning to the lower room, placed himself at the window to watch the movements of Du Bouchage. His reflections were as sombre as those of Remy. "Certainly," said he to himself, "some danger unknown to us, but of which the inhabitants are not ignorant, is about to fall on the country. War ravages the land. Perhaps the French have taken or are about to assault Antwerp, and the peasants, seized with terror, have gone to take refuge in the towns." But this reasoning, however plausible, did not quite satisfy him. Then he thought, "But what are Remy and his mistress doing here? What an imperious necessity drags them toward this danger? Oh, I will know. The time has come to speak to this woman and to clear away all my doubts. Never shall I find a better opportunity." He approached the house, and then suddenly stopped, with a hesitation common to hearts in love. "No," said he, "no, I will be a martyr to the end. Besides, is she not mistress of her own actions? And perhaps she does not even know what fable was invented by Remy. Ah, it is he alone that I hate, he who assured me that she loved no one. But still, let me be just. Ought this man for me, whom he did not know, to have betrayed his mistress's secrets? No, no. All that remains for me now is to follow this woman to the camp, to see her hang her arms around someone's neck, and hear her say, 'See what I have suffered, and how I love you.' Well, I will follow her there, see what I dread to see, and die of it. It will be trouble saved for the musket or cannon. Alas, I did not seek this. I went calmly to meet a glorious death, and I wished to die with her name on my lips. It is not so to be. I am destined to a death full of bitterness and torture. Well, I accept it." Then, recalling his days of waiting and his nights of anguish before the inexorable house, he found that he was less to be pitied here than at Paris, and he went on. "I will stay here and take these trees for a shelter, and then I can hear her voice when she speaks and see her shadow on the window." He lay down then under the willows, listening with a melancholy impossible to describe to the murmur of the water that flowed at his side. All at once he started. The noise of cannon was brought distinctly to him by the wind. "Ah," said he, "I shall arrive too late. They are attacking Antwerp." His first idea was to rise, mount his horse, and ride on as quickly as possible, but to do this he must quit the lady and die in doubt. So he remained. During 2 hours he lay there listening to the reports. He did not guess that what he heard was his brother's ships blowing up. At last, about 2 o'clock, all grew quiet. "Now," thought Henri, "Antwerp is taken, and my brother is a conqueror. But after Antwerp will come Ghent, and then Bruges. I shall not want an occasion for a glorious death. But before I die, I must know what this woman wants in the French camp." He lay still and had just fallen asleep when his horse, which was grazing quietly near him, pricked up his ears and neighed loudly. Henri opened his eyes. The animal had his head turned to the breeze, which had changed to the southeast, as if listening. "What is it, my good horse?" said the young man. "Have you seen some animal which frightened you? Or do you regret the shelter of your stable?" The animal stood still, looking toward Lear, with his eyes fixed and his nostrils distended, and listening. "Ah," said Henri, "it is more serious. Perhaps some troops of wolves following the army to devour the corpses?" The horse neighed and began to run forward to the west, but his master caught the bridle and jumped on his back, and then was able to keep him quiet. But after a minute, Henri himself began to hear what the horse had heard, a long murmur like the wind, but more solemn, which seemed to come from different points of the compass, from south to north. "What is it?" said Henri. "Can it be the wind? No, it is the wind which brings the sound, and I hear the two distinctly. An army in march, perhaps. But no, I should hear the sound of voices and of regular marching. Is it the crackling of a fire? No, there is no light in the horizon. The heaven seems even to grow darker." The noise redoubled and became distinct. It was an incessant growling and rolling, as if thousands of cannon were being dragged over a paved road. Henri thought of this. "But no," said he, "there is no paved road near." The noise continued to increase, and Henri put his horse to a gallop and gained an eminence. "What do I see?" cried he as he attained the summit. What he saw his horse had seen before him, for he had only been able to make him advance by furious spurring, and when they arrived at the top of the hill, he reared so as nearly to fall backward. They saw in the horizon an infinite body rolling over the plain, and visibly and rapidly approaching. The young man looked in wonder at this strange phenomenon, when, looking back at the place he had come from, he saw the plain beginning to be covered with water, and that the little river had overflowed and was beginning to cover the reeds, which, a quarter of an hour before, had stood up stiffly on its banks. "Fool that I am!" cried he. "I never thought of it. The water! The water! The Flemings have broken their dikes!" Henri flew to the house and knocked furiously at the door. "Open! Open!" cried he. No one replied. "Open, Remy!" cried he, furious with terror. "It is I, Henri de Bouchage." "Oh, you need not name yourself, Monsieur le Comte," answered Remy from within. "I recognized you long ago, but I warn you that if you break in the door you will find me behind it with a pistol in each hand." "But you do not understand," cried Henri. "The water! It is the water!" "No fables, no pretexts or dishonorable ruses, Monsieur le Comte. I tell you that you will only enter over my body." "Then I will pass over it, but I will enter, in heaven's name, in the name of your own safety and your mistress's. Will you open?" "No." Henri looked round him and perceived an immense stone. He raised it and threw it against the door, which flew open. A ball passed over Henri's head, but without touching him. He jumped toward Remy and seized his other arm, cried, "Do you not see that I have no arms? Do not defend yourself against a man who does not attack. Look, only look!" And he drew him to the window. "Well," said he, "do you see now?" And he pointed to the horizon. "The water!" cried Remy. Yes, the water! It invades us! See, at our feet the river overflows, and in 5 minutes we shall be surrounded." "Madame! Madame!" cried Remy. "Do not frighten her, Remy. Get ready the horses at once." Remy ran to the stable, and Henri flew up the staircase. At Remy's cry, Diana had opened her door. Henri seized her in his arms and carried her away, as he would have done a child, but she, believing in treason or violence, struggled and clung to the staircase with all her might. "Tell her that I am saving her, Remy!" cried Henri. Remy heard the appeal and cried, "Yes, yes, madame, he is saving you, or rather, he will save you. Come, for heaven's sake!"
End of chapter 68. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69. Flight. Henri, without losing time in reasoning with Diana, carried her out of the house and wished to place her before him on his horse, but she, with a movement of invincible repugnance, glided from his arms and was received by Remy, who placed her on her own horse. "Ah, madame!" cried Henri, "how little you understand my heart! It was not, believe me, for the pleasure of holding you in my arms or pressing you to my heart, although for that favor I would sacrifice my life, but that we ought to fly as quickly as the birds, and look at them, how they fly!" Indeed, in this scarcely dawning light were seen large numbers of curlews and pigeons, traversing the air with a quick and frightened flight, which in the night, usually abandoned to the silent bat, looked strange to the eye and sounded sinister to the ear. Diana did not reply, but rode on without turning her head. Her horse, however, as well as that of Remy, was fatigued with their long journey, and Henri, as he turned back each moment, saw that they could not keep up with him. "See, madame," said he, "how my horse outstrips yours, and yet I am holding him in with all my strength. For heaven's sake, madame, while there is yet time, if you will not ride with me, take my horse and leave me yours."
"No, thank you, monsieur," replied she in her usual calm voice.
"But, madame," cried Henri in despair, "the water gains on us. Do you hear? Do you hear?" Indeed, a horrible crashing was now heard. It was the dike of a neighboring village giving way to swell the inundation. Boards and props had given way, a double row of stakes broke with a noise like thunder, and the water, rushing over the ruins, began to invade an oak wood, of which they saw the tops trembling and heard the branches cracking as though a flight of demons were passing under the leaves. The uprooted trees knocking against the stakes, the wood of ruined houses floating on the waters, the distant neighings and cries of horses and men carried away by the inundation, formed a concert of sounds so strange and gloomy that the terror which agitated Henri began to seize also upon Diana. She spurred her horse, and he, as if he understood the danger, redoubled his efforts. But the water gained on them, and before 10 minutes it was evident that it would reach them. Every instant Henri turned and cried, "Quicker, madame! For pity's sake, the water comes! Here it is!" It came indeed, foaming and turbulent, carrying away like a feather the house in which they had taken shelter, and majestic, immense, rolling like a serpent, it arrived like a wall behind the horses of Remy and Diana. Henri uttered a cry of terror and turned on the water as though he would have fought it. "You see, you are lost!" screamed he. "Come, madame, perhaps there is still time. Come with me."
"No, monsieur,"
said she. "In a minute it will be too late. Look!" cried he. Diana turned. The water was within 50 feet of her.
"Let my fate be accomplished," said she. "You, monsieur, fly."
Remy's horse, exhausted, fell and could not rise again, despite the efforts of his rider. "Save her in spite of herself!" cried Remy. And at the same moment, as he disengaged himself from the stirrups, the water passed over the head of the faithful servant. His mistress at this sight uttered a terrible cry and tried to jump off her horse to perish with him. But Henri, seeing her intention, seized her round the waist, and placing her before him, set off like an arrow.
"Remy! Remy!"
cried she, extending her arms. A cry was the only answer. Remy had come up to the surface, and with the indomitable hope which accompanies the dying man to the last, was swimming, sustained by a beam. By his side came his horse, beating the water desperately with his feet, while the water gained on Diana's horse, and some 20 feet in front of Henri and Diana flew on the third horse, which was half mad with terror. Remy scarcely regretted life, since he hoped that his loved mistress would be saved.
"Adieu, madame," cried he. "I go first to him who waits for us, to tell him that you live for—"
He could not finish. A mountain of water rolled over his head.
"Remy,
Remy!" cried the lady. "I wish to die with you. I will! Monsieur, I will go to him. In the name of God, I will!" She pronounced these words with so much energy and angry authority that the young man unfolded his arms and let her slip to the ground, saying, "Well, madame, we will all three die here together. It is a joy I had not hoped for." As he said these words, he stopped his horse, and the water reached them almost immediately. But by a last effort of love, the young man kept hold of Diana's arm as she stood on the ground. The flood rolled over them. It was a sublime spectacle to see the sang-froid of the young man, whose entire bust was raised above the water, while he sustained Diana with one arm, and with the other guided the last efforts of his expiring horse. There was a moment of terrible struggle, during which the lady, upheld by Henri, kept her head above water, while, with his left hand, he kept off the floating wood and the corpses which would have struck against them. One of the bodies floating passed side out. "Adieu, madame!" "Heavens!" cried Henri, "it is Remy!" And without calculating the danger of the additional weight, he seized him by his sleeve, drew him up, and enabled him to breathe freely. But the exhausted horse now sank in the water to its neck, then to its eyes, and finally disappeared altogether. "We must die," murmured Henri. "Madame, my life and soul belong to you." As he spoke, he felt Remy slip from him, and he no longer tried to retain him. It was useless. His only care was to sustain Diana above the water, that she at least might die the last, and that he might be able to say to himself in his last moments that he had done his utmost to save her. All at once a joyful cry sounded at his side, and he turned and saw Remy, who had found a boat which had belonged to the little house where they had taken shelter, and which the water had carried away. Remy, who had regained his strength thanks to Henri's assistance, had seized it as it floated past. The oars were tied to it, and an iron hook lay in the bottom. He held out the hook to Henri, who seized it, and drawing Diana with him, raised her over his shoulders and passed her to Remy, and then climbed in himself. The first rays of the rising sun showed them the plains inundated, and the boat swimming like an atom on that ocean covered with wrecks. Toward the left rose a little hill completely surrounded by water, looking like an island in the midst of the sea. Henri took the oars and rowed toward it, while Remy, with the boat-hook, occupied himself in keeping off the beams and wrecks which might have struck against them. Thanks to Henri's strength and Remy's skill, they reached, or rather were thrown, against the hill. Remy jumped out, and seizing the chain, drew the boat toward him. Diana, rising alone, followed him, and then Henri, who drew up the boat and seated himself a little way from them. They were saved from the most menacing danger, for the inundation, however strong, could never reach to the summit of the hill. Below them they could see that great angry waste of waters, which seemed inferior in power only to God himself, and by the increasing light they perceived that it was covered with corpses of French soldiers. Remy had a wound in his shoulder, where a floating beam had struck against him, but Diana, thanks to Henri's protection, was free from all injury, although she was cold and wet. At last they noticed in the horizon on the eastern side something like fires burning on a height which the water could not reach. As well as they could judge, they were about a league off. Remy advanced to the point of the hill, and said that he believed he saw a jetty advancing in a direct line toward the fires, but they could see nothing clearly, and they knew not well where they were. For though day was dawning, it came cloudily and full of fog. Had it been clear and under a pure sky, they might have seen the town of Mechlin, from which they were not more than 2 leagues distant. "Well, Monsieur le Comte," said Remy, "what do you think of those fires?" "Those fires, which seem to you to announce a hospitable shelter, appear to me to be full of danger." "And why so?" "Remy," said Henri, lowering his voice, "look at these corpses. They are all French. There is not one Fleming. They announce to us a great disaster. The dikes have been broken to finish the destruction of the French army, if it has been conquered, to nullify the victory, if they have been victors. Those fires are as likely to have been lighted by enemies as by friends, and may be simply a ruse to draw fugitives to destruction." "Nevertheless, we cannot stay here. My mistress will die of cold and hunger." "You are right, Remy. Remain here with madame. I will go to the jetty and return to you with news."
"No, monsieur," said Diana. "You shall not expose yourself alone. We have been saved together. We will live or die together. Remy, your arm. I am ready."
Each word which she pronounced had so irresistible an accent of authority that no one thought of disputing it. Henri bowed and walked first. It was more calm. The jetty formed, with the hill, a kind of bay, where the water slept. All three got into the little boat, which was once more launched among the wrecks and floating bodies. A quarter of an hour after, they touched the jetty. They tied the chain of the boat to a tree, landed once more, walked along the jetty for nearly an hour, and then arrived at a number of Flemish huts, among which, in a place planted with lime trees, were 200 or 300 soldiers sitting round a fire, above whom floated the French flag. Suddenly a sentinel, placed about 100 feet from the bivouac, cried, "Qui vive?" "France," replied Du Bouchage. Then, turning to Diana, he said, "Now, madame, you are saved. I recognize the standard of the gendarmes of Aurilly, a corps in which I have many friends." At the cry of the sentinel and the answer of the Comte, several gendarmes ran to meet the newcomers, doubly welcome, in the midst of this terrible disaster, as survivors and compatriots. Henri was soon recognized. He was eagerly questioned, and recounted the miraculous manner in which he and his companions had escaped death. Remy and Diana had sat down silently in a corner, but Henri fetched them and made them come to the fire, for both were still dripping with water. "Madame," said he, "you will be respected here as in your own house. I have taken the liberty of calling you one of my relations." And without waiting for the thanks of those whose lives he had saved, he went away to rejoin the officers. The gendarmes of Aurilly, of whom our fugitives were claiming hospitality, had retired in good order after the defeat and the sauve-qui-peut of the chiefs. Wherever there is similarity of position and sentiment, and the habit of living together, it is common to find unanimity in execution as well as in thought. It had been so that night with the gendarmes of Aurilly, for seeing their chiefs abandon them, they agreed together to draw their ranks closer instead of breaking them. They therefore put their horses to the gallop, and under the conduct of one of the ensigns, whom they loved for his bravery and respected for his birth, they took the road to Brussels. Like all the actors in this terrible scene, they saw the progress of the inundation and were pursued by the furious waters, but by good luck found in this spot a position strong both against men and water. The inhabitants, knowing themselves in safety, had not quitted their homes, and had only sent off their women, children, and old men to Brussels. Therefore the gendarmes met with resistance when they arrived, but death howled behind them, and they attacked like desperate men, triumphed over all obstacles, lost 10 men but established the others, and turned out the Flemings. Such was the recital which Henri received from them. "And the rest of the army?" asked he. "Look," replied the ensign, "the corpses which pass each moment answer your question." "But my brother," said Henri in a choking voice. "Alas, Monsieur le Comte, we do not know. He fought like a lion, but he survived the battle. As to the inundation, I cannot say." Henri shook his head sadly, then, after a minute's pause, said, "And the duke?" "Comte, the duke fled one of the first. He was mounted on a white horse, with no spot but a black star on the forehead. Well, just now we saw the horse pass among a mass of wrecks. The foot of a rider was caught in the stirrup and was floating on the water." "Great God!" "Good heavens!" echoed Remy, who had drawn near and heard the tale. "One of my men ventured down into the water and seized the reins of the floating horse and drew it up sufficiently to enable us to see the white boot and gold spur that the duke wore. But the waters were rushing past, and the man was forced to let go to save himself, and we saw no more. We shall not even have the consolation of giving a Christian burial to our prince." "Dead? He also? The heir to the crown? What a misfortune!" Remy turned to his mistress with an expression impossible to describe, said, "He is dead, madame, you see." "I praise the Lord who has spared us a crime," said she, raising her eyes to heaven. "Yes, but it prevents our vengeance." "Vengeance only belongs to a man when God forgets." "But you yourself, Comte," said the ensign to Henri, "what are you about to do?" The Comte started. "I?" said he. "Yes." "I will wait here till my brother's body passes," replied he, gloomily. "Then I will try to draw him to land. You may be sure that if once I hold him, I shall not let go." Remy looked pityingly at the young man, but Diana heard nothing. She was praying. End of chapter 69. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70. Transfiguration. After her prayer, Diana rose so beautiful and radiant that the Comte uttered a cry of surprise and admiration. She appeared to be waking out of a long sleep, of which the dreams had fatigued her and weighed upon her mind, or rather she was like the daughter of Jairus, called from death, and rising from her funeral couch, already purified and ready for heaven. Awakening from her lethargy, she cast around a glance so sweet and gentle that Henry began to believe he should see her feel for his pain and yield to a sentiment of gratitude and pity. While the gendarmes, after their frugal repast, slept among the ruins, while Remy himself yielded to it, Henry came and sat down close to Diana, and in a voice so low and sweet that it seemed a murmur on the breeze, said, "Madame, you live. Oh, let me tell you all the joy which overflows my heart when I see you here in safety, after having seen you on the threshold of the tomb."
"It is true, monsieur," replied she. "I live through you, and I wish I could say I was grateful."
"But, madame," replied Henry, with an immense effort, "if it is only that you are restored to those you love—"
"What do you mean?"
"To those you are going to rejoin through so many perils."
"Monsieur, those I love are dead. Those I am going to rejoin are so also."
"Oh, madame," cried Henry, falling on his knees, "throw your eyes on me, who have suffered so much and loved so much. Oh, do not turn away. You are young and beautiful as the angels in heaven. Read my heart, which I open to you, and you will see that it contains not an atom of that love that most men feel. You do not believe me. Examine the past hours, which of them has given me joy or even hope? Yet I have persevered. You made me weep, I devoured my tears. You made me suffer, I hid my sufferings. You drove me to seek death, and I went to meet it without a complaint. Even at this moment, when you turn away your head, when each of my words, burning as they are, seems a drop of iced water falling on your heart, my soul is full of you, and I live only because you live. Just now, was I not ready to die with you? What have I asked for? Nothing. Have I touched your hand? Never, but to draw you from a mortal peril. I held you in my arms to draw you from the waves, nothing more. All in me has been purified by the devouring fire of my love."
"Oh, monsieur, for pity's sake, do not speak thus to me."
"Oh, in pity do not condemn me. He told me you loved no one. Oh, repeat to me this assurance. It is a singular favor for a man in love to ask to be told that he is not loved, but I prefer to know that you are insensible to all. Oh, madame, you who are the only adoration of my life, reply to me." In spite of Henry's prayers, a sigh was the only answer. "You say nothing," continued the comte. "Remy, at least, had more pity for me, for he tried to console him. Oh, I see you will not reply, because you do not wish to tell me that you came to Flanders to rejoin someone happier than I, and yet I am young, and am ready to die at your feet."
"Monsieur le Comte," replied Diana, with majestic solemnity, "do not say to me things fit only to be said to a woman. I belong to another world, and do not live for this. Had I seen you less noble, less good, less generous, had I not for you in the bottom of my heart the tender feeling of a sister for a brother, I should say, 'Rise, Comte, and do not importune with love my ears, which hold it in horror.' But I do not say so, Comte, because I suffer in seeing you suffer. I say more. Now that I know you, I will take your hand and place it on my heart, and I will say to you willingly, 'See, my heart beats no more. Live near me if you like, and assist day by day, if such be your pleasure, at this painful execution of a body which is being killed by the tortures of the soul. But this sacrifice, which you may accept as happiness—'"
"Oh, yes!" cried Henry eagerly.
"Well, this sacrifice I ought to forbid. This very day a change has taken place in my life. I have no longer the right to lean on any human arm, not even on the arm of that generous friend, that noble creature who lies there, and for a time finds the happiness of forgetfulness. Alas, poor Remy," continued she, with the first change of tone that Henry remarked in her voice, "your waking will also be sad. You do not know the progress of my thought. You cannot read in my eyes that you will soon be alone, and that alone I must go to God."
"What do you mean, madame? Do you also wish to die?" Remy, awakened by the cry of the young count, began to listen.
"You saw me pray, did you not?"
said Diana. "Yes," answered Henry.
"This prayer was my adieu to earth, the joy that you remarked on my face, The joy that fills me even now is the same you would see in me if the angel of death were to come and say to me, 'Rise, Diana, and follow me.'"
"Diana, Diana, now I know your name. Diana, cherished name," murmured the young man.
"Oh, silence!" cried she. "Forget this name which escaped me. No living person has the right to pierce my heart by pronouncing it."
"Oh, madame, do not tell me you are going to die."
"I do not say that," replied she in her grave voice. "I say that I am about to quit this world of tears, of hatreds, of bad passions, of vile interests and desires. I say that I have nothing left to do among the creatures whom God created my fellow mortals. I have no more tears, no more blood in my heart, no more thoughts. They are dead. I am a worthless offering, for in renouncing the world I sacrifice nothing, neither desires nor hopes, but such as I am I offer myself to my God, and he will accept me. He who has made me suffer so much, and yet kept me from sinking under it."
Remy, who had heard this, rose slowly and said, "You abandon me?"
"For God,"
said Diana, raising her thin white hand to heaven.
"It is true," said Remy sadly, and seizing her hand, he pressed it to his breast.
"Oh, what am I by these two hearts?" said Henri.
"You are," replied Diana, "the only human creature, except Remy, on whom I have looked twice for years."
Henri knelt. "Thanks, madame," said he. "I bow to my destiny. You belong to God. I cannot be jealous." As he rose, they heard the sound of trumpets on the plain, from which the water was rapidly disappearing. The gendarmes seized their arms and were on horseback at once. Henri listened. "Gentlemen," cried he, "those are the admiral's trumpets. I know them. Oh God, may they announce my brother!"
"You see that you still wish something and still love something. Why then should you choose despair, like those who desire nothing, like those who love no one?"
"A horse!" cried Henri. "Who will lend me a horse?"
"But the water is still all around us," said the ensign.
"But you see that the plain is practicable. They must be advancing, since we hear their trumpets." "Mount to the top of the bank, Monsieur le Comte. The sky is clear, perhaps you will see." Henri climbed up. The trumpets continued to sound at intervals, but were seemingly stationary. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71. The Two Brothers. A quarter of an hour after Henri returned, he had seen a considerable detachment of French troops entrenched on a hill at some distance. Excepting a large ditch which surrounded the place occupied by the gendarmes of Aurilly, the water had begun to disappear from the plain, the natural slope of the ground in the immediate neighborhood making the waters run toward the sea, and several points of earth higher than the rest began to reappear. The slimy mud brought by the rolling waters had covered the whole country, and it was a sad spectacle to see, as the wind cleared the mist, a number of cavaliers stuck in the mud and trying vainly to reach either of the hills. From the other hill, on which the flag of France waved, their cries of distress had been heard, and that was why the trumpets had sounded. The gendarmes now sounded their cornets, and were answered by guns in joyful recognition. About 11 o'clock the sun appeared over this scene of desolation, drying some parts of the plain, and rendering practicable a kind of road. Henri, who tried it first, found that it led by a detour from where they were to the opposite hill, and he believed that, though his horse might sink to a certain extent, he would not sink altogether. He therefore determined to try it, and, recommending Diana and Remy to the care of the ensign, set off on his perilous way. At the same time as he started, they could see a cavalier leave the opposite hill, and, like Henri, try the road. All the soldiers seemed trying to stop him by their supplications. The two men pursued their way courageously, and soon perceived that their task was less difficult than had been feared. A small stream of water escaped from a broken aqueduct, washed over the path, and little by little was clearing away the mud. The cavaliers were within 200 feet of each other. "France!" cried the one who came from the opposite hill, at the same time raising his hat, which had a white plume in it. "Oh, it is you!" cried Henri with a burst of joy. "You, Henri, my brother?" cried the other. And they set off as quickly as their horses could manage to go, and soon among the frantic acclamations of the spectators on each side, embraced long and tenderly. Soon all, gendarmes and light horse, Huguenots and Catholics, rushed along the road pioneered by the two brothers. Soon the two camps were joined, and there, where they had thought to find death, nearly 3,000 Frenchmen cried, "Thank God!" and "Vive la France!" "Gentlemen," said a Huguenot officer, "it is 'Long live the Admiral' you should cry, for it is to Monsieur de Joyeuse alone that we now owe the happiness of embracing our countrymen." Immense acclamations followed this speech. The two brothers talked for some time, and then Joyeuse asked Henri if he had heard news of the duke. "It appears he is dead," replied Henri. "Is that certain?" "The gendarmes saw his horse drowned, and a rider, whose head was under water, dragged by the stirrup." "It has been a sad day for France," said Joyeuse. Then turning to his men, he said, "Come, gentlemen, let us not lose time. Once the waters have retired, we shall probably be attacked. Let us entrench ourselves until the arrival of news and food." "But, monseigneur," said a voice, "the horses have eaten nothing since 4 o'clock yesterday, and are dying with hunger." "We have corn in our encampment," said the ensign, "but what shall we do for the men?" "Oh," said Joyeuse, "if there be corn, that is all I ask. The men must live like the horses." "Brother," said Henri, "I want a little conversation with you." "Go back to your place, choose a lodging for me, and wait for me there." Henri went back. "We are now in the midst of an army," said he to Remy. "Hide yourselves in the lodging I will show you, and do not let Madame be seen by anyone." Remy installed himself with Diana in the lodging pointed out. About 2 o'clock the Duc de Joyeuse entered with his trumpets blowing, lodged his troops, and gave strict injunctions to prevent disorder. He distributed barley to the men, and hay to the horses, and to the wounded some wine and beer, which had been found in the cellars, and himself, in sight of all, dined on a piece of black bread and a glass of water. Everywhere he was received as a deliverer with cries of gratitude. "Now," said he to his brother when they were alone, "let the Flemings come, and I will beat them, and even if this goes on, eat them, for in truth I am very hungry, and this is miserable stuff," added he, throwing into a corner the piece of bread which in public he had eaten so enthusiastically. "But now, Henri, tell me how it happens that I find you in Flanders when I thought you in Paris." "My brother," said Henri, "life became insupportable to me at Paris, and I set out to join you in Flanders." "All from love?" asked Joyeuse. "No, from despair. Now, Anne, I am no longer in love. My passion is sadness." "My brother, permit me to tell you that you have chosen a miserable woman. Virtue that cares not for the sufferings of others is barbarous, is an absence of Christian charity." "Oh, my brother, do not calumniate virtue." "I do not calumniate virtue, Henri. I accuse vice, that is all. I repeat that this is a miserable woman, and not worth all the torments she makes you suffer. Oh, mon Dieu! In such a case you should use all your strength and all your power, Henri. In your place, I should have taken her house by assault, and then herself, and when she was conquered and came to throw her arms round your neck and say, 'Henri, I adore you,' I should have repulsed her and said, 'You do well, madame. It is your turn. I have suffered enough for you to suffer also.'" Henri seized his brother's hand. "You do not mean a word of what you say," said he. "Yes, on my honor." "You, so good, so generous." "Generosity with heartless people is folly." "Oh, Joyeuse, Joyeuse, you do not know this woman." "No, and I do not wish to know her." "Why not?" "Because she would make me commit what others would call a crime, but which I should call an act of justice." "Oh, my good brother, how lucky you are not to be in love. But, if you please, let us leave my foolish love and talk of other things." "So be it. I do not like to talk of your folly." "You see we want provisions." "Yes, and I have thought of a method of getting them." "What is it?" "I cannot leave here until I have certain news of the army, for the position is good, and I could defend myself against 5 times our number. But I may send out a body of scouts, and they will bring news and provisions also, for Flanders is a fine country." "Not very, brother." "I speak of it as God made it, and not men, who eternally spoil the works of God. Do you know, Henri, what folly this prince committed? what this unlucky Francois has lost through pride and precipitation. His soul is gone to God, so let us be silent, but in truth, he might have acquired immortal glory and one of the most beautiful kingdoms in Europe, while he has, on the contrary, aided no one but William of Orange. But do you know, Henry, that the Antwerpians fought well?" "And you also, so they say, my brother." "Yes, it was one of my good days, and besides, there was something that excited me." "What was it?" "I met on the field of battle a sword that I knew." "French?" "Yes, French." "In the ranks of the Flemings?" "At their head, Henry. This is a secret which forms a sequel to Salcede's business." "However, dear brother, here you are, safe and sound, to my great joy. I, who have done nothing yet, must do something also." "And what will you do?" "Give me the command of your scouts, I beg." "No, it is too dangerous, Henry. I would not say so before strangers, but I do not wish you to die an obscure death. The scouts may meet with some of those horrid Flemings who fight with flails and scythes. You kill 1,000 of them, and the last cuts you in two or disfigures you. No, Henry, if you will die, let it be a more glorious death than that." "My brother, grant me what I ask, I beg. I promise you to be prudent, and to return here." "Well, I understand." "What?" "You wish to try if the fame of brave action will not soften the heart of this ferocious tigress. Confess that that is what makes you insist on it." "I will confess it if you wish, brother." "Well, you are right. Women who resist a great love sometimes yield to fame." "I do not hope that." "If you do it without this hope, you are mad. Henry, seek no more reasons for this woman's refusal than that she has neither eyes nor heart." "You give me the command, brother?" "I must, if you will have it so." "Can I go tonight?" "You must, Henry. You understand we cannot wait long." "How many men do you give me?" 100, not more. I cannot weaken my force here, you know, Henry." "Less if you like, brother." "No, I would wish to give you double. Only promise me on your honor that if you meet with more than 300 men you will retreat and not get killed." "My brother," said Henry, smiling, "you sell your glory very dear." "Then I will neither sell nor give it to you, and another officer shall command." "My brother, give me your orders, and I will execute them." "You will only engage with equal, double, or triple forces, but not with more." "I swear it." "Very well. Now, what men would you like to take?" "Let me take 100 of the gendarmes of Aurilly. I have plenty of friends there, and can choose whom I like." "That will do." "When shall I set out?" "At once. Take 1 day's rations for the men and 2 for the horses. Remember, I want speedy and certain news." "I go. Brother, are there any other orders?" "Do not spread the news of the duke's death. Let it be believed he is here. Exaggerate my strength, and if you find the duke's body, although he was a bad man and a poor general, yet, as he belonged to the royal house of France, have it put in an oak coffin and brought back by your men, that he may be buried at Saint Denis." "Good, brother. Now, is that all?" "All, but promise me once more, Henry, you are not deceiving me. You will not seek death?" "No, brother. I had that thought when I came to join you, but I have it no longer." "And when did it leave you?" 3 hours ago." "On what occasion?" "Excuse me, brother." "Of course, Henry, your secrets are your own." "Oh, how good you are, brother." And the young men, once more embracing each other, separated with smiles. End of chapter 71. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72. The Expedition. Henry, full of joy, hastened to Diana and Remy. "Get ready. In a quarter of an hour we set out," said he. "You will find 2 horses saddled at the door of the little wooden staircase leading to this corridor. Join my suite and say nothing." Then, going out on the balcony, he cried, "Trumpet of the gendarmes, sound the call." The call was quickly heard, and all the gendarmes ranged themselves round the house. "Gendarmes," said Henri, "my brother has given me, for the time, the command of your company, and has ordered me to set out tonight to obtain provisions and information as to the movements of the enemy, and 100 of you are to accompany me. The mission is dangerous, but necessary for the safety of all. Who are willing to go?" The whole 300 offered themselves. "Gentlemen," said Henri, "I thank you all. You have rightly been called the example to the army, but I can but take 100, and as I do not wish to choose, let chance decide. Monsieur," continued he to the ensign, "draw lots, if you please." While this was being done, Joyeuse gave his last instructions to his brother. "Listen, Henri," said he. "The country is drying, and there is a communication between Cortege and Rumpelmond. You will march between a river and a stream, the Scheldt and the Rupel. I trust that there will be no necessity for you to go as far as Rumpelmond to find provisions. My men took 3 peasants prisoners. I give one of them to you for a guide, but no false pity. At the least appearance of treason, shoot him without mercy." He then tenderly embraced his brother and gave the order for departure. The 100 men drawn by lots were ready, and the guide was placed between 2 with pistols in their hands, while Remy and his companion mixed with the rest. Henri gave no directions about them, thinking that curiosity was already quite sufficiently aroused about them, without augmenting it by precautions more dangerous than salutary. He himself did not stay by them, but rode at the head of his company. Their march was slow, for often the ground nearly gave way under them, and they sank in the mud. Sometimes figures were seen flying over the plain. They were peasants who had been rather too quick in returning to their homes, and who fled at the sight of the enemy. Sometimes, however, there were unlucky Frenchmen, half dead with cold and hunger, and who, in their uncertainty of meeting with friends or enemies, preferred waiting for daylight to continue their painful journey. They traversed 2 leagues in 3 hours, which brought the adventurous band to the banks of the Rupel, along which a stony road ran. But here danger succeeded to difficulty, and 2 or 3 horses lost their footing on the slimy stones, and rolled with their riders into the still rapid waters of the river. More than once, also, from some boat on the opposite bank, shots were fired, and 1 man was killed at Diana's side. She manifested regret for the man, but no fear for herself. Henri, in these different circumstances, showed himself to be a worthy captain and true friend. He rode first, telling all the men to follow in his steps, trusting less to his own sagacity than to that of the horse his brother had given him. 3 leagues from Rumpelmond, the gendarmes came upon 6 French soldiers sitting by a turf fire. The unfortunates were cooking some horseflesh, the only food they had had for 2 days. The approach of the gendarmes caused great trouble among the guests at this sad feast. 2 or 3 rose to fly, but the others stopped them, saying, "If they are enemies, they can but kill us, and all will be over." "France! France!" cried Henri. On recognizing their countrymen, they ran to them, and were given cloaks to wrap round them and something to drink, and were allowed to mount en croupe behind the valets, and in this manner they accompanied the detachment. Half a league further on they met 4 men on the 4th light horse, with, however, only 1 horse between them. They were also welcomed. At last they arrived on the banks of the Scheldt. The night was dark, and the gendarmes found 2 men who were trying in bad Flemish to obtain from a boatman a passage to the other side, which he refused. The ensign, who understood Dutch, advanced softly and heard the boatman say, "You are French, and shall die here. You shall not cross." "It is you who shall die if you do not take us over at once," replied one of the men, drawing his dagger. "Keep firm, monsieur," cried the ensign. "We will come to your aid." But as the 2 men turned at these words, the boatman loosened the rope and pushed rapidly from the shore. One of the gendarmes, however, knowing how useful this boat would be, went into the stream on his horse and fired at the boatman, who fell. The boat was left without a guide, but the current brought it back again toward the bank. The 2 strangers seized it at once and got in. This astonished the ensign. "Gentlemen," said he, "who are you, if you please?" "Gentlemen, we are marine officers, and you are gendarmes of Aunis, apparently." "Yes, gentlemen, and very happy to have served you. Will you not accompany us?" "Willingly." "Get into the wagons, then, if you are too tired to ride." "May we ask where you are going?" said one. "Monsieur, our orders are to push on to Rumpelmond." "Take care," answered he. "We did not pass the stream sooner, because this morning a detachment of Spaniards passed, coming from Antwerp. At sunset we thought we might venture, for 2 men inspire no disquietude, but you, a whole troop." "It is true. I will call our chief." Henri approached and asked what was the matter. These gentlemen met this morning a detachment of Spaniards following the same road as ourselves." "How many were they?" "About 50. "And does that stop you?" "No, but I think it would be well to secure the boat, in case we should wish to pass the stream. It will hold 20 men." "Good. Let us keep the boat. There should be some houses at the junction of the Scheldt and Rupel." "There is a village," said a voice. "Then let 2 men descend the stream with the boat, while we go along the bank." "We will bring the boat if you will let us," said one of the officers. "If you wish it, gentlemen, but do not lose sight of us, and come to us in the village." "But if we abandon the boat, someone will take it." "You will find 10 men waiting, to whom you can deliver it." "It is well," said one, and they pushed off from the shore. "It is singular," said Henri, "but I fancy I know that voice." An hour after they arrived at the village, which was occupied by the 50 Spaniards, but they, taken by surprise when they least expected it, made little resistance. Henri had them disarmed and shut up in the strongest house in the village, and left 10 men to guard them. 10 more were sent to guard the boat, and 10 others placed as sentinels, with the promise of being relieved in an hour. 20 of the others then sat down in the house opposite to that in which the prisoners were, to the supper which had been prepared for them. Henri chose a separate room for Remy and Diana. He then placed the ensign at table with the others, telling him to invite the 2 naval officers when they arrived. He next went out to look for accommodation for the rest of the men, and when he returned in half an hour he found them waiting supper for him. Some had fallen asleep on their chairs, but his entrance roused them. The table, covered with cheese, pork, and bread, and a pot of beer by each man, looked almost tempting. Henri sat down and told them to begin. "Apropos," said he, "have the strangers arrived?" "Yes, there they are at the end of the table." Henri looked and saw them in the darkest corner of the room. "Gentlemen," said he, "you are badly placed, and I think you are not eating." "Thanks, Monsieur le Comte," said one. "We are very tired, and more in need of rest than food. We told your officers so, but they insisted, saying that it was your orders that we should sup with you. We feel the honor, but if, nevertheless, instead of keeping us longer, you would give us a room—" "Is that also the wish of your companion?" said Henri, and he looked at his companion, whose hat was pushed down over his eyes, and who had not yet spoken. "Yes, Comte," replied he in a scarcely audible voice. Henri rose, walked straight to the end of the table, while everyone watched his movements and astonished look. "Monsieur," said he to the one who had spoken first, "do me a favor." "What is it, Monsieur le Comte?" "Tell me if you are not Aurilly's brother, or Aurilly himself." "Aurilly!" cried all. "And let your companion," continued Henri, "raise his hat a little and let me see his face, or else I shall call him Monseigneur and bow before him." And as he spoke he bowed respectfully, hat in hand. The officer took off his hat. "Monseigneur le Duc d'Anjou!" cried all. "The Duke, living!" "Ma foi, gentlemen," replied he, "since you will recognize your conquered and fugitive prince, I shall not deny myself to you any longer. I am the Duc d'Anjou." "Vive Monseigneur!" cried all. End of chapter 72. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73. Paul-Emile. "Oh, silence, gentlemen," said the prince. "Do not be more content than I am at my good fortune. I am enchanted not to be dead, you may well believe, and yet, if you had not recognized me, I should not have been the first to boast of being alive." "What, Monseigneur!" cried Henri. "You recognized me, you found yourself among a troop of Frenchmen, and would have left us to mourn your loss, without undeceiving us?" "Gentlemen, besides a number of reasons which made me wish to preserve my incognito, I confess that I should not have been sorry, since I was believed to be dead, to hear what funeral oration would have been pronounced over me." "Monseigneur!" "Yes, I am like Alexander of Macedon. I make war like an artist, and have as much self-love, and I believe I have committed a fault." "Monseigneur," said Henri, lowering his eyes, "do not say such things."
"Why not? The Pope only is infallible, and ever since Boniface VIII, that has been disputed."
See to what you expose us, monseigneur. If any of us had given his opinion on this expedition, and it had been blamed—"
"Well, why not? Do you think I have not blamed myself, not for having given battle, but for having lost it?"
"Monseigneur, this goodness frightens me. And will your highness permit me to say that this gaiety is not natural? I trust your highness is not suffering." A terrible cloud passed over the prince's face, making it as black as night.
"No," said he, "I was never better, thank God, than now, and I am glad to be among you all."
The officers bowed.
"How many men do you have, Du Bouchage?"
asked he. 100, monseigneur."
"Ah, 100 out of 10,000. That is like the defeat at Caen. Gentlemen, they will send a bushel of your rings to Antwerp, but I doubt if the Flemish beauties could wear them, unless they had your fingers pared by their husbands' knives, which, I must say, cut well."
"Monseigneur," replied Henri, "if our battle was like the battle of Cannes, at least we are more lucky than the Romans, for we have preserved our Paulus Emilius."
"On my life, gentlemen, the Paulus Emilius of Antwerp was Joyeuse, and doubtless, to preserve the resemblance with his heroic model to the end, your brother is dead, is he not, Du Bouchage?"
Henri felt wounded at this cold question. "No, monseigneur, he lives," replied he.
"Ah, so much the better," said the duke with his icy smile. "What, our brave Joyeuse lives? Where is he, that I may embrace him?"
"He is not here, monseigneur."
"Ah, wounded?"
"No, monseigneur, he is safe and sound."
"But a fugitive like me, wandering, famished, and ashamed. Alas, the proverb is right, for glory the sword, after the sword blood, and after blood tears."
"Monseigneur, I am happy to tell your highness that my brother has been happy enough to save 3,000 men, with whom he occupies a large village about 7 leagues from here, and I am acting as scout for him." The duke grew pale.
3,000 men? He has saved 3,000 men? He is a perfect Xenophon, and it is very lucky for me that my brother sent him to me. It is not the Valois who can take for their motto, hilarité.
"Oh, monseigneur," said Henri sadly, seeing that this gaiety hid a somber jealousy.
"It is true, is it not, Aurilly?" continued the duke. "I returned to France like Francois after the battle of Pavia, but all is lost but honor. Ha, ha!"
A sad silence received these laughs, more terrible than sobs. "Monseigneur," said Henri, "tell me how the tutelary genius of France saved your highness."
"Oh, dear Comte, the tutelary genius of France was occupied with something else, and I had to save myself."
"And how, monseigneur?"
"By my legs."
No smile welcomed this joke, which the duke would have certainly punished with death if made by another.
"Yes, yes," continued he, "how we ran! Did we not, my brave Aurilly?"
"Every one," said Henri, "knows the calm bravery and military genius of your highness, and we beg you not to distress us by attributing to yourself faults which you have not. The best general is not invincible, and Hannibal himself was conquered at Zama."
"Yes, but Hannibal had won the battles of Trebia, Trasimene, and Cannes, while I have only won that of Cateau Cambresis. It is not enough to sustain the comparison."
"But monseigneur jests when he says he ran away."
"No, I do not. Pardieu, do you see anything to jest about, Du Bouchage?"
"Could anyone have done otherwise?" said Aurilly.
"Hold your tongue, Aurilly, or ask the shade of Saint Aignan what could have been done."
Aurilly hung his head.
"Ah, you do not know the history of Saint Aignan. I will tell it to you. Imagine, then, that when the battle was declared to be lost, he assembled 500 horse, and instead of flying like the rest, came to me and said, 'We must attack them, monseigneur.' 'What, attack?' said I. 'They are 100 to 1. Were they 1,000 to 1, I would attack them,' replied he with a hideous grimace. 'Attack if you please,' said I do not. 'Give me your horse and take mine,' said he. 'Mine is fresh, yours is not, and as I do not mean to fly, any horse is good for me.' And then he took my white horse and gave me his black one, saying, 'Prince, that horse will go 20 leagues in 4 hours if you like.' Then turning to his men, he cried, 'Come, gentlemen, follow me. all those who will not turn their backs." And he rode toward the enemy with a second grimace more frightful than the first. He thought he should have met men, but he met water instead, and Saint Aignan and his paladins were lost. Had he listened to me instead of performing that act of useless foolhardiness, we should have had him at this table, and he would not have been making, as he probably now is, a grimace still uglier than the first.
A thrill of horror ran through the assembly. "This wretch has no heart," thought Henri. "Oh, why does his misfortune and his birth protect him from the words I long to say to him?"
"Gentlemen," said Aurilly in a low voice, for he felt the effect these words had produced, "you see how Monseigneur is affected. Do not heed what he says, for since his misfortune I think he has really moments of delirium." "And so," continued the duke, emptying his glass, "that is how Saint Aignan is dead and I alive. However, in dying he did me a last service, for it was believed, as he rode my horse, that it was me, and this belief spread not only among the French, but among the Flemings, who consequently ceased their pursuit. But reassure yourselves, gentlemen, we shall have our revenge, and I am mentally organizing the most formidable army that ever existed."
"Meanwhile, Monseigneur," said Henri, "will your highness take the command of my men? It is not fit that I should continue to do so when you are here."
"So be it. And first I order everyone to sup, particularly you, Du Bouchage. You have eaten nothing."
"Monseigneur, I am not hungry."
"In that case, return to visit the posts. Tell the chiefs that I live, but beg them not to rejoice too openly until we gain a better citadel, or rejoin the army of our invincible Joyeuse, for I confess I do not wish to be taken now after having escaped from fire and water."
"Monseigneur, you shall be strictly obeyed, and no one shall know excepting ourselves that we have the honor of your company among us."
"And these gentlemen will keep the secret?" said the duke, looking around. All bowed, and Du Bouchage went out. It only required an hour for this fugitive, this conquered runaway, to become again proud, careless, and imperious. To command 100 men or 100,000 men was still to command. While Du Bouchage executed his orders with the best grace he could, Francois asked questions. He was astonished that a man of the rank of Du Bouchage had consented to take the command of this handful of men, and of such a perilous expedition. The duke was always suspicious, and asked therefore, and learned that the admiral had only yielded to his brother's earnest request. It was the ensign who gave this information, he who had been superseded in his command by Henri himself, as Henri had been by the duke. The prince fancied he detected a slight irritation in this man's mind against Du Bouchage, therefore he continued to interrogate him. "But," said he, "what was the comte's reason for soliciting so earnestly such a poor command?"
"First, zeal for the service, no doubt."
"First? What else?"
"Ah, Monseigneur, I do not know."
"You deceive me. You do know."
"Monseigneur, I can give only, even to your highness, public reasons."
"You see," said the duke, turning to the others, "I was quite right to hide myself, gentlemen, since there are in my army secrets from which I am excluded."
"Ah, Monseigneur," said the ensign, "you misunderstand me. There are no secrets but those which concern Monsieur Du Bouchage. Might it not be, for example, that, while serving the general interests, he might have wished to render a service to some friend or relation by escorting him?"
"Who here is a friend or relation of the comte? Tell me, that I may embrace him."
"Monseigneur," said Aurilly, mixing in the conversation,
"I have discovered a part of the secret. This relation whom Monsieur Du Bouchage wished to escort is a lady." "Ah! Ah! Why did they not tell me so frankly? That dear Henri, it is quite natural. Let us shut our eyes to the relation and speak of her no more."
"You had better not, Monseigneur, for there seems a great mystery."
"How so?"
"Yes, the lady, like the celebrated Brabant, about whom I have so often sung to your highness, disguises herself in the dress of a man." "Oh, Monseigneur," cried the ensign, "Monsieur de Bouchage seems to me to have a great respect for this lady, and probably would be very angry at any indiscretion."
"Doubtless, monsieur. We will be mute as sepulchres, as mute as poor Saint Aignan. Only, if we see the lady, we will try not to make grimaces at her. Where is this lady, Aurilly?"
"Upstairs."
"Upstairs? What, in this house?"
"Yes, Monseigneur, but hush. Here is Monsieur de Bouchage."
"Hush!"
said the prince, laughing. End of chapter 73. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74. One of the souvenirs of the Duc d'Anjou. Henry, as he entered, could hear the hateful laugh of the prince, but he had not lived enough with him to know the danger that always lurked in his laugh. Besides, he could not suspect the subject of conversation, and no one dared to tell him in the duke's presence. Besides, the duke, who had already settled his plan, kept Henry near him until all the other officers were gone. He then changed the distribution of the posts. Henry had established his quarters in that house, and had intended to send the ensign to a post near the river, but the duke now took Henry's place and sent him where the ensign was to have been. Henry was not astonished, for the river was an important point. Before going, however, he wished to speak to the ensign and recommend to his care the two people under his protection, and whom he was forced for the time to abandon. But at the first word that Henry began to speak to him, the duke interposed. "Secrets?" said he, with his peculiar smile. The ensign had understood, when too late, the fault he had been guilty of. "No, monseigneur," replied he. "Monsieur le Comte was only asking me how much powder we have left fit to use." The answer had two aims: the first to turn away the duke's suspicions, if he had any, and the second to let Du Bouchage know that he could count on a friend in him. "Ah," said the duke, forced to seem to believe what he was told, and as he turned to the door, the ensign whispered to Henry, "The prince knows you are escorting someone." Henry started, but it was too late. The duke remarked the start, and, as if to assure himself that his orders were executed, proposed to Henry to accompany him to his post, which he was forced to accede to do. Henry wished to warn Remy to be on his guard, but it was impossible. All he could do was to say to the ensign, "Watch well over the powder. Watch it as I would myself. Will you not?" "Yes, Monsieur le Comte," replied the young man. On the way, the duke said to Du Bouchage, "Where is this powder that you speak of?" "In the house we have just left, your highness." "Oh, be easy then, Du Bouchage. I know too well the importance of such an article, in our situation, to neglect it. I will watch over it myself." They said no more until they arrived, when the duke, after giving Henry many charges not to quit his post, returned. He found Aurilly, wrapped in an officer's cloak, sleeping on one of the seats in the dining-room. The duke woke him. "Come," said he. "Yes, monseigneur." "Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, the unknown lady, the relation of Monsieur du Bouchage." "Good. I see that the faro of Brussels and the beer of Louvain have not clouded your intellects." "Oh, no, monseigneur, I am more ingenious than ever." "Then call up all your imagination and guess." "Well, I guess that your highness is envious." "Ah, parbleu! I always am. But what is it about just now?" "You wish to know who is the brave creature who has followed Messieurs de Joyeuse through fire and water." "You have just hit it, per mille pericula martis, as Margot would say. Apropos, have you written to her, Aurilly?" "To whom, monseigneur?" "To my sister Margot." "Had I to write to her?" "Certainly." "About what?" "To tell her that we were beaten, ruined, and that she must look out for herself, for that Spain, disembarrassed of me in the north, will fall on her in the south." "Oh, true." "You have not written?" "No, monseigneur." "You slept?" "Yes, I confess it. But even if I had thought of it, with what could I have written? I have here neither pen, paper, nor ink." "Well, seek, quare et invenies, as it is written." "How in the devil's name am I to find it in the hut of a peasant, who probably did not know how to write?" "Seek, stupid! If you do not find that, you will find—" "What?" "Something else." "Oh, fool that I was!" cried Aurilly. "Your highness is right. I am stupid, but I am very sleepy, you see."
"Well, keep awake for a little while, and since you have not written, I will write. Only go and seek what is necessary. Go, Aurilly, and do not come back till you have found it. I will remain here."
I go, monseigneur.
And if, in your researches, you discover that the house is picturesque, you know how I admire Flemish interiors, Aurilly.
Yes, monseigneur.
Well, call me.
Immediately, monseigneur. Be easy. Aurilly rose, and with a step light as a bird went up the staircase. In 5 minutes he returned to his master.
Well?
asked he. Well, monseigneur, if I may believe appearances, the house is devilishly picturesque.
How so?
Peste, monseigneur, because one cannot get in to look.
What do you mean?
I mean that it is guarded by a dragon. What foolish joke is this? Oh, monseigneur, it is unluckily not a foolish joke, but a sad truth. The treasure is on the first floor in a room in which I can see light through the door.
Well?
Well, before this door lies a man, wrapped in a grey cloak.
Oh, ho, ho! Monsieur de Bouchage puts a gendarme at the door of his mistress.
It is not a gendarme, monseigneur, but some attendant of the ladies, or of the count's.
What kind of a man?
Monseigneur, it was impossible to see his face, but I could perfectly see a large Flemish knife in his belt, and his hand on it.
It is amusing. Go and waken the fellow.
Oh, no, monseigneur.
Why not?
Why, without counting the knife, I do not wish to amuse myself with making a mortal enemy of Messieurs de Joyeuse, who stand so well at court. If you had been king of this country, it might have passed, but now you must be gracious, above all with those who saved you, and Joyeuse did save you. They will say so, whether you do or not.
You are right, Aurilly, and yet...
I understand. Your Highness has not seen a woman's face for 15 mortal days. I do not speak of the kind of animals who live here, they are males and females, but do not deserve to be called men and women.
I must see this lady, Aurilly.
Well, monseigneur, you may see her, but not through the door.
So be it. Then I will see her through the window.
Ah, that is a good idea, and I will go and look for a ladder for you. Aurilly glided into the courtyard, and under a shed found what he wanted. He maneuvered it among horses and men so skillfully as to wake no one, and placed it in the street against the outer wall. It was necessary to be a prince and sovereignly disdainful of vulgar scruples to dare, in the presence of the sentinel, who walked up and down before the door, to accomplish an action so audaciously insulting to Du Bouchage. Aurilly felt this, and pointed out the sentinel, who, now observing, called out, "Qui vive?" Francois shrugged his shoulders and walked up to him.
"My friend," said he, "this place is the most elevated spot in the village, is it not?"
"Yes, monseigneur," said the man, recognizing him, "and were it not for those lime trees, we could see over the great part of the country."
"I thought so, and therefore I have brought a ladder," said the duke. "Go up, Aurilly. Or rather, let me go up. I will see for myself."
"Where shall I place it?" said the hypocritical follower.
"Oh, anywhere, against that wall, for instance."
The sentinel walked off, and the duke mounted the ladder, Aurilly standing at the foot. The room in which Henri had placed Diana was matted, and had a large oaken bed with serge curtains, a table, and a few chairs. Diana, whose heart seemed relieved from an enormous weight since she had heard the false news of the duke's death, had almost for the time, since her father's death, eaten something more substantial than bread and drunk a little wine. After this she grew sleepy, and Remy had left her, and was sleeping outside her door, not from any suspicion, but because such had been his habit ever since they had left Paris. Diana herself slept with her elbow on the table and her head leaning on her hand. A little lamp burned on the table, and all looked peaceful here, where such tempestuous emotions had raged and would soon again. In the glass sparkled the Rhine wine, scarcely touched by Diana. She, with her eyes closed, her eyelids veined with azure, her mouth slightly opened, her hair thrown back, looked like a sublime vision to the eyes that were violating the sanctity of her retreat. The duke, on perceiving her, could hardly repress his admiration, and leaned over to examine every detail of her ideal beauty. But all at once he frowned, and came down 2 or 3 steps with a kind of nervous precipitation, and leaning back against the wall, crossed his arms and appeared to reflect. Aurilly watched him as he stood there with a dreamy air, like a man trying to recall some old souvenir. After a few minutes he remounted and looked in again, but Aurilly called out, "Quick, quick, monseigneur, come down, I hear steps." The duke came down, but slowly. "It was time," said Aurilly.
Whence comes the sound?"
"From here," said Aurilly, pointing to a dark street, "but the sound has ceased. It must have been some spy watching us."
"Remove the ladder."
Aurilly obeyed. However, no one appeared, and they heard no more noise. "Well, monseigneur, is she beautiful?" said Aurilly.
"Very beautiful,"
said the prince, abstractedly. "What makes you sad, then? Did she see you?"
"No, she was asleep."
"Then what is the matter?"
"Aurilly, it is strange, but I have seen that woman somewhere."
"You recognized her, then?"
"No, I could not think of her name, but her face gave me a fearful shock. I cannot tell how it is, but I believe I did wrong to look."
"However, just on account of the impression she has made on you, we must find out who she is."
"Certainly we must."
"Seek well in your memory, monseigneur. Is it at court you have seen her?"
"No, I think not."
"In France? Navarre? Flanders?"
"No."
"Spaniard, perhaps?"
"I do not think so."
"An English lady? One of Queen Elizabeth's?"
"No, I seem to know her more intimately, and that she appeared to me in some terrible scene."
"Then you would have recognized her at once. You have not seen many such scenes."
"Do you think so?" said the duke with a gloomy smile. "Now," continued he, "that I am sufficiently master of myself to analyze my sensations, I feel that this woman is beautiful, but with the beauty of death, beautiful as a shade, as a figure in a dream, and I have had 2 or 3 frightful dreams in my life, which left me cold at the heart. Well, now I am sure that it was one of those dreams that I saw that woman."
"Your highness is not generally so susceptible, but I believe that we are watched from that street. I would mount in my turn and look."
"Ma foi, you are right. Aurilly, what does it matter whether we are watched or not? Go up and look."
Aurilly made a move forward to obey, when a hasty step was heard, and Henri's voice crying, "Monseigneur!"
"You here?"
said the duke, while Aurilly bounded back to his side.
"You here, Comte? On what pretext have you quitted your post?"
"Monseigneur," replied Henri firmly, "your highness can punish me if you think proper. Meanwhile, while my duty was to come here, and I came." The duke glanced toward the window.
"Your duty, Comte? Explain that to me,"
said he. "Monseigneur, horsemen have been seen on the Spanish side of the river, and we do not know if they are friends or enemies."
"Numerous?"
asked the duke anxiously. "Very numerous, monseigneur."
"Well, Comte, no false bravery. You will do well to return. Awake the gendarmes and let us decamp. It will be the most prudent plan."
"Doubtless, monseigneur, but it will be urgent, I think, to warn my brother."
2 men will do."
"Then I will go with a gendarme."
"No, no, Du Bouchage, you must come with us. Peste! It is not at such a moment that I can separate from a defender like you."
"When does your highness set out?" said Henri, bowing.
"At once, Comte."
"Hola! Someone!" cried Henri. The young ensign came out immediately from the dark street. Henri gave his orders, and soon the place was filled with gendarmes preparing for departure. Among them the duke talked with his officers.
"Gentlemen," said he, "the Prince of Orange is pursuing me, it seems, but it is not proper that a son of France should be taken prisoner. Let us therefore yield to numbers and fall back upon Brussels. I shall be sure of life and liberty while I remain among you."
Then turning to Aurilly,
"You remain," said he. "This woman cannot follow us. Joyeuse will not dare to bring her with him in my presence. Besides, we are not going to a ball, and the race we shall run would fatigue a lady."
"Where are you going, monseigneur?"
"To France. I think my business is over here."
"But to what part of France? Does monseigneur think it prudent to return to court?"
"No, I shall stop at one of my castles, Chateau Thierry, for example."
"Has your highness decided on that?"
"Yes, Chateau Thierry suits me in all respects. It is a good distance from Paris, about 28 leagues, and I can watch from thence Messieurs de Guise, who are half the year at Soissons. So bring the beautiful unknown to Chateau Thierry."
"But, monsieur, perhaps she will not be brought."
"Nonsense! Since Du Bouchage accompanies me and she follows him, it will be quite natural."
"But she may wish to go somewhere else, if she sees that I wish to bring her to you."
"But I repeat that it is not to me that you are to bring her, but to the comte. Really, One would think it was the first time you had aided me in such circumstances. Have you money?"
"I have the 2 rouleaux of gold that you gave me when you left the camp."
"Well, by any and every method, bring me the lady to Chateau Thierry. Perhaps when I see her nearer I shall recognize her."
"And the man also?"
"Yes, if he is not troublesome."
"But if he is?"
"Do with him what you would do with a stone which is in your way. Throw it away."
"Good, monseigneur." While the 2 conspirators formed their plans, Henri went up and woke Remy. He knocked at the door in peculiar fashion, and it was almost immediately opened by Diana. Behind Remy she perceived Henri.
"Good evening, monsieur,"
said she, with a smile which had long been foreign to her face. "Oh, pardon me, madame," said Henri, "for intruding on you, but I come to make my adieu."
"Your adieu, Comte? You are going?"
"To France, madame."
"And you leave us?"
"I am forced to do so. My duty is to obey the prince." "The prince? Is there a prince here?" asked Remy. "Yes, Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, who was believed dead, and who has been miraculously saved, has joined us." Diana uttered a terrible cry, and Remy turned as pale as though he had been suddenly struck with death.
"The Duc d'Anjou living?" cried Diana. "The Duc d'Anjou here?"
"Had he not been here, madame, and ordered me to follow him, I should have accompanied you to the convent in which you tell me you are about to retire." "Yes, yes," said Remy, "the convent," and he put his finger on his lip. "I would have accompanied you the more willing, madame," said Henri, "because I fear that you may be annoyed by the prince's people."
How so?"
"Yes, I believe that he knows there is a lady here, and he thinks that she is a friend of mine."
"And what makes you think so?"
"Our young ensign saw him place a ladder against this window and look in."
"Oh!" cried Diana. "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!"
"Reassure yourself, madame. He heard him say that he did not know you. Besides, the duke is going to set off at once. In a quarter of an hour you will be alone and free. Permit me to salute you with respect, and to tell you once more that till my last sigh, my heart will beat for you and with you. Adieu, madame, adieu." And the comte, bowing, took 2 steps back.
"No, no!" cried Diana wildly. "No, God could not have done this. He could not have brought this man to life again. No, monsieur, you must be wrong. He is dead."
At this moment, as if in reply, the duke's voice was heard calling from below.
"Comte, we are waiting for you."
"You hear him, madame," said Henri, "for the last time. Adieu." And pressing Remy's hand, he flew down the staircase. Diana approached the window, trembling and with a convulsive shudder, like the bird fascinated by the serpent of the Antilles. She saw the duke on horseback, and the light of the torches held by the gendarmes fell on his face.
"Oh, he lives! The demon lives!" murmured she. "And we must live also. He is setting out for France. So be it, Remy. We also must go to France."
End of chapter 74. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75. How Aurilly executed the commission of the Duc d'Anjou. To the confusion occasioned by the departure of the troops, a profound silence succeeded. When Remy believed the house to be empty, he went down to prepare for his departure and that of Diana. But on opening the door of the room below, he was much surprised to see a man sitting by the fire, evidently watching him, although he pretended to look careless. Remy approached, according to his custom, with a slow, halting step, and uncovering his head, bald like that of an old man. He could not, however, see the features of the man by the fire.
"Pardon, monsieur," said he. "I thought myself alone here."
"I also thought so," replied the man, "but I see with pleasure that I shall have companions."
"Oh, very sad companions, monsieur, for except an invalid young man whom I am taking back to France."
"Ah," said Aurilly, "I know who you mean."
"Really?"
"Yes, you mean the young lady."
"What young lady?"
"Oh, do not be angry, my good friend. I am the steward of the house of Joyeuse, and I rejoined my young master by his brother's order.
and at his departure the comte recommended to my good offices a young lady and an old servant who were returning to France. As he thus spoke, he approached Remy with a smiling and affectionate look, but Remy stepped back, and a look of horror was painted for an instant on his face. "You do not reply. One would say you were afraid of me," said Aurilly with his most smiling face. "Monsieur," replied Remy, "pardon a poor old man whom his misfortunes and his wounds have rendered timid and suspicious." "All the more reason, my friend, for accepting the help and support of an honest companion. Besides, as I told you just now, I speak on the part of a master who must inspire you with confidence." "Assuredly, monsieur," replied Remy, who, however, still moved back. "You quit me," said Aurilly. "I must consult my mistress. I can decide nothing, you understand." "Oh, that is natural, but permit me to present myself. I will explain my directions in all their details." No, thank you. Madame is perhaps asleep, and her sleep is sacred to me." "As you wish. Besides, I have told you what my master told me to say." "To me?" "To you and the young lady." "Your master, Monsieur le Comte de Boussage, you mean?" "Yes." "Thank you, monsieur." When he had shut the door, all the appearances of age vanished, except the bald head, and Remy mounted the staircase with an agility more like a young man of 25 than the old man he had appeared to be a few minutes before. "Madame, madame!" cried he in an agitated voice.
Well, what is it, Remy? Is not the duke gone?
"Yes, madame, but there is a worse demon here, a demon on whom during 6 years I have daily called down heaven's vengeance, as you have on his master."
Aurilly?
"Yes, Aurilly, the wretch is below, forgotten by his infernal accomplice."
Forgotten, do you say, Remy? Oh, you are wrong. You who know the duke know that he never leaves to chance any evil deed, if he can do it himself. No, Remy, Aurilly is not forgotten, but left here for some bad design. Believe me."
"Oh, about him, madame, I can believe anything."
"Does he know me?"
"I do not think so."
"And did he recognize you?"
"Oh, madame," said Remy with a sad smile, "no one recognizes me."
"Perhaps he guessed who I am?"
"No, for he asked to see you."
"I am sure he must have suspicions."
"In that case, nothing is more easy, and I thank God for pointing out our path so plainly. The village is deserted, the wretch is alone. I saw a poniard in his belt, but I have a knife in mine."
"One moment, Remy. I do not ask the life of that wretch of you, but before you kill him, let us find out what he wants of us. Perhaps we may make his evil intentions useful. How did he represent himself to you, Remy?"
"As the steward of Monsieur de Boussage, madame."
You see he lies. Therefore he has some reason for lying. Let us find out his intentions and conceal our own."
"I will act as you wish, madame."
"What does he ask now?"
"To accompany us."
"In what character?"
"As the count's steward."
"Tell him I accept."
"Oh, madame!"
"And that I am thinking of going to England, where I have relations, but have not quite decided. Lie like him, Remy. To conquer we must fight with equal arms."
"But he will see you."
"I will wear my mask. Besides, I suspect he knows me."
"Then, if he knows you, there must be a snare."
"Let us pretend to fall into it."
"But—"
"What do you fear? We can but die. Are you not ready to die for the accomplishment of our vow?"
"Yes, but to die without vengeance."
"Remy!"
cried Diana, her eyes sparkling with wild excitement.
"Be easy. We will be revenged. You on the servant, and I on the master."
"Well, madame, then so be it." And Remy went down, but still hesitating. The brave young man had, at the sight of Aurilly, felt in spite of himself that nervous shudder that one feels at the sight of a reptile. He wished to kill him because he feared him. But as he went down, his resolution returned, and he determined, in spite of Diana's opinion, to interrogate Aurilly, to confound him, and if he discovered that he had any evil intentions, to kill him on the spot.
Aurilly waited for him impatiently. Remy advanced armed with an unshakable resolution, but his words were quiet and calm. "Monsieur," said he, "my mistress cannot accept your proposal." "And why not?" "Because you are not the steward of Monsieur de Bouchage." Aurilly grew pale. "Who told you so?" said he. "No one, but Monsieur de Bouchage, when he left, recommended to my care the person whom I accompany, and never spoke of you." "He only saw me after he left you." "Falsehoods, monsieur, falsehoods." Aurilly drew himself up. Remy looked like an old man. "You speak in a singular tone, my good man," said he, frowning. "Take care. You are old, and I am young. You are feeble, and I am strong." Remy smiled, but did not reply. "If I wished ill to you or your mistress," continued Aurilly, "I have but to raise my hand." "Oh," said Remy, "perhaps I was wrong, and you wish to do her good." "Certainly I do." "Explain to me, then, what you desire." "My friend, I will make your fortune at once, if you will serve me." "And if not?" "In that case, as you speak frankly, I will reply as frankly, and that I will kill you. I have full power to do so." "Kill me?" said Remy. "But if I am to serve you, I must know your projects." "Well, you have guessed rightly, my good man. I do not belong to the Comte de Bouchage." "Ah! And to whom do you belong?" "To a more powerful lord." "Take care, you are lying again." "Why so?" "There are not many people above the house of Joyeuse." "Not that of France." "Oh, oh." "And see how they pay," said Aurilly, sliding into Remy's hand one of the rouleaux of gold. Remy shuddered and took a step back, but controlling himself, said, "You serve the king?" "No, but his brother, the Duc d'Anjou." "Oh, very well. I am the duke's most humble servant." "That is excellent." "But what does Monseigneur want?" "Monseigneur," said Aurilly, trying again to slip the gold into Remy's hand, "is in love with your mistress." "He knows her, then?" "He has seen her." "Seen her? When?" "This evening." "Impossible! She has not left her room." "No, but the prince by his conduct has shown that he is really in love." "Why, what did he do?" "Took a ladder and climbed to the balcony." "Ah! He did that?" "Yes, and it seems she is very beautiful."
Then you have not seen her?"
"No, but from what he said, I much wish to do so, if only to judge of the exaggeration of his love. Thus, then, it is agreed you will aid me?" And he again offered him the gold.
"Certainly I will, but I must know what part I am to play," said Remy, repulsing his hand.
"First, tell me, is the lady the mistress of Monsieur de Bouchage or of his brother?" The blood mounted to Remy's face.
"Of neither," said he. "The lady upstairs has no lover."
"No lover? But then she is a wonder, morbleu! A woman who has no lover! We have found the philosopher's stone."
"Then," said Remy, "what does Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou want my mistress to do?"
"He wants her to come to Chateau Thierry, where he is going at his utmost speed."
"This is, upon my word, a passion very quickly conceived."
"That is like Monseigneur."
"I only see one difficulty," said Remy.
"What is that?"
"That my mistress is about to embark for England."
"Diable! This, then, is where you must try to aid me."
"How?"
"By persuading her to go in an opposite direction."
"You do not know my mistress, monsieur. She is not easily persuaded. Besides, even if she were persuaded to go to Chateau Thierry instead of England, do you think she would yield to the prince?"
"Why not?"
"She does not love the duke."
"Bah! Not love a prince of the blood."
"But if Monseigneur the Duc d'Anjou suspects my mistress of loving Monsieur de Bouchage or Monsieur de Joyeuse, how did he come to think of carrying her off from him she loved?"
"My good man," said Aurilly, You have trivial ideas, and I fear we shall never understand each other. I have preferred kindness to violence, but if you force me to change my plans, well, I will change them." "What will you do?" "I told you I had full powers from the duke to kill you and carry off the lady." "And you believe you could do it with impunity?" "I believe all my master tells me to believe. Come, will you persuade your mistress to come to France?" "I will try, but I can answer for nothing." "And when shall I have the answer?" "I will go up at once and see what I can do." "Well, go up. I will wait. But one last word. You know that your fortune and life hang on your answer." "I know it." "That will do. I will go and get the horses ready." "Do not be in too great a hurry." "Bah! I am sure of the answer. No one is cruel to a prince." "I fancied that happened sometimes." "Yes, but very rarely." While Remy went up, Aurilly proceeded to the stables without feeling any doubt as to the result.
"Well?"
said Diana on seeing Remy. "Well, madame, the duke has seen you."
"And?"
"And he says he loves you."
"Loves me? But you are mad, Remy."
"No, I tell you that that man, that wretch, Aurilly, told me so."
"But then he recognized me?"
"If he had, do you think that Aurilly would have dared to present himself and talk to you of love in the prince's name? No, he did not recognize you."
"Yes, you must be right, Remy. So many things have passed during 6 years through that infernal brain that he has forgotten me. Let us follow this man."
"But this man will recognize you."
"Why should his memory be better than his master's?"
"Oh, it is his business to remember, while it is the duke's to forget. How could he live if he did not forget? But Aurilly will not have forgotten. He will recognize you and will denounce you as an avenging shade."
"Remy, I thought I told you I had a mask, and that you told me you had a knife."
"It is true, madame, and I begin to think that God is assisting us to punish the wicked."
Then, calling Aurilly from the top of the staircase,
"Monsieur,"
said he.
"Well?"
replied Aurilly.
"My mistress thanks Monsieur de Bouchage for having provided thus for her safety, and accepts with gratitude your obliging offer."
"It is well," said Aurilly. "The horses are ready."
"Come, madame, come,"
said Remy, offering his arm to Diana. Aurilly waited at the bottom of the staircase, lantern in hand, all anxiety to see the lady.
"Diable!"
murmured he, "she has a mask. But between this and Chateau Thierry the silk cords will be worn out or cut." End of chapter 75. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76. The Journey. They set off. Aurilly affected the most perfect equality with Remy, and showed to Diana the greatest respect. But this respect was very interested. Indeed, to hold the stirrup of a woman when she mounts or dismounts, to watch each of her movements with solicitude, to let slip no occasion of picking up her glove, is the role either of a lover, a servant, or a spy. In touching Diana's glove, Aurilly saw her hand. In clasping her cloak, he peeped under her mask, and always did his utmost to see that face which the duke had not been able to recognize, but which he doubted not he should be able to. But Aurilly had to deal with one as skillful as himself. Remy claimed to perform his ordinary services to Diana, and seemed jealous of Aurilly, while Diana herself, without appearing to have any suspicions, begged Aurilly not to interfere with the services which her old attendant was accustomed to render her. Aurilly was then reduced to hoping for rain or sun to make her remove her mask, but neither rain nor sun had any effect, and whenever they stopped, Diana took her meals in her own room. Aurilly tried to look through keyholes, but Diana always sat with her back to the door. He tried to peep through the windows, but they were always thick curtains drawn, or, if none were there, cloaks were hung up to supply their place. Neither questions nor attempts at corruption succeeded with Remy, who always declared that his mistress's will was his. "But these precautions are then taken only on my account?" said Aurilly. "No, for everybody." "But Monsieur d'Anjou saw her. She was not hidden then."
Pure chance, but it is just because he did see her that she is more careful than ever." Days passed on, and they were nearing their destination, but Aurilly's curiosity had not been gratified. Already Picardy appeared to the eyes of the travelers. Aurilly began to lose patience and the bad passions of his nature to gain the ascendant. He began to suspect some secret under all this mystery. One day he remained a little behind with Remy and renewed his attempts at seduction, which Remy repulsed as usual. "But," said Aurilly, "some day or other I must see your mistress." "Doubtless," said Remy, "but that will be when she likes, and not when you like." "But if I employ force?" "Try," said Remy, while a lightning glance which he could not repress shot from his eyes. Aurilly tried to laugh. "What a fool I am," said he. "What does it matter to me who she is? She is the same person whom the duke saw." "Certainly." "And whom he told me to bring to Chateau Thierry?" "Yes." "Well, that is all that is necessary. It is not I who am in love with her, it is Monseigneur, and provided that you do not seek to escape or fly—" "Do we appear to wish to do so?" "No." "And she so little desires to do so, that, were you not here, we should continue our way to Chateau Thierry. If the duke wishes to see us, we wish also to see him." "That is capital," said Aurilly. "Would your mistress like to rest here a little while?" continued he, pointing to a hotel on the road. "You know," said Remy, "that my mistress never stops but in towns." "Well, I, who have made no such vow, will stop here a moment, ride on, and I will follow." Remy joined Diana.
"What was he saying?"
asked she. "He expressed his constant desire—"
"To see me?"
"Yes." Diana smiled. "He is furious," continued Remy.
"He shall not see me, of that I am determined."
"But once we are at Chateau Thierry, must he not see your face?"
"What matter, if the discovery come too late? Besides, the duke did not recognize me."
"No, but his follower will. All these mysteries which have so annoyed Aurilly for 8 days had not existed for the prince. They had not excited his curiosity or awakened his souvenirs, while for a week Aurilly has been seeking, imagining, suspecting. Your face will strike on a memory fully awakened, and he will know you at once." At this moment they were interrupted by Aurilly, who had taken a crossroad and come suddenly upon them, in the hope of surprising some words of their conversation. The sudden silence which followed his arrival proved to him that he was in the way, and he therefore rode behind them. He instinctively feared something, as Remy had said, but his floating conjectures never for an instant approached the truth. From this moment his plans were fixed, and in order to execute them the better, he changed his conduct, and showed himself the most accommodating and joyous companion possible during the rest of the day. Remy remarked this change not without anxiety. The next day they started early, and at noon were forced to stop to rest the horses. At 2 o'clock they set off again, and went on without stopping until 4. A great forest, that of La Fère, was visible in the distance. It had the sombre and mysterious aspect of our northern forests, so imposing to southern natures, to whom, beyond all things, heat and sunshine are necessary, but it was nothing to Remy and Diana, who were accustomed to the thick woods of Anjou and Sologne. It might have been about 6 o'clock in the evening when they entered the forest, and after half an hour's journey the sun began to go down. A high wind whirled about the leaves and carried them toward a lake, along the shore of which the travelers were journeying. Diana rode in the middle, Aurilly on the right, and Remy on the left. No other human being was visible under the sombre arches of the trees. From the long extent of the road, one might have thought it one of those enchanted forests under whose shade nothing can live, had it not been for the hoarse howling of the wolves waking up at the approach of night. All at once Diana felt that her saddle, which had been put on by Aurilly, was slipping. She called Remy, who jumped down and began to tighten the girths. At this moment Aurilly approached Diana, and while she was occupied, cut the strings of silk which fastened her mask. Before she had divined the movement, or had time to put up her hand, Aurilly seized the mask and looked full at her. The eyes of these two people met with a look so terrible that no one could have said which looked most pale and menacing. Aurilly let the mask and his dagger fall, and clasping his hands, cried, "Heavens and earth! Madame de Montsoreau!" "It is a name which you shall repeat no more," cried Remy, seizing him by the girdle and dragging him from his horse. Both rolled on the ground together, and Aurilly stretched out his hand to reach his dagger. "No, Aurilly, no," said Remy, placing his knee on his breast. "Le Hadouin!" cried Aurilly. "Oh, I am a dead man!" "That is not yet true, but will be in a moment," cried Remy, and drawing his knife, he plunged the whole blade into the throat of the musician. Diana, with haggard eyes, half turned on her saddle, and leaning on the pommel, shuddering but pitiless, had not turned her head away from this terrible spectacle. However, when she saw the blood spurt out from the wound, she fell from her horse as though she were dead. Remy did not occupy himself with her at that terrible moment, but searched Aurilly, took from him the 2 rouleaux of gold, then tied a stone to the neck of the corpse, and threw it into the lake. He then washed his hands in the water, took in his arms Diana, who was still unconscious, and placed her again on her horse. That of Aurilly, frightened by the howling of the wolves, which began to draw nearer, had fled into the woods. When Diana recovered herself, she and Remy, without exchanging a single word, continued their route toward Chateau Thierry. End of chapter 76. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77 of The 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77. How King Henri III did not invite Crillon to breakfast, and how Chicot invited himself. The day after the events that we have just related had taken place in the forest of La Fère, the King of France left his bath at about 9 in the morning. His valet de chambre, after having rolled him in a blanket of fine wool, and sponged him with that thick Persian wadding which looks like the fleece of a sheep, had given him over to the barbers and dressers, who in their turn gave place to the perfumers and courtiers. When these last were gone, the king sent for his maitre d'hotel, and ordered something more than his ordinary bouillon, as he felt hungry that morning. This good news spread joy throughout the Louvre, and the smell of viands was already beginning to be perceptible, when Crillon, colonel of the French guards, entered to take his majesty's order. "Ma foi, my good Crillon," said the king, "watch as you please over my safety, but do not force me to play the king. I am quite joyful and gay this morning, and feel as if I weighed but an ounce, and could fly away. I am hungry, Crillon. Do you understand that, my friend?" "I understand it very well, sire, for I am very hungry myself." "Oh, you, Crillon," said the king, laughing, "are always hungry." "Not always, sire. Your majesty exaggerates. Only 3 times a day." "And I about once a year, when I receive good news." "Harnebleu! It appears that you have received good news, sire. So much the better, for they become every day more rare." "Not at all, Crillon, but you know the proverb." Yes, no news are good news. I do not trust to proverbs, and above all to that one. You have no news from Navarre, then?" "None. A proof that there is nothing to tell." "And from Flanders?" "Nothing." "A proof that they are fighting. And from Paris?" "Nothing." "A proof that they are plotting." "But, Crillon, I believe I am going to have a child, for the queen dreamed so last night." "Well, I am happy to hear that your majesty is hungry this morning. Adieu, sire." "Go on, my good Crillon." "Harnebleu! Sire, since your majesty is so hungry, you ought to invite me to breakfast with you." "Why so, Crillon?" "Because they say your majesty lives on air, and the air of the times is very bad. Now, I should have been happy to have been able to say, 'These are all pure calumnies. The king eats like everyone else.'" "No, Crillon, no. Let me believe as they do. I do not wish to eat like a simple mortal. Remember this, Crillon. A king ought always to remain poetical, and only show himself in a noble position. Thus, for example, do you remember Alexander?" "What Alexander?" "Alexander Magnus. Ah, you do not know Latin, I remember. Well, King Alexander loved to bathe before his soldiers, because he was so well made, handsome and plump that they compared him to Apollo, and even to Antinous." Oh, sire, you would be devilishly in the wrong to bathe before yours, for you are very thin, my poor king." "Brave Crillon, go," said Henri, striking him on the shoulder. "You are an excellent fellow, and do not flatter me. You are no courtier, my old friend." "That is why you do not invite me to breakfast," replied Crillon, laughing good-humoredly, and taking his leave quite contentedly, for the tap on the shoulder consoled him for not getting the breakfast. When he was gone, the breakfast was laid at once. The maitre d'hotel had surpassed himself. A certain partridge soup, with a puree of truffles and chestnuts, attracted the king's attention, after he had eaten some fine oysters. Thus the ordinary broth, that faithful old friend of the king's, implored vainly from its golden basin, it attracted no attention. The king began to attack the partridge soup, and was at his fourth mouthful when a light step near him made the floor creak, and a well-known voice behind him said sharply, "A plate!" The king turned. "Chicot!" cried he. "Himself!" And Chicot, falling at once into his old habits, sat down in a chair, took a plate and a fork, and began on the oysters, picking out the finest without saying a word. "You here? You returned?" cried Henri. "Hush!" said Chicot with his mouth full, and he drew the soup toward him. "Stop, Chicot, that is my dish." Chicot divided it equally and gave the king back half. Then he poured himself out some wine, passed from the soup to a pâté made of tunny fish, then to stuffed crab, swallowed as a finish the royal broth, then, with a great sigh, said, "I can eat no more." "Par la mordieu, I hope not, Chicot." "Ah, good morning, my king. How are you? You seem to me very gay this morning." "Am I not, Chicot?" "You have quite a color. Is it your own?" "Parbleu!" "I compliment you on it." "The fact is, I feel very well this morning." "I am very glad of it. But have you no little tidbits left for breakfast?" "Here are cherries preserved by the ladies of Montmartre." "They are too sweet." "Nuts stuffed with raisins." "Bah! They have left the stones in the raisins." "You are not content with anything." "Well, really, on my word, everything degenerates, even cooking, and you begin to live very badly at your court." "Do they live better at that of the King of Navarre?" "Well, I do not say no." "Then there must be great changes." "Ah, you do not know how right you are." "Tell me about your journey. That will amuse me." "Willingly, that is what I came for. Where shall I begin?" "At the beginning. How did you make your journey?" "Oh, delightfully." "And met with no disagreeable adventures, no bad company?" "Oh, who would dream of annoying an ambassador of his most Christian Majesty? You calumniate your subjects, my son." "I asked," said the king, flattered by the tranquillity that reigned in his kingdom, "because you had no official character, and might have run some risk." "I tell you, Henriquet, that you have the most charming kingdom in the world. Travelers are nourished gratis, they are sheltered for the love of God, they walk on flowers, and as for the wheel ruts, they are carpeted with velvet and fringed with gold. It is incredible, but true." "Then you are content?" "Enchanted." "Yes, yes, my police is well organized." "Marvelously. I must do them justice." "And the road is safe?" "As that of paradise." "Chicot, we are returning to Virgil." "To what part?" "To the bucolics. O fortunatos nimium." "Ah, very well, but why this exception in favor of plowmen?" "Alas! because it is not the same in towns." "The fact is, Henri, that the towns are the centers of corruption." "Judge of it. You go 500 leagues without accident, while I go only to Vincennes, 3/4 of a league, and narrowly escape assassination by the way." "Oh, bah!" "I will tell you about it, my friend. I am having it written. Without my 45 guardsmen, I should have been a dead man." "Truly? Where did it take place?" "You mean, where was it to have taken place?" "Yes." "At Bel-Esbat." "Near the convent of our friend Gorenflot?" "Just so." "And how did he behave under the circumstances?" "Wonderfully, as usual, Chicot. I do not know if he had heard any rumor, but instead of snoring in bed, he was up in his balcony, while all his convent kept the road." "And he did nothing else?" "Who?" "Dom Modeste." "He blessed me with a majesty peculiar to himself, Chicot." "And his monks?" "Oh, they cried 'Vive le Roi' tremendously." "And were they not armed?" "They were completely armed, which was a wonderful piece of thoughtfulness on the part of the worthy prior. And yet this man has said nothing, and asked for nothing. He did not come the next day, like D'Epernon, to search my pockets, crying, 'Sire, something for having served the king.' Oh, as for that, he is incapable of it. Besides, his hands would not go into your pockets." "Chicot, no jests about Dom Modeste. He is one of the greatest men of my reign, and I declare that on the first opportunity I will give him a bishopric." "And you will do well, my king." "Remark one thing, Chicot, that a great man from the ranks of the people is complete. We gentlemen, you see, inherit in our blood certain vices and virtues. Thus the Valois are cunning and subtle, brave but idle. The Lorraines are ambitious, greedy, and intriguing. The Bourbons are sensual, without ideas, force, or will. Look at Henry. When nature, on the contrary, draws a great man from among the people, like Gorenflot, he is complete." "You think so?" "Yes, learned, modest, cunning, and brave. You could make of him what you liked, minister, general, or pope." "Pray, stop, sire. If the brave man heard you, he would burst his skin, for, in spite of what you say, Dom Modeste is very vain." "You are jealous, Chicot." "I? Heaven forbid! Jealous?" "I am but just. Noble blood does not blind me. Stemmata quid faciunt." "Bravo! And you say then, Henry, that you were nearly assassinated?" "Yes." "By whom?" "By the League, mordieu." "How does the League get on?" "Just the same." "Which means that it grows daily?" "Oh, political bodies never live which grow big too young. They are like children, Chicot." "Then you are content, my son?" "Nearly so." "You are happy?" "Yes, Chicot, and I am very glad to see you return." "Habamus consulum facitum," as Cato said. "You bring good news, do you not?" "I should think so." "You keep me in suspense." "Where shall I begin?" "I have already said, from the beginning, but you always wander from the point. You say that the journey was good?" "You see I have returned whole." "Yes, then let me hear of your arrival in Navarre. What was Henry doing when you arrived?" "Making love." "To Margot?" "Oh, no." "It would have astonished me had it been so. He is always unfaithful to his wife, the rascal, unfaithful to a daughter of France. Luckily she pays him back. And when you arrived, what was the name of Margot's rival?" "Fosseuse." "A Montmorency? Come, that is not so bad for a bear of Béarn. They spoke here of a peasant, a gardener's daughter." "Oh, that is very old." "Then he is faithless to Margot." "As much as possible." "And she is furious?" "Enraged." "And she revenges herself?" "I believe so." Henry rubbed his hands joyfully. "What will she do?" cried he. "Will she move heaven and earth, bring Spain on Navarre, Artois and Flanders on Spain? Will she call in her little brother Henriquet against her husband Henry?" "It is possible." "You saw her?" "Yes." "Then they execrate each other?" "I believe that in their hearts they do not adore each other." "But in appearance?" "They are the best friends in the world." "Yes, but some fine morning some new love will embroil them completely." "Well, this new love has come." "Bah!" "Yes, on my honor. But shall I tell you what I fear?" "Yes." "That this new love, instead of embroiling, will reconcile them." "Then there is a new love, really?" "Oh, mon Dieu, yes." "Of Henry's?" "Of Henry's." "For whom?" "You wish to know all, do you not?" "Yes, Chicot, tell me all about it." "Well, my son, then I must go back to the beginning." "Go back, but be quick." "You wrote a letter to the Béarnais." "Well?" "And I read it." "What did you think of it?" "That if it was not delicate, at least it was cunning." "It ought to have embroiled them." "Yes, if Henry and Margot had been an ordinary, commonplace couple." "What do you mean?" "I mean that Henry is no fool." Oh,
and that he guessed.
Guessed what?
That you wished to make him quarrel with his wife.
That was clear.
Yes, but what was less clear was your object in doing so.
Ah, diable, the object.
Yes, this Béarnais thought your aim was to make him quarrel with his wife, that you might not have to pay her dowry.
Oh.
Mon Dieu, yes, that is what got into the head of that devil of a Béarnais.
Go on, Chicot,
said the king, beginning to look annoyed. Well, scarcely had he guessed that, then he became what you look now, sad and melancholy, so much so that he hardly thought of Fosseuse.
Bah.
Yes, really, and then he conceived that other love I told you of.
But this man is a Turk, a pagan, and what did Margot say?
This time, my son, you will be astonished. Margot was delighted.
But what is the name of this new mistress?
Oh, she is a beautiful and strong person, capable of defending herself if she is attacked.
And did she defend herself?
Oh, yes.
So that Henry was repulsed?
At first.
And afterward?
Oh, Henry is persevering, and he returned to the charge.
So that
he won her.
How?
By petards.
What the devil are you talking about?
The truth.
Petards? Who is this belle that is taken with petards?
It is Mademoiselle Cahors.
Mademoiselle Cahors?
Yes, a large and beautiful girl who has one foot on the Got and the other on the hills, and whose guardian is, or rather was, Monsieur de Vassin, a brave gentleman of my acquaintance.
Mordieu! Cried Henry furiously. My city! He has taken my city!
Why, you see, Henry, you would not give it to him, and he was obliged to take it, but apropos, here is a letter that he asked me to deliver into your own hand. And Chicot, drawing out a letter, gave it to the king. It was the one Henry had written after taking Cahors, and it finished with these words: Quod mihi desisti profuit multum, cognosco meus devotos nosce tuos, Chicotus cetera expediet. Which meant, what you told me was very useful. I know my friends, know yours. Chicot will tell you the rest.
End of chapter 77. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78. How, after receiving news from the south, Henry received news from the north. The king, highly exasperated, could hardly read the letter which Chicot gave to him. While he deciphered the Latin with every sign of impatience, Chicot, before a great Venetian mirror which hung over a gilt table, was admiring the infinite grace of his own person under his military dress. "Oh, I am betrayed!" cried Henry when he had finished the letter. "The Béarnais had a plan, and I never suspected it."
"My son," said Chicot, "you know the proverb, 'Still waters run deepest'?"
"Go to the devil with your proverbs!"
Chicot went to the door as if to obey.
"No, remain."
Chicot stopped.
"Cahors taken," continued Henry.
"Yes, and very well done, too."
"Then he has generals and engineers?"
"No, he is too poor for that. He could not pay them. He does it all himself."
"He fight?"
said Henry disdainfully. "I do not say that he rushes into it with enthusiasm. No, he resembles those people who try the water before they bathe. He just dips the ends of his fingers with a little shudder, which augurs badly, then his breast. All this takes him about 10 minutes. Then he rushes into action and through fire, like a salamander."
"Diable!"
"And I assure you, Henry, the fire was hot there." The king rose and walked up and down the room.
"Here is a misfortune for me," cried he. "They will laugh at it. They will sing about it. Mordieu! It is lucky I thought of sending the promised aid to Antwerp. Antwerp will compensate for Cahors. The north will blot out the south."
"Amen," said Chicot, plunging his hands into the king's sweetmeat box to finish his dessert. At this moment the door opened, and the usher announced Monsieur le Comte de Bouchage.
"Ah!"
cried Henry,
I told you so. Here are news. Enter, Comte, enter."
The usher opened the door, and Henri du Bouchage entered slowly and bent a knee to the king.
"Still pale and sad," said the king. "Come, my friend, take a holiday air for a little while, and do not tell me good news with a doleful face. Speak quickly, Du Bouchage, for I want to hear. You come from Flanders?"
"Yes, sire."
"And quickly?"
"As quickly, sire, as a man can ride."
"You are welcome. And now, what of Antwerp?"
"Antwerp belongs to the Prince of Orange."
"To the Prince of Orange?"
"Yes, to William."
"But did not my brother attack Antwerp?"
"Yes, sire, but now he is traveling to Chateau Thierry."
"He has left the army?"
"Sire, there is no longer an army."
"Oh!" cried the king, sinking back in his armchair. "But Joyeuse?"
"Sire, my brother, after having done wonders with his sailors, after having conducted the whole of the retreat, rallied the few men who escaped the disaster, and sent me home with an escort for Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou."
"A defeat,"
murmured the king, but all at once, with a strange look,
"Then Flanders is lost to my brother?"
"Absolutely, sire."
"Without hope?"
"I fear so, sire." The clouds gradually cleared from the king's brow.
"That poor Francois," said he, smiling. "He is unlucky in his search for a crown. He missed that of Navarre. He has stretched out his hand for that of England, and has touched that of Flanders. I would wager, Du Bouchage, that he will never reign, although he desires it so much. And how many prisoners were taken?"
"About 2,000.
How many killed?"
"At least as many, and among them Monsieur de Saint Aignan."
"What? Poor Saint Aignan dead?"
"Drowned."
"Drowned? Did you throw yourselves into the Scheldt?"
"No, the Scheldt threw itself upon us." The comte then gave the king a description of the battle and of the inundations. Henri listened silently. When the recital was over, he rose, and kneeling down on his prie-dieu, said some prayers, and then returned with a perfectly calm face.
"Well," said he, "I trust I bear things like a king, and you, Comte, since your brother is saved, like mine, thank God and smile a little."
"Sire, I am at your orders."
"What do you ask as payment for your services, Du Bouchage?"
"Sire, I have rendered no service."
"I dispute that, but at least your brother has."
"Immense, sire."
"He has saved the army, you say, or rather its remnants?"
"There is not a man left who does not say that he owes his life to my brother."
"Well, Du Bouchage, my will is to extend my benefits to both, and I only imitate in that him who made you both rich, brave, and handsome. Besides, I should imitate those great politicians who always rewarded the bearers of bad news."
"Oh," said Chicot, "I have known men hung for bringing bad news."
"That is possible," said the king, "but remember the Senate that thanked Varron."
"You cite Republicans, Valois. Misfortune makes you humble."
"Come, Du Bouchage, what will you have? What would you like?"
"Since your majesty does me the honor to speak to me so kindly, I will dare to profit by your goodness. I am tired of life, sire, and yet have a repugnance to shortening it myself. For God forbids it, and all the subterfuges that a man of honor employs in such a case are mortal sins. To get one's self killed in battle, or to let one's self die of hunger, are only different forms of suicide. I renounce the idea, therefore, of dying before the term which God has fixed for my life, and yet the world fatigues me, and I must leave it."
"My friend,"
said the king. Chicot looked with interest at the young man, so beautiful, so brave, so rich, and yet speaking in this desponding tone. "Sire," continued the comte, "everything that has happened to me for some time has strengthened my resolution. I wish to throw myself into the arms of God, who is the sovereign consoler of the afflicted, as he is of the happy. Deign then, sire, to facilitate my entrance into a religious life, for my heart is sad unto death." The king was moved at this doleful request.
"Ah, I understand," said he. "You wish to become a monk, but you fear the probation."
"I do not fear the austerity, sire, but the time they leave one in indecision. It is not to soften my life, nor to spare my body any physical suffering, or my mind any moral privation, but it is to pass at once from this world to the grating which separates me from it,
and which one generally attains so slowly." "Poor boy," said the king. "I think he will make a good preacher, will he not, Chicot?" Chicot did not reply, and Du Bouchage continued. "You see, sire, that it is with my own family that the struggle will take place, and with my relations that I shall meet with the greatest opposition. My brother, the cardinal, at once so good and so worldly, will fill 1,000 reasons to persuade me against it. At Rome, your majesty is all powerful. You have asked me for what I wish for, and promised to grant it. My wish is this: obtain from Rome an authority that my novitiate can be dispensed with." The king rose smiling, and taking the comte's hand, said, "I will do what you ask, my son. You wish to serve God, and you are right. He is a better master than I am. You have my promise, dear comte." "Your majesty overwhelms me with joy," cried the young man, kissing Henry's hand as though he had made him duke, peer, or marshal of France. "Then it is settled?" "On my word as a king and a gentleman." Something like a smile passed over the lips of Du Bouchage. He bowed respectfully to the king and took leave. "What a happy young man," said Henry. "Oh," said Chicot, "you need not envy him. He is not more doleful than yourself." "But, Chicot, he is going to give himself up to religion." "And who the devil prevents you from doing the same? I know a cardinal who will give all necessary aid, and he has more interest at Rome than you have. Do you not know him? I mean the Cardinal de Guise." "Chicot!" "Oh, if the tonsure disquiets you, for it is rather a delicate operation, the prettiest hands and the prettiest scissors, golden scissors, ma foi, will give you this precious symbol, which would raise to 3 the number of the crowns you have worn, and will justify the device, Manet ultima coelo." "Pretty hands, do you say?" "Yes. Do you mean to abuse the hands of Madame de Montpensier? How severe you are upon your subjects!" The king frowned, and passed over his eyes a hand as white as those spoken of, but more trembling. "Well," said Chicot, "let us leave that, for I see that the conversation does not please you, and let us return to subjects that interest me personally." The king made a gesture, half indifferent, half approving. "Have you heard, Henry," continued Chicot, "whether those Joyeuses carried off any woman?" "Not that I know of." "Have they burned anything?" "What?" "How should I know what a great lord burns to amuse himself? The house of some poor devil, perhaps." "Are you mad, Chicot? Burn a house for amusement in my city of Paris?" "Oh, why not?" "Chicot!" "Then they have done nothing that you know of?" "Ma foi, no." "Oh, so much the better," said Chicot, drawing a long breath like a man much relieved. "Do you know one thing, Chicot?" said Henry. "No, I do not." "It is that you have become wicked." "I?" "Yes, you." "My sojourn into the tomb had sweetened me, but your presence, great king, has destroyed the effect." "You become insupportable, Chicot. Now I attribute to you some ambitious projects and intrigues of which I formerly believed you incapable." "Projects of ambition? I ambitious? Henriquet, my son, you used to be only foolish, now you are mad. You have progressed." "And I tell you, Monsieur Chicot, that you wish to separate from me all my old friends, by attributing to them intentions which they have not, and crimes of which they never thought. In fact, you wish to monopolize me." "I monopolize you? What for? God forbid, you are too tiresome, without counting the difficulty of pleasing you with your food. Oh, no, indeed. Explain to me whence comes this strange idea." "You began by listening coldly to my praises of your old friend, Dame Modeste, to whom you owe so much." "I owe much to Dame Modeste? Good." "Then you tried to calumniate the Joyeuses, my true friends." "I do not say no." "Then you launched a shaft at the Guises." "Ah, you love them now; you love all the world today, it seems." "No, I do not love them; but as just now they keep themselves close and quiet, and do not do me the least harm, I do not fear them, and I cling to all old and well-known faces. All these Guises, with their fierce looks and great swords, have never done me any harm, after all, and they resemble—shall I tell you what?" "Do, Henry. I know how clever you are at comparisons." They resemble those perch that they let loose in the ponds to chase the great fish, and prevent them growing too fat. But suppose that the great fish are not afraid.
Well?
Then the teeth of the perch are not strong enough to get through their scales.
Oh, Henry, my friend, how clever you are!
While your Baronese—
Well, you have a comparison for him also?
While your Baronese, who mews like a cat, bites like a tiger.
Well, my son, I will tell you what to do. Divorce the queen and marry Madame de Montpensier. Was she not once in love with you?
Yes, and that is the source of all her menaces, Chicot. She has a woman's spite against me, and she provokes me now and then, but luckily I am a man, and can laugh at it.
As Henry finished these words, the usher cried at the door, "A messenger from Monsieur le Duc de Guise for his Majesty."
"Is it a courier or a gentleman?"
asked the king. "It is a captain, sire."
"Let him enter. He is welcome."
End of chapter 78. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79 of The 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79. The Two Companions. Chicot at this announcement sat down and turned his back to the door, but the first words pronounced by the duke's messenger made him start. He opened his eyes, and the messenger could see nothing but the eye of Chicot peering from behind the chair, while Chicot could see him altogether.
"You come from Lorraine?" asked the king of the newcomer, who had a fine and warlike appearance. "Not so, sire. I come from Soissons, where Monsieur le Duc, who has been a month in that city, gave me this letter to deliver to your Majesty."
The messenger then opened his buff coat, which was fastened by silver clasps, and drew from a leather pouch lined with silk not one letter but two, for they had stuck together by the wax, and as the captain advanced to give the king one letter, the other fell on the carpet. Chicot's eyes followed the messenger and saw the color spread over his cheeks as he stooped to pick up the letter he had let fall. But Henry saw nothing. He opened his own letter and read, while the messenger watched him closely. "Ah, Monsieur Borromée," thought Chicot, "so you are a captain, are you?"
"Good," said the king, after reading the duke's letter with evident satisfaction. "Go, captain, and tell Monsieur de Guise that I am grateful for his offer." "Your Majesty will not honor me with a written answer?" "No, I shall see the duke in a month or 6 weeks, and can thank him myself."
The captain bowed and went out.
"You see, Chicot," then said the king, "that Monsieur de Guise is free from all machinations. This brave duke has learned the Navarre business, and he fears that the Huguenots will raise up their heads, for he has also ascertained that the Germans are about to send reinforcements to Henry. Now, guess what he is about to do."
As Chicot did not reply, Henry went on.
"Well, he offers me the army that he has just raised in Lorraine to watch Flanders, and says that in 6 weeks it will be at my command with its general. What do you say to that, Chicot?"
No answer.
"Really, my dear Chicot," continued the king, "you are as absurdly obstinate as a Spanish mule, and if I happen to convince you of some error, you sulk. Yes, sulk."
Not a sound came to contradict Henry in this frank opinion of his friend. Now silence displeased Henry more than contradiction.
"I believe," said he, "that the fellow has had the impertinence to go to sleep. Chicot," continued he, advancing to the armchair, "reply when your king speaks."
But Chicot did not reply, for he was not there, and Henry found the armchair empty. He looked all round the room, but Chicot was not to be seen. The king gave a superstitious shudder. It sometimes came into his mind that Chicot was a supernatural being, a diabolic incarnation, of a good kind, it was true, but still diabolical. He called Nambu the usher, and questioned him, and he assured his Majesty that he had seen Chicot go out 5 minutes before the duke's messenger left.
"Decidedly," thought Henry, "Chicot was vexed at being in the wrong. How ill-natured men are, even the best of them."
Nambu was right. Chicot had traversed the antechambers silently, but still was not able to keep his spurs from sounding, which made several people turn and bow when they saw who it was. The captain came out 5 minutes after Chicot, went down the steps across the court proudly and with a satisfied air, proud of his person and pleased that the king had received him so well, and without any suspicions of Monsieur de Guise. As he crossed the drawbridge, he heard behind him steps which seemed to be the echo of his own. He turned, thinking that the king had sent some message to him, and great was his stupefaction to see behind him the demure face of Robert Briquet.
It may be remembered that the first feeling of these two men about one another had not been exactly sympathetical. Borromée opened his mouth and paused, and in an instant was joined by Chicot.
"Corboeuf,"
said Borromée. "Ventre de biche!" cried Chicot.
"The bourgeois."
"The reverend father."
"With that helmet."
"With that buff coat."
"I am surprised to see you."
"I am delighted to meet you again." And they looked fiercely at each other, but Borromée, quickly assuming an air of amiable urbanity, said,
"Vive Dieu, you are cunning, Monsieur Robert Briquet."
"I, reverend father, and why do you say so?"
"When you were at the convent of the Jacobins, you made me believe you were only a simple bourgeois."
"Ah," replied Chicot, "and what must we say of you, Monsieur Borromée?"
"Of me?"
"Yes, of you."
"And why?"
"For making me believe you were only a monk. You must be more cunning than the Pope himself, but you took me in the snare."
"The snare?"
"Yes, doubtless a brave captain like you does not change his cuirass for a frock without grave reasons."
"With a soldier like you I have no secrets. It is true that I have certain personal interests in the convent of the Jacobins, but you?"
"And I also."
"Let us chat about it."
"I am quite ready."
"Do you like wine?"
"Yes, when it is good."
"Well, I know a little inn which I think has no rivals in Paris."
"And I know one also. What is yours called?"
"The Corne d'Abondance."
"Ah."
"Well, what is it?"
"Nothing."
"Do you know anything against this house?"
"Not at all."
"You know it?"
"No, and that astonishes me."
"Shall we go there, compere?"
"Oh, yes, at once."
"Come then."
"Where is it?"
"Near the Porte Bourdelle. The host appreciates well the difference between palates like yours and mine, and those of every thirsty passer-by."
"Can we talk there?"
"Perfectly, at our ease."
"Oh, I see you are well known there."
"Ma foi, no, this time you are wrong. Monsieur Bonhomet sells me wine when I want it, and I pay when I can. That is all."
"Bonhomet, that is a name that promises well."
"And keeps its promise. Come, compere."
"Oh, oh," said Chicot to himself, "now I must choose among my best grimaces, for if Bonhomet recognizes me at once, it is all over." End of chapter 79. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80. The Corne d'Abondance. The way along which Borromée led Chicot, never suspecting that he knew it as well as himself, recalled to our Gascon the happy days of his youth. How many times had he in those days, under the rays of the winter sun, or in the cool shade in summer, sought out this house, toward which a stranger was now conducting him. Then a few pieces of gold, or even of silver, jingling in his purse, made him happier than a king, and he gave himself up to the delightful pleasures of laziness, having no wife nor children, starving, or scolding, or suspicious at home. Then Chicot used to sit down carelessly on the wooden bench, waiting for Gorenflot, who, however, was always exact to the time fixed for dinner, and then he used to study, with intelligent curiosity, Gorenflot in all his different shades of drunkenness. Soon the great street of Saint Jacques appeared to his eyes, the cloister of Saint Benoit, and nearly in front of the hotel of the Corne d'Abondance, rather dirty and rather dilapidated, but still shaded by its planes and chestnuts, and embellished inside by its pots of shining copper and brilliant saucepans, looking like imitations of gold and silver, and bringing real gold and silver into the pockets of the innkeeper. Chicot bent his back until he seemed to lose 5 or 6 inches of his height, and making a most hideous grimace, prepared to meet his old friend Bonhomet. However, as Borromée walked first, it was to him that Bonhomet spoke, and he scarcely looked at Chicot, who stood behind. Time had left its traces on the face of Bonhomet, as well as on his house. Besides the wrinkles which seemed to correspond on the human face to the cracks made by time on the front of buildings, Monsieur Bonhomet had assumed airs of great importance since Chicot had seen him last. These, however, he never showed much to men of a warlike appearance, for whom he had always a great respect. It seemed to Chicot that nothing was changed excepting the tint of the ceiling, which from gray had turned to black. "Come, friend," said Borromée, "I know a little nook where two men may talk at their ease while they drink. Is it empty?" continued he, turning to Bonhomet. Bonhomet answered that it was, and Borromée then led Chicot to the little room already so well known to all readers of Chicot the Jester. "Now," said Borromée, "wait here for me while I avail myself of a privilege granted to the habitués of this house." "What is that?" "To go to the cellar and fetch one's own wine." "Ah, a jolly privilege. Go, then." Borromée went out. Chicot watched him disappear, and then went to the wall and raised a picture representing Credit killed by bad paymasters, behind which was a hole, through which you could see into the public room. Chicot knew this hole well, for it was his own making. On looking through, he perceived Borromée, after placing his finger on his lips, a sign of caution, say something to Bonhomet, who seemed to acquiesce by a nod of the head, after which Borromée took a light, which was always kept burning in readiness, and descended to the cellar. Then Chicot knocked on the wall in a peculiar manner. On hearing this knock, which seemed to recall to him some souvenir deeply rooted in his heart, Bonhomet started and looked round him. Chicot knocked again impatiently, like a man angry at his first call not being answered. Bonhomet ran to the little room and found Chicot standing there upright. At this sight, Bonhomet, who like the rest of the world had believed Chicot dead, uttered a cry, for he believed he saw a ghost. "Since when," said Chicot, "has a person like me been obliged to call twice?" "Oh, dear Monsieur Chicot, is it you or your shade?" cried Bonhomet. "Whichever it be, since you recognize me, I hope you will obey me." "Oh, certainly, dear Monsieur Chicot." "Then whatever noise you hear in this room, and whatever takes place here, do not come until I call you." "Your directions will be the easier to obey, since they are exactly the same as your companion has just given to me." "Yes, but if he calls, do not come. Wait until I call." "I will, Monsieur Chicot." "Good. Now send away everyone else from your inn, and in 10 minutes let us be as free as solitary here as if we came to fast on Good Friday." "In 10 minutes, Monsieur Chicot, there shall not be a soul in the hotel, excepting your humble servant." "Go, Bonhomet, you are not changed, I see." "Oh, mon Dieu," said Bonhomet as he retired. "What is about to take place in my poor house?" As he went, he met Borromée returning from the cellar with his bottles. We do not know how Bonhomet managed, but when the 10 minutes had expired, the last customer was crossing the threshold of the door, muttering, "Oh, the weather is stormy here today. We must avoid the storm." End of chapter 80. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81. What happened in the little room? When the captain re-entered the room with a basket in his hand containing a dozen bottles, he was received by Chicot with smiles. Borromée was in haste to uncork his bottles, but his haste was nothing to Chicot's. Thus the preparations did not take long, and the two companions began to drink. At first, as though their occupation was too important to be interrupted, they drank in silence. Chicot uttered only these words: "Par ma foi, this is good Burgundy." They drank 2 bottles in this way. At the third, Chicot raised his eyes to heaven and said, "Really, we are drinking as though we wished to intoxicate ourselves."
"It is good,"
replied Borromée. "Ah, it pleases you. Go on, friend, I have a strong head." And each of them swallowed another bottle. The wine produced on each of them an opposite effect. It unloosened Chicot's tongue and tied that of Borromée. "Ah," murmured Chicot, "you are silent, then you doubt yourself."
"Ah,"
said Borromée to himself,
"you chatter, then you are getting tipsy."
Then he asked Chicot,
"How many bottles does it take you?"
"For what?"
"To get lively."
"About 4."
"And to get tipsy?"
"About 6."
"And dead drunk?"
"Double."
"Boaster," thought Borromée. "He stammers already and has only drunk 4. Come then, we can go on,"
said he, and he drew out a 5th for Chicot and 1 for himself. But Chicot remarked that of the 5 bottles ranged beside Borromée, some were half full and others 2/3, none were empty. This confirmed him in his suspicions that the captain had bad intentions with regard to him. He rose as if to fetch his fifth bottle, and staggered as he did so. "Oh," said he, "did you feel—"
"What?"
"The earth trembling."
"Bah!"
"Yes, ventre de biche! Luckily the hotel of the Corne d'Abondance is solid, although it is built on a pivot."
"What? Built on a pivot?"
"Doubtless, since it turns."
"True," said Borromée. "I felt the effects, but did not guess the cause."
"Because you are not a Latin scholar, and have not read the De Natura Rerum. If you had, you would know that there is no effect without a cause."
"Well, my dear captain, for you are a captain like me, are you not?"
"Yes, from the points of my toes to the roots of my hair."
"Well, then, my dear captain, tell me, since there is no effect without a cause, as you say, what was the cause of your disguise?"
"What disguise?"
"That which you wore when you came to visit Dame Modeste."
"How was I disguised?"
"As a bourgeois."
"Ah, true."
"Will you tell me?"
"Willingly, if you will tell me why you were disguised as a monk. Confidence for confidence."
"Agreed," said Borromée.
"You wish to know, then, why I was disguised?" said Chicot, with an utterance which seemed to grow thicker and thicker.
"Yes, it puzzles me."
"And then you will tell me?"
"Yes, that was agreed."
"Ah, true. I forgot. Well, the thing is very simple. I was a spy for the king."
"A spy?"
"Yes."
"Is that then your profession?"
"No, I am an amateur."
"What were you spying there?"
"Everyone. Dame Modeste himself, then Brother Borromée, little Jacques, and the whole convent."
"And what did you discover, my friend?"
"First, that Dame Modeste is a great fool."
"It does not need to be very clever to find that out."
"Pardon me, His Majesty Henri III, who is no fool, regards him as one of the lights of the church, and is about to make a bishop of him."
"So be it. I have nothing to say against that promotion. On the contrary, it will give me a good laugh. But what else did you discover?"
"I discovered that Brother Borromée was not a monk, but a captain."
"Ah, you discovered that?"
"At once."
"Anything else?"
"I discovered that Jacques was practicing with the foils before he began with the sword."
"Ah, you discovered that also. Anything else?"
"Give me more to drink, or I shall remember nothing."
"Remember that you are beginning your sixth bottle,"
said Borromée, laughing. "Did we not come here to drink?"
"Certainly we did."
"Then let us drink."
"Well,"
said Borromée,
"now do you remember?"
"What?"
"What else you saw in the convent?"
"Well, I saw that the monks were really soldiers, and instead of obeying Dame Modeste, obeyed you."
"Ah, truly, but doubtless that was not all."
"No, but more to drink, or my memory will fail me." And as his bottle was empty, he held out his glass for more.
"Well, now do you remember?"
"Oh, yes, I should think so."
"Well, what else?"
"I saw there was a plot."
"A plot?"
cried Borromée, turning pale. "Yes, a plot."
"Against whom?"
"Against the king."
"Of what nature?"
"To try and carry him off."
"When?"
"When he was returning from Vincennes."
"Sacre!"
"What did you say?"
"Nothing. And you found out that?"
"Yes."
"And warned the king?"
"Parbleu! That was what I came for."
"Then you were the cause of the attempt failing?"
"Yes, I."
"Hang him,"
murmured Borromée. "Oh, what did you say?"
"I said that you have good eyes, my friend."
"Bah! I have seen more than that. Pass me one of your bottles, and I will tell you what I have seen." Borromée hastened to comply with Chicot's desire.
"Let me hear," said he.
"Firstly, I have seen Monsieur de Mayenne wounded."
"Bah!"
"No wonder, he was on my route. And then I have seen the taking of Cahors."
"How? The taking of Cahors?"
"Certainly. Ah, captain, it was a grand thing to see, and a brave man like you would have been delighted."
"I do not doubt it. You were then near the King of Navarre?"
"Side by side, my friend, as we are now."
"And you left him?"
"To announce this news to the King of France."
"Then you have been at the Louvre?"
"Yes, just before you."
"Then, as we have not quitted each other since, I need not ask you what you have done."
"On the contrary, ask, for that is the most curious of all."
"Tell me, then."
"Tell? Oh, it is very easy to say tell."
"Try."
"One more glass of wine, then, to loosen my tongue. Quite full, that will do. Well, I saw, comrade, that when you gave the king the Duc de Guise's letter, you let another fall."
"Another?"
cried Borromée, starting up. "Yes, it is there." And having tried 2 or 3 times with an unsteady hand, he put his finger on the buff doublet of Borromée, just where the letter was. Borromée started as though Chicot's finger had been a hot iron and had touched his skin instead of his doublet.
"Oh," said he, "there is but one thing wanting."
"What is that?"
"That you should know to whom the letter is addressed."
"Oh, I know quite well. It is addressed to the Duchesse de Montpensier."
"Good heavens! I hope you have not told that to the king."
"No, but I will tell him."
"When?"
"When I have had a nap." And he let his arms fall on the table, and his head on them.
"Then, as soon as you can walk, you will go to the Louvre?"
"I will."
"You will denounce me?"
"I will denounce you."
"Is it not a joke?"
"What?"
"That you will tell the king after your nap?"
"Not at all. You see, my dear friend," said Chicot, half raising his head, "you are a conspirator, and I am a spy. You have a plot, and I denounce you. We each follow our business." And Chicot laid his head down again, so that his face was completely hidden by his hands, while the back of his head was protected by his helmet.
"Ah!" cried Borromée, "you will denounce me when you wake?"
And rising, he made a furious blow with his dagger on the back of his companion, thinking to pierce him through and nail him to the table. But he had not reckoned on the shirt of mail which Chicot had carried away from the priory. The dagger broke upon it like glass, and for the second time Chicot owed his life to it. Before Borromée had time to recover from his astonishment, Chicot's right fist struck him a heavy blow in the face, and sent him bleeding and stunned against the wall. In a minute, however, he was up and sword in hand, but this minute had sufficed for Chicot to draw his sword also, and prepare himself. He seemed to shake off, as if by enchantment, all the fumes of the wine, and stood with a steady hand to receive his adversary. The table, like a field of battle, covered with empty bottles, lay between them, but the blood flowing down his face infuriated Borromée, who lunged at his adversary as fiercely as the intervening table permitted. "Dolt!" cried Chicot, "you see that it is decidedly you who are drunk, for you cannot reach me across the table, while my arm is 6 inches longer than yours, and my sword as much longer than your sword, and here is the proof." As he spoke, he stretched out his arm and wounded Borromée in the forehead. Borromée uttered a cry, still more of rage than of pain, and, as he was brave enough, attacked with double fury. Chicot, however, still on the other side of the table, took a chair and sat down, saying, "Mon Dieu, how stupid these soldiers are! They pretend to know how to manage their swords, and any bourgeois, if he liked, could kill them like flies. Ah, now you want to put out my eye, and now you mount on the table, but ventre de biche! Take care, donkey!" And he pricked him with his sword in the stomach, as he had already done in the forehead. Borromée roared with anger and leaped from the table to the floor. "That is as it should be," said Chicot. "Now we are on the same level, and we can talk while we are fencing. Ha, captain, captain! And so we sometimes try our hand a little at assassination in our spare moments, do we?"
I do for my cause what you do for yours, said Borromée, now brought back to the seriousness of his position, and terrified, in spite of himself, at the smothered fire which seemed gleaming in Chicot's eyes.
So much for talking, said Chicot, and yet, my friend, it is with no little pleasure I find that I am a better hand than you are. Ah, that was not bad. Borromée had just made a lunge at Chicot, which had slightly touched his breast. Not bad, but I know a thrust. It is the very same you showed little Jacques. I was just saying, then, that I have the advantage of you, for I did not begin this quarrel, however anxiously disposed I might have been to do so. More than that, even, I have allowed you to carry out your project by giving you every latitude you required, and yet, at this very moment even, I have only been acting on the defensive, and this because I have something to propose to you.
Nothing,
cried Borromée, exasperated at Chicot's imperturbability. Nothing! And he gave a thrust which would have run the Gascon completely through the body if the latter had not, with his long legs, sprung back a step, which placed him out of his adversary's reach. I am going to tell you what this arrangement is, all the same, so that I shall have nothing left to reproach myself for.
Hold your tongue, said Borromée. Hold your tongue. It will be useless.
Listen, said Chicot. It is to satisfy my own conscience. I have no wish to shed your blood, you understand, and I don't want to kill you until I am driven to extremes.
Kill me, I say, if you can,
exclaimed Borromée, exasperated. No, I have already once in my life killed another such swordsman as you are. I will even say a better swordsman than you. Pardieu, you know him. He, too, was one of the de Guise's retainers. A lawyer, too.
Ah, Nicolas David,
said Borromée, terrified at the incident, and again placing himself on the defensive. Exactly so.
It was you who killed him?
Oh, yes, with a pretty little thrust which I will presently show you, if you decline the arrangement I propose.
Well, let me hear what the arrangement is.
You will pass from the Duc de Guise's service to that of the king, without, however, quitting that of the duke.
In other words, that I should become a spy like yourself.
No, for there will be a difference. I am not paid, but you will be. You will begin by showing me the Duc de Guise's letter to Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier. You will let me take a copy of it, and I will leave you quiet until another occasion. Well, am I not considerate?
Here, said Borromée, is my answer.
Borromée's reply was un coupé sur les armes, so rapidly dealt that the point of his sword slightly touched Chicot's shoulder. Well, said Chicot, I see I must positively show you Nicolas David's thrust. It is very simple and pretty. And Chicot, who had up to that moment been acting on the defensive, made one step forward and attacked in his turn. This is the thrust, said Chicot. I make a feint in quatre bas. And he did so. Borromée parried by giving way, but after this first step backward, he was obliged to stop, as he found that he was close to the partition. Good, precisely so. You parry in a circle. That's wrong, for my wrist is stronger than yours. I catch your sword in mine, thus. I return to the attack by a fierce halt. I fall upon you, so, and you are hit, or rather, you are a dead man. In fact, the thrust had followed, or rather had accompanied, the demonstration, and the slender rapier penetrating Borromée's chest had glided like a needle completely through him, penetrating deeply, and with a dull, heavy sound, the wooden partition behind him. Borromée flung out his arms, letting his sword fall to the ground. His eyes became fixed and injected with blood. His mouth opened wide, his lips were stained with a red-colored foam. His head fell on his shoulder with a sigh which sounded like a death rattle. Then his limbs refused their support, and his body, as it sunk forward, enlarged the aperture of the wound, but could not free itself from the partition, supported as it was by Chicot's terrible wrist, so that the miserable wretch, like a gigantic insect, remained fastened to the wall, which his feet kicked convulsively. Chicot, cold and impassible, as he always was in positions of great difficulty, especially when he had a conviction at the bottom of his heart that he had done everything his conscience could require of him, Chicot, we say, took his hand from his sword, which remained in a horizontal position, unfastened the captain's belt, searched his doublet, took the letter, and read the address. Duchesse de Montpensier. All this time the blood was welling copiously from the wound, and the agony of death was depicted on the features of the wounded man.
I am dying, he murmured. Oh, heaven, have pity on me."
This last appeal to the divine mercy, made by a man who had most probably rarely thought of it until this moment of his direst need, touched Chicot's feeling. "Let us be charitable," he said, "and since this man must die, let him at least die as quietly as possible." He then advanced toward the partition, and by an effort withdrew his sword from the wall, and supporting Borromée's body, he prevented it from falling heavily to the ground. This last precaution, however, was useless. The approach of death had been rapid and certain, and had already paralyzed the dying man's limbs. His legs gave way beneath him, he fell into Chicot's arms, and then rolled heavily on the floor. The shock of his fall made a stream of blood flow from his wound, with which the last remains of life ebbed away. Chicot then went and opened the door of communication and called Bonhomet. He had no occasion to call twice, for the innkeeper had been listening at the door, and had successively heard the noise of tables and stools, the clashing of swords, and the fall of a heavy body. Besides, the worthy Monsieur Bonhomet had, particularly after the confidence which had been reposed in him, too extensive an experience of the character of gentlemen of the sword in general, and of that of Chicot in particular, not to have guessed step by step what had taken place. The only thing of which he was ignorant was which of the two adversaries had fallen. It must, however, be said in praise of Maître Bonhomet that his face assumed an expression of real satisfaction when he heard Chicot's voice, and when he saw that it was the Gascon who, safe and sound, opened the door. Chicot, whom nothing escaped, remarked the expression of his countenance, and was inwardly pleased at it. Bonhomet tremblingly entered the apartment. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed as he saw the captain's body bathed in blood. "Yes, my poor Bonhomet," said Chicot, "this is what we have come to. Our dear captain here is very ill, as you see."
"Oh, my good Monsieur Chicot, my good Monsieur Chicot!" exclaimed Bonhomet, ready to faint.
"Well, what?" inquired Chicot.
"It is very unkind of you that you have chosen my inn for this execution. Such a handsome captain, too."
"Would you sooner have seen Chicot lying there and Borromée alive?"
"Oh no," cried the host from the very bottom of his heart.
"Well, that would have happened, however, had it not been for a miracle of Providence."
"Really?"
"Upon the word of Chicot, just look at my back, for it pains me a good deal, my dear friend." And he stooped down before the innkeeper, so that both his shoulders might be on a level with the host's eye. Between the two shoulders the doublet was pierced through, and a spot of blood as large and round as a silver crown piece reddened the edges of the hole.
"Blood!" cried Bonhomet. "Blood! Ah, you are wounded!"
Wait," and Chicot unfastened his doublet and his shirt. "Now look," he said.
"Oh, you wore a cuirass! What a fortunate thing, dear Monsieur Chicot! And you were saying that the ruffian wished to assassinate you?"
"Diable! It hardly seems likely I should have taken any pleasure in giving myself a dagger thrust between my own shoulders. Now, what do you see?"
"A link broken."
"That dear captain was in good earnest, then. Is there much blood?"
"Yes, a good deal under the links."
"I must take off the cuirass, then," said Chicot. Chicot took off his cuirass and bared the upper part of his body, which seemed to be composed of nothing else but bones, of muscles spread over the bones, and of skin merely covering the muscles.
"Ah, Monsieur Chicot!" exclaimed Bonhomet, "you have a wound as large as a plate."
"Yes, I suppose the blood has spread. There is what doctors call ecchymosis. Give me some clean linen. Pour into a glass equal parts of good olive oil, and wine dregs, and wash that stain for me."
"But, dear Monsieur Chicot, what am I to do with this body?"
"That is not your affair."
"What? Not my affair?"
"No. Give me some ink, a pen, and a sheet of paper."
"Immediately, dear Monsieur Chicot,"
said Bonhomet as he darted out of the room. Meanwhile, Chicot, who had probably no time to lose, heated at the lamp the point of a small dagger, and cut in the middle of the wax the seal of the letter. This being done, and as there was nothing else to retain the dispatch, Chicot drew it from its envelope, and read it with the liveliest marks of satisfaction. Just as he had finished reading it, Maître Bonhomet returned with the oil, the wine, the paper, and the pen. Chicot arranged the pen, ink, and paper before him, sat himself down at the table, and turned his back with stoical indifference towards Bonhomet, for him to operate upon. The latter understood the pantomime, and began to rub it. However, As if, instead of irritating a painful wound, someone had been tickling him in the most delightful manner, Chicot, during the operation, copied the letter from the Duc de Guise to his sister, and made his comments thereon at every word. Dear sister, the expedition from Anvers has succeeded for everybody, but has failed as far as we are concerned. You will be told that the Duc d'Anjou is dead. Do not believe it. He is alive. He lives. You understand, and that is the whole question. There is a complete dynasty in those words. Those 2 words separate the house of Lorraine from the throne of France better than the deepest abyss could do. Do not, however, make yourself too uneasy about that. I have discovered that 2 persons whom I thought were dead are still living, and there is a great chance of death for the prince while those 2 persons are alive. Think then only of Paris. It will be time enough for the League to act 6 weeks hence. Let our Leaguers know that the moment is approaching, and let them hold themselves in readiness. The army is on foot. We number 12,000 sure men, all well equipped. I shall enter France with it under the pretext of engaging the German Huguenots, who are going to assist Henri de Navarre. I shall defeat the Huguenots, and having entered France as a friend, I shall act as a master." "Ho, ho!" cried Chicot. "Did I hurt you, dear Monsieur Chicot?" said Bonhomet, discontinuing his frictions. "Yes, my good fellow." "I will rub more softly. Don't be afraid." Chicot continued, "P.S. I entirely approve of your plan with regard to the 45. Only allow me to say, dear sister, that you will be conferring a greater honor on those fellows than they deserve." "Ah, diable!" murmured Chicot, "this is getting obscure." And he read it again. "I entirely approve of your plan with regard to the 45. "What plan?" Chicot asked himself. "Only allow me to say, dear sister, that you will be conferring a greater honor on those fellows than they deserve. What honor?" Chicot resumed. "Than they deserve. Your affectionate brother, H. de Lorraine." "At all events," said Chicot, "everything is clear except the postscript." "Very good. We will look after the postscript then." "Dear Monsieur Chicot," Bonhomet ventured to observe, seeing that Chicot had finished writing, if not thinking, "dear Monsieur Chicot, you have not told me what I am to do with this corpse." "That is a very simple affair." "For you, who are full of imagination, it may be, but for me—" "Well, suppose, for instance, that unfortunate captain had been quarreling with the Swiss guards or the Reiters, and he had been brought to your house wounded. Would you have refused to receive him?" "No, certainly, unless indeed you had forbidden me, dear Monsieur Chicot." "Suppose that, having been placed in that corner, he had, notwithstanding the care and attention you had bestowed upon him, departed this life while in your charge. It would have been a great misfortune and nothing more, I suppose." "Certainly." "And instead of incurring any blame, you would deserve to be commended for your humanity. Suppose, again, that while he was dying this poor captain had mentioned the name, which you know very well, of the prior of Les Jacobins Saint Antoine." "Of Dom Modeste Gorenflot?" exclaimed Bonhomet in astonishment. "Yes, of Dom Modeste Gorenflot. Very good. You will go and inform Dom Modeste of it. Dom Modeste will hasten here with all speed, and as the dead man's purse is found in one of his pockets, you understand it is important that the purse should be found. I mention this merely by way of advice. And as the dead man's purse is found in one of his pockets, and this letter in the other, no suspicion whatever can be entertained." "I understand, dear Monsieur Chicot." "In addition to which you will receive a reward instead of being punished." "You are a great man, dear Monsieur Chicot. I will run at once to the Priory of Saint Antoine." "Wait a minute. Did I not say there was the purse and the letter?" "Oh, yes, and you have the letter in your hand." "Precisely." "I must not say that it has been read and copied." "Pardieu, it is precisely on account of this letter reaching its destination intact that you will receive a recompense." "The letter contains a secret, then?" "In such times as the present, there are secrets in everything, my dear Bonhomet." And Chicot, with this sententious reply, again fastened the silk under the wax of the seal by making use of the same means as he had done before. He then fastened the wax so artistically that the most experienced eye would not have been able to detect the slightest crack. He then replaced the letter in the pocket of the dead man, had the linen which had been steeped in the oil and wine applied to his wound by way of cataplasm, put on again the safety coat of mail next to his skin, his shirt over his coat of mail, picked up his sword, wiped it, thrust it into the scabbard, and withdrew. He returned again, however, saying, "If, after all, the story which I have invented does not seem satisfactory to you, you can accuse the captain of having thrust his own sword through his body."
A suicide?
Well, that don't compromise anyone, you understand.
But they won't bury this ill-starred fellow in holy ground.
Pooh, said Chicot. Will that be giving him much pleasure?
Why, yes, I should think so.
In that case, do as you like, my dear Bon-Aimé. Adieu. Then, returning a second time, he said, By the by, I pay, since he is no more. And Chicot threw 3 golden crowns on the table, and then, placing his forefinger on his lips in a token of silence, he departed. End of chapter 81. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82. The Husband and the Lover. It was with no inconsiderable emotion that Chicot again recognized the Rue des Augustins, so quiet and deserted, the angle formed by the block of houses which preceded his own, and lastly his own dear house itself, with its triangular roof, its worm-eaten balcony, and its gutters ornamented with waterspouts. He had been so terribly afraid that he should find nothing but an empty space in the place of the house, and had so strongly suspected that he should see the street blackened by the smoke of a conflagration, that the street and the house appeared to him miracles of neatness, loveliness, and splendor. Chicot had concealed the key of his beloved house in the hollow of a stone which served as the base of one of the columns by which his balcony was supported. At the period we are now writing about, any kind of key belonging to a chest or a piece of furniture equaled in weight and size the very largest keys of our houses of the present day. The door keys, therefore, following the natural proportions, were equal in size to the keys of our modern cities. Chicot had consequently calculated the difficulty which his pocket would have in accommodating the heavy key, and he accordingly determined to hide it in the spot we have indicated. Chicot, therefore, it must be confessed, felt a slight shudder creeping over him as he plunged his fingers in the hollow of the stone. This shudder was succeeded by a feeling of the most unmixed delight when the cold of the iron met his hand, for the key was really and truly in the spot where he had left it. It was precisely the same with regard to the furniture in the first room he came to, the same, too, with the small board which he had just nailed to the joist, and, lastly, the same with the 1,000 crowns, which were still slumbering in their oaken hiding place. Chicot was not a miser, quite on the contrary, indeed. He had very frequently thrown gold about broadcast, thereby allowing the ideal to triumph over the material, which is the philosophy of every man who is of any value. But no sooner had the mind momentarily ceased to exercise its influence over matter, in other words, whenever money was no longer needed, nor sacrifice requisite, whenever, in a word, the senses temporarily regained their influence over Chicot's mind, and whenever his mind allowed the body to live and to take enjoyment, gold, that principle, that unceasing, that eternal source of animal delights, reassumed its value in our philosopher's eyes, and no one knew better than he did into how many delicious particles that inestimable totality which people call a crown is subdivided. Ventre de biche, murmured Chicot, sitting down in the middle of his room, after he had removed the flagstone, and with the small piece of board by his side and his treasure under his eyes. Ventre de biche! That excellent young man is a most invaluable neighbor, for he has made others respect my money, and has himself respected it too. In sober truth, such an action is wonderful in such times as the present. Mordieu, I owe some thanks to that excellent young fellow, and he shall have them this evening. Thereupon Chicot replaced the plank over the joist, the flagstone over the plank, approached the window, and looked toward the opposite side of the street. The house still retained that gray and somber aspect which the imagination bestows on their natural color upon the buildings whose character it seems to know. It cannot yet be their time for retiring to rest, said Chicot, and besides, those fellows, I am sure, are not very sound sleepers, so let us see. He descended his staircase, crossed the road, forming as he did so his features into their most amiable and gracious expression, and knocked at his neighbor's door. He remarked the creaking of the staircase, the sound of a hurried footstep, and yet he waited long enough to feel warranted in knocking again. At this fresh summons the door opened, and the outline of a man appeared in the gloom. "Thank you, and good evening," said Chicot, holding out his hand. "Here I am back again, and I am come to return you my thanks, my dear neighbor." "I beg your pardon," inquiringly observed a voice, in a tone of disappointment, the accent of which greatly surprised Chicot. At the same moment the man who had opened the door drew back a step or two. "Stay, I have made a mistake," said Chicot. "You were not my neighbor when I left, and yet I know who you are." "And I know you too," said the young man. "You are Monsieur le Vicomte Ernanton de Carmainges." "And you are the Shade." "Really," said Chicot, "I am quite bewildered." "Well, and what do you want, monsieur?" inquired the young man, somewhat churlishly. "Excuse me, but I am interrupting you, perhaps, my dear monsieur?" "No, only you will allow me to ask you what you may want." "Nothing, except that I wish to speak to the master of this house." "Speak, then." "What do you mean?" "I am the master of this house, that is all." "You? Since when, allow me to ask?" "Diable, since the last 3 days." "Good. The house was for sale, then?" "So it would seem, since I have bought it." "But the former proprietor?" "No longer lives here, as you see." "Where is he?" "I don't know." Come, let us understand each other," said Chicot. "There is nothing I should like better," replied Ernanton with visible impatience. "Only let us do so without losing any time." "The former proprietor was a man between 25 and 30 years of age, but who looked as if he were 40. "No, he was a man of about 65 or 66 years old, who looked his age quite." "Bald?" "No, on the contrary, a perfect forest of white hair." "With an enormous scar on the left side of the head, had he not?" "I did not observe the scar, but I did a good number of furrows." "I cannot understand it at all," said Chicot. "Well," resumed Ernanton after a moment's silence, "what did you want with that man, my dear Monsieur l'Ombre?" Chicot was on the point of acknowledging what had just happened. Suddenly, however, the mystery of the surprise which Ernanton had exhibited reminded him of a certain proverb very dear to all discreet people. "I wish to pay him a neighborly visit," he said. "That is all." In this way Chicot did not tell a falsehood, and yet admitted nothing. "My dear monsieur," said Ernanton politely, but reducing considerably the opening of the door, which he held half closed, "I regret I am unable to give you more precise information." "Thank you, monsieur," said Chicot. "I must look elsewhere, then." "But," continued Ernanton as he gradually closed the door, "that does not interfere with my congratulating myself upon the chance which has brought me again into personal communication with you." "You would like to see me at the devil, I believe," murmured Chicot as he returned bow for bow. However, as notwithstanding this mental reply, Chicot in his preoccupation forgot to withdraw, Ernanton, shutting his face between the door and the doorway, said to him, "I wish you a very good evening, monsieur." "One moment, Monsieur de Carmainges," said Chicot. "Monsieur, I exceedingly regret I am unable to wait," replied Ernanton. "But the fact is, I am expecting someone who will come and knock at this very door, and this person will be angry with me if I do not show the greatest possible discretion in receiving him." "That is quite sufficient, monsieur, I understand," said Chicot. "I am sorry to have been so importunate, and I now retire." "Adieu, dear Monsieur l'Ombre." "Adieu, excellent Monsieur Ernanton." And as Chicot drew back a step, he saw the door quietly shut in his face. He listened to satisfy himself if the suspicious young man was watching his departure, but he heard Ernanton's footsteps as he ascended the staircase. Chicot could therefore return to his own house without uneasiness and shut himself up in it, thoroughly determined not to interfere with his new neighbor's habits, but, in accordance with his usual custom, equally resolved not to lose sight of him altogether. In fact, Chicot was not a man to slumber on a circumstance which, in his opinion, seemed to be important, without having handled and dissected it with the patience of a first-rate anatomist. In spite of all he could do, and it was a privilege or defect of his organization, every material impression that his mind received presented itself for analysis by its most prominent features, in such a manner that poor Chicot's brain suffered considerably on account of such peculiarity, called upon as it was for an immediate investigation of its master's thought. Chicot, whose mind up to that moment had been occupied with that phrase of the Duc de Guise's letter, namely, "I entirely approve of your plan with regard to the 45," consequently abandoned that phrase, the examination of which he promised himself to return to at a later period, in order that he might forthwith thoroughly exhaust this fresh subject of preoccupation which had just taken the place of the older one. Chicot reflected that nothing could possibly be more singular than the fact of Ernanton installing himself, as if he were its masters, in that mysterious house whose inhabitants had suddenly disappeared, and the more so, since to these original inhabitants a phrase of the Duc de Guise's letter relative to the Duc d'Anjou might possibly have some reference. That was a chance which deserved attentive consideration, and Chicot was in the habit of believing in providential chances. He developed even, whenever he was begged to do so, some very ingenious theories on the subject. The basis of these theories was an idea which, in our opinion, was quite as good as any other. It was as follows: Chance is a kind of reserve held in bond by the Deity. Heaven never communicates that reserve except in momentous circumstances, particularly since he has observed that men are sagacious enough to study and foresee the chances which may befall them in accordance with natural causes and regularly organized principles of existence. Moreover, Heaven likes to counteract the combinations of those proud members of the human race whose pride in bygone times he has already punished by drowning them, and whose future pride he surely will punish in destroying them by fire. Heaven, therefore, we say, or Chicot said, Heaven is pleased to counteract the combinations of those proud and haughty human beings by means with which they are unacquainted, and whose intervention they cannot foresee. This theory, as may be perceived, includes some very specious arguments, and might possibly furnish some very brilliant theses, but the reader, anxious as Chicot was to know what Carmagne's object was in that house, will feel obliged to us by tracing the development of them. Chicot accordingly began to think that it was strange to see Ernanton in the very house where he had seen Remy. He considered it was strange for two reasons. The first, because of the perfect ignorance in which the two men lived with respect to each other, which led to the supposition that there must have been an intermediary between them unknown to Chicot; and the second reason, because the house must have been sold to Ernanton, who possessed no means of purchasing it. "It is true," said Chicot, as he installed himself as comfortably as he could on his gutter, which was his usual place of observation. "It is true that the young man pretends he is expecting a visit, and that the visit is from a lady. In these days ladies are wealthy, and allow themselves an indulgence in fancies of all kinds. Ernanton is handsome, young, and graceful. Ernanton has taken someone's fancy, a rendezvous has been arranged, and he has been directed to purchase this house. He has bought this house, and she has accepted the rendezvous. Ernanton," continued Chicot, "lives at court. It must be some lady belonging to the court, then, with whom he has this affair. Poor fellow! Will he love her? Heaven preserve him from such a thing! He is going to fall headlong into that gulf of perdition. Very good. Ought I not to read him a moral lecture thereupon? A moral lecture which would be both useless and absurd, doubly so the former and tenfold the latter. Useless because he won't understand it, and even if he did understand it, would refuse to listen to it. Absurd because I should be doing far better to go to bed, and to think a little about that poor Borromée. On this latter subject," continued Chicot, who had suddenly become thoughtful, "I perceive one thing, namely that remorse does not exist, and is only a relative feeling. The fact is, I do not feel any remorse at all for having killed Borromée, since the manner in which Monsieur de Carmagne's affair occupies my mind makes me forget that I have killed the man, and if he, on his side, had nailed me to the table as I nailed him to the wainscot, he would certainly have had no more remorse than I have about it myself at the present moment." Chicot had reached so far in his reasonings, his inductions, and his philosophy, which had consumed a good hour and a half altogether, when he was drawn from his train of thought by the arrival of a litter proceeding from the direction of the inn of the Brave Chevalier. This litter stopped at the threshold of the mysterious house. A veiled lady alighted from it and disappeared within the door which Ernanton held half open. "Poor fellow!" murmured Chicot. "I was not mistaken, and it was indeed a lady he was waiting for. And so now I shall go to bed." Whereupon Chicot rose, but remained motionless, although standing up. "I am mistaken," he said. "I shall not be able to go to sleep, but I maintain what I was saying, that if I don't sleep it will not be remorse which will prevent me, it will be curiosity, and that is so true what I say in that respect, that if I remain here in my observatory, My mind will only be occupied about one thing, and that is to learn which of our noble ladies honours the handsome Ernanton with her affection. Far better, then, to remain where I am, since if I went to bed I should certainly get up again to return here." And thereupon Chicot resumed his seat. An hour had nearly passed away without our being able to state whether Chicot was engaged in thinking of the unknown lady or Borromée, or whether he was occupied by curiosity or tormented by feelings of remorse, when he fancied he heard the gallop of a horse at the end of the street. Such was indeed the case, for soon after a cavalier, wrapped in his cloak, made his appearance. The cavalier drew up in the middle of the street, and seemed to be looking about him to see where he was. The cavalier then perceived the group which was formed by the litter and its bearers. He drove his horse against them. He was armed, for the rattling of his sword against his spurs could be distinctly heard. The bearers of the litter seemed desirous of barring his passage, but he addressed a few words to them in a low tone of voice, and not only did they withdraw with every mark of respect, but one of them, as he sprang to the ground from his horse, even received the bridle from his hand. The unknown advanced toward the door and knocked loudly. "Well," said Chicot, "I was right in remaining after all. My presentiments, which told me that something was going to take place, have not deceived me. Here is the husband. Poor Ernanton, we shall presently be witness of something serious. If, however, it be the husband, he is very kind to announce his return in so riotous a manner." Notwithstanding the magisterial manner in which the unknown thundered at the door, some hesitation seemed to be shown in opening it. "Open!" cried he who was knocking. "Open, open!" repeated the bearers. "There is no doubt it is the husband," resumed Chicot. "He has threatened the men that he will have them whipped or hanged, and they have declared themselves on his side. Poor Ernanton, he will be flayed alive. Oh, I shall not suffer such a thing, however," added Chicot, "for in fact," he resumed, "he assisted me, and consequently, when an opportunity presents itself, I ought to help him, and it seems to me that the opportunity has now arrived, or it never will do so." Chicot was resolute and generous, and curious into the bargain. He unfastened his long sword, placed it under his arm, and hurriedly ran down the staircase. He could open his door noiselessly, which is an indispensable piece of knowledge for anyone who may wish to listen with advantage. Chicot glided under the balcony, then behind a pillar, and waited. Hardly had he installed himself there when the door opposite was opened. Immediately the unknown had whispered a word through the keyhole, and yet he did not venture beyond the threshold. A moment afterward the lady appeared within the doorway. She took hold of the cavalier's arm, who led her to the litter, closed the door of it, and then mounted his horse. "There is no doubt on the subject," said Chicot. "It is the husband, a good-natured fellow of a husband after all, since he does not think it worth while to explore the house in order to be revenged on my friend Carmagne." The litter then moved off, the cavalier walking his horse beside the door of it. "Pardieu!" said Chicot, "I must follow those people and learn who they are, and where they are going. I shall at all events draw some solid counsel from my discovery for my friend Carmagne." Chicot accordingly followed the cortege, observing the precaution, however, of keeping in the shadow of the walls, and taking care that the noise made by the footsteps of the men and of the horses should render the sound of his own inaudible. Chicot's surprise was by no means slight when he saw the litter stop at the door of the brave chevalier. Almost immediately afterwards, as if someone had been on the watch, the door was open. The lady, still veiled, alighted, entered, and mounted to the turret, the window of the first story of which was lighted. The husband followed her, both being respectfully preceded by Dame Fournichon, who carried a flambeau in her hand. "Decidedly," said Chicot, crossing his arm on his chest, "I cannot understand a single thing of the whole affair." End of chapter 82. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83. Showing how Chicot began to understand the purport of Monsieur de Guise's letter. Chicot fancied that he had already certainly seen, somewhere or another, the figure of this courteous cavalier, but his memory having become a little confused during his journey from Navarre, where he had met with so many different figures, did not with its usual facility furnish him with the cavalier's name on the present occasion. While concealed in the shade, he was interrogating himself, with his eyes fixed upon the lighted window, as to the object of this lady and gentleman's tete-a-tete at the brave chevalier. Our worthy Gascon, forgetting Ernanton in the mysterious house, observed the door of the hostelry open, and in the stream of light which escaped through the opening, he perceived something resembling the dark outline of a monk's figure. The outline in question paused for a moment to look up at the same window at which Chicot had been gazing. "Oh," he murmured, "if I am not mistaken, that is the frock of a Jacobin friar. Is Maitre Gorenflot so lax, then, in his discipline as to allow his sheep to go strolling about at such an hour of the night as this, and at such a distance from the priory?" Chicot kept his eye on the Jacobin, who was making his way along the Rue des Augustins, and something seemed instinctively to assure him that he should, through this monk, discover the solution of the problem which he had up to that moment been vainly endeavouring to ascertain. Moreover, in the same way that Chicot had fancied he had recognized the figure of the cavalier, he now fancied he could recognize in the monk a certain movement of the shoulder and a peculiar military movement of the hips, which only belonged to persons in the habit of frequenting fencing rooms and gymnastic establishments. "May the devil seize me," he murmured, "if that frock yonder does not cover the body of that little miscreant, whom I wished them to give to me for a travelling companion, and who handles his arquebus and sword so cleverly." Hardly had the idea occurred to Chicot when, to convince himself of its value, he stretched out his long legs, and in a dozen strides rejoined the little fellow, who was walking along holding up his frock above his thin and sinewy legs, in order to be able to get along all the faster. This was not very difficult, however, inasmuch as the monk paused every now and then to glance behind him, as if he was going away with great difficulty and with feelings of profound regret. His glance was invariably directed toward the brilliantly lighted windows of the hostelry. Chicot had not gone many steps before he felt sure that he had not been mistaken in his conjectures. "Hello, my little master," he said. "Hello, my little Jacques. Hello, my little Clement. Halt!" And he pronounced this last word in so thoroughly military a tone that the monk started at it. "Who calls me?" inquired the young man rudely, with something rather antagonistic than cordial in his tone of voice. "I," replied Chicot, drawing himself up in front of the monk. "I. Don't you recognize me?" "Oh, Monsieur Robert Briquet!" exclaimed the monk. "Myself, my little man. And where are you going like that, so late, darling child?" "To the priory, Monsieur Briquet." "Very good, but where do you come from?" "I?" "Of course, little libertine." The young man started. "I don't know what you are saying, Monsieur Briquet," he replied. "On the contrary, I have been sent with a very important commission to Dom Modeste, who will himself assure you that such is the case if there be any occasion for it." "Gently, gently, my little Saint Jerome. We take fire like a match, it seems." "And not without reason, too, when one hears such things said as you were saying just now." "Diable! When one sees a frock like yours leaving a tavern at such an hour." "A tavern? I?" "Oh, of course not. The house you left just now was not the Brave Chevalier, I suppose." "Ah, you see, I have caught you." "You were right in saying that I left that house, but it was not a tavern I was leaving." "What?" said Chicot. "Is not the hostelry of the sign of the Brave Chevalier a tavern?" "A tavern is a house where people drink, and as I have not been drinking in that house is not a tavern for me." "Diable! That is a subtle distinction, and I am very much mistaken if you will not some day become a very forcible theologian. But, at all events, if you did not go into that house to drink there, what did you go there for?" Clement made no reply, and Chicot could read in his face, notwithstanding the darkness of the night, a resolute determination not to say another word. This resolution annoyed our friend extremely, for it had almost grown a habit with him to become acquainted with everything. It must not be supposed that Clement showed any ill feeling in his silence, for on the contrary, he had appeared delighted to meet in so unexpected a manner his learned fencing master, Maitre Robert Briquet, and had given him the warmest reception that could be expected from the close and rugged character of the youth. The conversation had completely ceased. Chicot, for the purpose of starting it again, was on the point of pronouncing the name of Frère Borromée, but although Chicot did not feel any remorse, or fancied he did not feel any, he could not summon up courage to pronounce that name. His young companion, still preserving the same unbroken silence, seemed as if he were awaiting something. It seemed, too, as if he considered it a happiness to remain as long as possible in the neighbourhood of the hostelry of the Brave Chevalier. Robert Briquet tried to speak to him about the journey which the boy had for a moment entertained the hope of making with him, Jacques Clement's eyes glistened at the words space and liberty. Robert Briquet told him that in the countries through which he had just been traveling, the art of fencing was held greatly in honor. He added, with an appearance of indifference, that he had even brought away with him several wonderful passes and thrusts. This was placing Jacques upon slippery ground. He wished to know what these passes were, and Chicot, with his long arm, indicated a few of them upon the little monk's arm. But all these delicacies and refinements on Chicot's part in no way affected little Clement's obstinate determination, and while he endeavored to parry these unknown passes, which his friend Maitre Robert Briquet was showing him, he preserved an obstinate silence with respect to what had brought him into that quarter. Thoroughly annoyed, but keeping a strong control over himself, Chicot resolved to try the effect of injustice. Injustice is one of the most powerful provocatives ever invented to make women, children, and inferiors speak, whatever their nature or disposition may be. "It does not matter," he said, as if he returned to his original idea. "It does not matter. You are a delightful little monk, but that you visit hostelries is certain, and what hostelries too! Those where beautiful ladies are to be found, and you stop outside in a state of ecstasy before the window, where you can see their shadow. Oh, little one, I shall tell Dom Modeste all about it." The bolt hit its mark, more truly so even than Chicot had supposed, for when he began he did not suspect that the wound had been so deep. Jacques turned round like a serpent that had been trodden on. "That is not true," he cried, crimson with shame and anger. "I don't look at women." Yes, pursued Chicot. "On the contrary, there was an exceedingly pretty woman at the Brave Chevalier when you left it, and you turned round to look at her again, and I know that you were waiting for her in the turret, and I know, too, that you spoke to her." Chicot proceeded by the inductive process. Jacques could not contain himself any longer. "I certainly have spoken to her," he exclaimed. "Is it a sin to speak to women?" "No, when one does not speak to them of one's own accord, and yielding to the temptation of Satan." "Satan has nothing whatever to do with the matter. It was absolutely necessary that I should speak to that lady, since I was desired to hand her a letter." "Desired by Dom Modeste?" cried Chicot. "Yes, go and complain to him now, if you like." Chicot, bewildered, and feeling his way, as it were in the dark, perceived at these words a gleam of light traversing the obscurity of his brain. "Ah," he said, "I knew it perfectly well." "What did you know?" "What you did not wish to tell me." "I do not tell my own secrets, and for a greater reason, the secrets of others." "Yes, but to me." "Why should I to you?" "You should tell them to me because I am a friend of Dom Modeste, and for another reason, you shall tell them to me because—" "Well?" "Because I know beforehand all you could possibly have to tell me." Jacques looked at Chicot and shook his head with an incredulous smile. "Very good," said Chicot. "Would you like me to tell you what you do not wish to tell me?" "I should indeed." Chicot made an effort. "In the first place," he said, "that poor Borromée—" A dark expression passed across Jacques' face. "Oh," said the boy, "if I had been there!" "Well, if you had been there?" "The affair would not have turned out as it did." "Would you have defended him against the Swiss with whom he got into a quarrel?" "I would have defended him against everyone." "So that he would not have been killed?" "Either that, or I should have got myself killed along with him." "At all events, you were not there. So that poor devil breathed his last in an obscure tavern, and in doing so pronounced Dom Modeste's name. Is not that so?" "Yes." "Whereupon the people there informed Dom Modeste of it." "A man seemingly scared out of his wits, who threw the whole convent into consternation." "And Dom Modeste sent for his litter and hastened to La Corne d'Abondance." "How do you know that?" "Oh, you do not know me yet, my boy. I am somewhat of a sorcerer, I can tell you." Jacques drew back a couple of steps. "That is not all," continued Chicot, who, as he spoke, began to see clearer by the light of his own words. "A letter was found in the dead man's pocket." "A letter? Yes, precisely so." "And Dom Modeste charged his little Jacques to carry that letter to its address." "Yes." "And the little Jacques ran immediately to the Hotel de Guise." "Oh." "Where he found no one." Bon Dieu! But Monsieur de Mainville? Good gracious! And which same Monsieur de Mainville conducted Jacques to the hostelry of the Brave Chevalier. Monsieur Briquet! Cried Jacques. If you know that— Ventre de biche! You see very well that I do know it, exclaimed Chicot, feeling triumphant at having disentangled this secret, which was of such importance for him to learn, from the provoking intricacies in which it had been at first involved. In that case, returned Jacques, you see very well, Monsieur Briquet, that I am not guilty. No, said Chicot, you are not guilty in act, nor in omission, but you are guilty in thought. I suppose there is no doubt you think the Duchess very beautiful. I? And you turned round to look at her again through the window. I? The young monk colored and stammered out. Well, it is true. She is exactly like a Virgin Mary, which was placed over the head of my mother's bed. Oh, muttered Chicot, how much those people lose who are not curious. And thereupon he made little Clement, whom from this moment he held in his power, tell him all he had himself just told him, but this time with the details, which he could not possibly otherwise have known. You see, said Chicot when he had finished, what a poor fencing master you had in Frere Borromée. Monsieur Briquet, said little Jacques, one ought not to speak ill of the dead. No, but confess one thing. What? That Borromée did not make such good use of his sword as the man who killed him. True. And now that is all I had to say to you. Good night, Jacques. We shall meet again soon, and if you like— What, Monsieur Briquet? Why, I will give you lessons in fencing for the future. Oh, I shall be most thankful. And now off with you, my boy, for they are waiting for you impatiently at the priory. True. Thank you, Monsieur Briquet, for having reminded me of it. And the little monk disappeared, running as fast as he could. Chicot had a reason for dismissing his companion. He had extracted from him all he wished to know, and, on the other hand, there still remained something further for him to learn. He returned, therefore, as fast as he could to his own house. The litter, the bearers, and the horse were still at the door of the Brave Chevalier. He regained his gutter without making a noise. The house opposite to his own was still lighted up, and from that moment all his attention was directed toward it. In the first place he observed, by a rent in the curtain, Ernanton walking up and down, apparently waiting with great impatience. He then saw the litter return, saw Mainville leave, and lastly, he saw the Duchess enter the room in which Ernanton, palpitating, and throbbing rather than breathing, impatiently waited her return. Ernanton kneeled before the Duchess, who gave him her white hand to kiss. She then raised the young man from the ground and made him sit down before her at a table, which was most elegantly served. This is very singular, said Chicot. It began like a conspiracy and finishes by a rendezvous. Yes, continued Chicot, but who appointed this rendezvous? Madame de Montpensier. And then, as a fresh light flashed through his brain, he murmured, I entirely approve of your plan with regard to the 45. Only allow me to say, dear sister, that you will be conferring a greater honor on those fellows than they deserve. Ventre de biche! Exclaimed Chicot. I return to my original idea. It is not a love affair, but a conspiracy. Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier is in love with Monsieur Ernanton de Carmagne. Let us watch over this love affair of Madame la Duchesse. And Chicot watched until midnight had long passed, when Ernanton hastened away, his cloak concealing his face, while Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier returned to her litter. Now, murmured Chicot as he descended his own staircase, what is that chance of death which is to deliver the Duc de Guise from the presumptive heir of the crown? Who are those defunct persons who were thought to be dead but are still living? Mordieu, I shall trace them before long. End of chapter 83. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84. Le Cardinal de Joyeuse. Youth has its obstinate resolutions, both as regards good and evil in the world, which are by no means inferior to the inflexibility of purpose of maturer years. When directed toward good purposes, instances of this dogged obstinacy of character produce what are termed the great actions of life, and impress on the man who enters life an impulse which bears him onward, by a natural course, toward a heroism of character of some kind or another. In this way, Bayard and Du Guesclin became great captains, from having been the most ill-tempered and most intractable children that ever existed. In the same way, too, the swineherd whom nature had made the herdsman of Montalt, and whose genius had converted him into sextequinte, became a great pope, because he had persisted in performing his duties as a swineherd in an indifferent manner. Again, in the same way were the worst Spartan natures displayed in a heroic sense, after they had commenced life by a persistence in dissimulation and cruelty. All we have now to sketch is the portrait of a man of an ordinary stamp, and yet more than one biographer would have found in Henri de Bouchage, at 20 years of age, the materials for a great man. Henry obstinately persisted in his affection and in his seclusion from the world, as his brother had begged and as the king had required him to do. He remained for some days closeted alone with his one enduring thought, and then, when that thought had become more and more fixed and unchangeable in its nature, he one morning decided to pay a visit to his brother the cardinal, an important personage, who at the age of 26 had already for 2 years past been a cardinal, and who from the archbishopric of Narbonne had passed to the highest degrees of ecclesiastical dignity, a position to which he was indebted as much to his noble descent as to his powerful intellect. Francois de Joyeuse, whom we have already introduced with the object of enlightening Henry de Valois respecting the doubt he had entertained with regard to Sylla, Francois de Joyeuse, young and worldly minded, handsome and witty, was one of the most remarkable men of the period. Ambitious by nature, but circumspect by calculation and position, Francois de Joyeuse could assume as his device, "Nothing is too much," and justify his device. The only one, perhaps, of all those who belonged to the court, and Francois de Joyeuse was attached to the court in a very especial manner, he had been able to create for himself 2 means of support out of the religious and lay thrones, to which he in some measure approximated as a French gentleman and as a prince of the church. Sixtus protected him against Henry III. Henry III protected him against Sixtus. He was an Italian at Paris, a Parisian at Rome, magnificent and able everywhere. The sword alone of Joyeuse, the high admiral, gave the latter more weight in the balance, but it might be noticed from certain smiles of the cardinal that if those temporal arms failed him, which the hand of his brother, refined and admired as he was, wielded so successfully, he himself knew not only how to use, but also how to abuse, the spiritual weapons which had been entrusted to him by the sovereign head of the church. The Cardinal Francois de Joyeuse had very rapidly become a wealthy man, wealthy in the first place from his own patrimony, and then from his different benefices. At that period the church was richly endowed, very richly endowed even, and when its treasures were exhausted it knew the sources, which at the present day are exhausted, where and whence to renew them. Francois de Joyeuse therefore lived in the most magnificent manner. Leaving to his brother all the pageantry and glitter of a military household, he crowded his salons with priests, bishops, and archbishops. He gratified his own individual peculiar fancies. On his attaining the dignity of cardinal, as he was a prince of the church and consequently superior to his brother, he had added to the household pages according to the Italian fashion, and guards according to that which prevailed in the French court. But these guards and pages were used by him as a still greater means of enjoying liberty of action. He frequently ranged his guards and pages round a huge litter, through the curtains of which his secretary passed his gloved hand, while he himself on horseback, his sword by his side, rode through the town disguised with a wig, an enormous ruff round his neck, and horsemen's boots, the sound of which delighted him beyond measure. The cardinal lived therefore in the enjoyment of the greatest consideration, for at certain elevated positions in life, human fortunes are absorbing in their nature, and, as if they were composed of nothing else but of adhesive particles, oblige all other fortunes to attend on and follow them like satellites, and on that account, therefore, the recent and marvelous successes of his brother Anne reflected on him all the brilliancy of those achievements. Moreover, as he had scrupulously followed the precept of concealing his mode of life, and of dispensing and diffusing his mental wealth, he was only known by the better sides of his character, and in his own family was accounted a very great man, a happiness which many sovereigns, laden with glory and crowned with the acclamations of a whole nation, have not enjoyed. It was to this prelate that the Comte de Bouchage betook himself after his explanation with his brother, and after his conversation with the King of France. But, As we have already observed, he allowed a few days to elapse in token of obedience to the injunction which had been imposed on him by his elder brother as well as by the king. Francois resided in a beautiful mansion in that part of Paris called La Cité. The immense courtyard was never quite free from cavaliers and litters, but the prelate, whose garden was immediately contiguous to the bank of the river, allowed his courtyards and his antechambers to become crowded with courtiers, and as he had a mode of egress toward the river bank and a boat close thereto, which conveyed him without any disturbance as far as he quietly chose, it not unfrequently happened that the courtiers uselessly waited to see the prelate, who availed himself of the pretext of a serious indisposition or a rigid penance to postpone his reception for the day. For him it was a realization of Italy in the bosom of the capital of the King of France. It was Venice embraced by the two arms of the Seine. Francois was proud, but by no means vain. He loved his friends as brothers, and his brothers nearly as much as his friends. 5 years older than Du Bouchage, he withheld from him neither good nor evil counsel, neither his purse nor his smile. But as he wore his cardinal's costume with wonderful effect, Du Bouchage thought him handsome, noble, almost formidable, and accordingly respected him more, perhaps, than he did the elder of them both, Henri. With his beautiful cuirass and the glittering accessories of his military costume, tremblingly confided his love affairs to Anne, while he would not have dared to confess himself to Francois. However, when he proceeded to the cardinal's hotel, his resolution was taken, and he accosted, frankly enough, the confessor first, and the friend afterwards. He entered the courtyard, which several gentlemen were at the moment quitting, wearied at having solicited without having obtained the favor of an audience. He passed through the antechambers, salons, and then the more private apartments. He had been told, as others had, that his brother was engaged in conference, but the idea of closing any of the doors before Du Bouchage never occurred to any of the attendants. Du Bouchage, therefore, passed through all the apartments until he reached the garden, a true garden of a Roman prelate, luxurious in its shade, coolness, and perfume, such as at the present day may be found at the Villa Pamphile or the Palais Borghese. Henri paused under a group of trees. At this moment the gate close to the river side rolled on its hinges, and a man shrouded in a large brown cloak passed through, followed by a person in a page's costume. The man, perceiving Henri, who was too absorbed in his reverie to think of him, glided through the trees, avoiding the observation of either Du Bouchage or of anyone else. Henri paid no attention to this mysterious entry, and it was only as he turned round that he saw the man entering the apartments. After he had waited about 10 minutes, and as he was about to enter the house, for the purpose of interrogating one of the attendants with the view of ascertaining at what hour precisely his brother would be visible, a servant who seemed to be in search of him observed his approach, and advancing in his direction, begged him to have the goodness to pass into the library, where the cardinal awaited him. Henri complied with this invitation, but not very readily, as he conjectured that a fresh contest would result from it. He found his brother the cardinal engaged, with the assistance of a valet de chambre, in trying on a prelate's costume, a little worldly looking perhaps in its shape and fashion, but elegant and becoming in its style. "Good morning, Comte," said the cardinal. "What news have you?" "Excellent news, as far as our family is concerned," said Henri. "Anne, you know, has covered himself with glory in that retreat from Anvers, and is alive." "Heaven be praised! And are you too, Henri, safe and sound?" "Yes, my brother." "You see," said the cardinal, "that Heaven holds us in its keeping." "I am so full of gratitude to Heaven, my brother, that I have formed the project of dedicating myself to its service. I am come to talk seriously to you upon this project, which is now well matured, and about which I have already spoken to you." "Do you still keep to that idea, Du Bouchage?" said the cardinal, allowing a slight exclamation to escape him, which was indicative that Joyeuse would have a struggle to encounter. "I do." "But it is impossible, Henri," returned the cardinal. "Have you not been told so already?" "I have not listened to what others have said to me, my brother, because a voice stronger than mine, which speaks within me, prevents me from listening to anything which would turn me aside from my purpose." "You cannot be so ignorant of the things of this world, Henri," said the cardinal in his most serious tone of voice. "To believe that the voice you allude to was really that of Heaven, on the contrary, I assert it positively too, it is altogether a feeling of a worldly nature which addresses you. Heaven has nothing to do in this affair. Do not abuse that holy name. Therefore, and above all, do not confound the voice of Heaven with that of earth." "I do not confound, my brother. I only mean to say that something irresistible in its nature hurries me toward retreat,
and solitude."
So far, so good, Henry. We are now making use of proper expressions. Well, my dear brother, I will tell you what is to be done. Taking what you say for granted, I am going to render you the happiest of men.
"Thank you. Oh, thank you, my brother."
"Listen to me, Henry. You must take money, a couple of attendants, and travel through the whole of Europe, in a manner befitting a son of the house to which we belong. You will see foreign countries, Tartary, Russia, even the Laplanders, those fabulous nations whom the sun never visits. You will become absorbed in your thoughts until the devouring germ which is at work in you becomes either extinct or satisfied, and after that you will return to us again."
Henry, who had been seated, now rose, more serious than his brother had been. "You have not understood me, Monseigneur," he said.
"I beg your pardon, Henry. You made use of words retreat and solitude."
"Yes, I did, but by retreat and solitude I meant a cloister and not traveling. To travel is to enjoy life still. I wish almost to suffer death, and if I do not suffer it, at least to feel it."
"That is an absurd thought, allow me to say, Henry, for whoever in point of fact wishes to isolate himself is alone everywhere. But the cloister, let it be. Well, then, I understand that you have come to talk to me about this project. I know of some very learned Benedictines, and some very clever Augustines, whose houses are cheerful, adorned with flowers, attractive and agreeable in every respect. Amid the works of science and art, you will pass a delightful year in excellent society, which is of no slight importance, for one should avoid lowering oneself in this world. And if at the end of the year you persist in your project, well then, my dear Henry, I will not oppose you any further, and will myself open the door which will peacefully conduct you to everlasting rest."
"Most certainly you still misunderstand me, my brother," replied Du Bouchage, shaking his head. "Or should I rather say your generous intelligence will not comprehend me. I do not wish for a cheerful residence or a delightful retreat, but a rigorous, strict seclusion, as gloomy as the grave itself. I intend to pronounce my vows which will leave me no other thought or occupation than a grave to dig for myself, or constant prayer."
The cardinal frowned and rose from his seat. "Yes," he said, "I did perfectly understand you, and I endeavored by opposition, without set phrases or discussion, to combat the folly of your resolutions, but you obliged me to do so, and now listen to me."
"Ah," said Henry despondently, "do not try to convince me. It is impossible."
"Brother, I will speak to you in the name of Heaven, in the first place, of Heaven which you offended in saying that this wild resolution is of its inspiration. Heaven does not accept sacrifices hastily made. You are weak, since you allow yourself to be conquered by a first disappointment. How can Heaven be pleased to accept a victim as unworthy as that you offer?"
Henry started at his brother's remark.
"Oh, I shall no longer spare you, Henry. You who never considered any of us," returned the cardinal. "You who forget the grief which you will cause our elder brother and will cause me too."
"Forgive me," interrupted Henry, whose cheeks were dyed with crimson. "Forgive me, Monseigneur. But is the service of Heaven then so gloomy and so dishonorable a career that all the members of a family are to be thrown into distress by it? You, for instance, my brother, whose portrait I observe suspended in this room, with all this gold and diamonds and purple around you, are you not both the delight and honor of our house, although you have chosen the service of Heaven, as my eldest brother has chosen that of the kings of the earth?"
Boy," exclaimed the cardinal impatiently, "you will make me believe your brain is turned. What! Will you venture to compare my residence to a cloister, my 100 attendants, my outriders, the gentlemen of my suite, and my guards, to a cell and a broom, which are the only arms and the sole wealth of a cloister? Are you mad? Did you not just now say that you repudiate those superfluities, these pictures, precious vases, pomp and distinction, which I cannot do without? Have you, as I have, the desire of hope of placing on your brow the tiara of St. Peter? That indeed is a career, Henry. One presses onward toward it, struggles for it, lives in it. But as for you, it is the miner's pick, the trappist's spade, the gravedigger's tomb that you desire. Utter abandonment of life, of pleasure, of hope, and all that. I blush with shame for you, a man. All that, I say, because you love a woman who loves you not. You do foul injustice to your race, Henry, most truly."
"Brother!"
exclaimed the young man, pale as death, while his eyes blazed with kindling fire,
"would you sooner have me blow out my brains or plunge in my heart the sword I have the honor to wear by my side? Pardieu, monseigneur, if you, who are cardinal and prince besides, will give me absolution for so mortal a sin, the affair will be so quickly done that you shall have no time to complete your odious and unworthy thought that I am capable of dishonoring my race, which, heaven be praised, a Joyeuse will never do."
"Come, come, Henry," said the cardinal, drawing his brother toward him and pressing him in his arms. "Come, forget what is past, and think of those who love you. I have personal motives for entreating you. Listen to me. A rare occurrence in this world of ours. We are all happy, some from feelings of gratified ambition, the others from blessings of every kind with which heaven has bedecked our existence. Do not, I implore you, Henry, cast the mortal poison of the retreat you speak of upon our family happiness. Think how our father would be grieved at it. Think, too, how all of us would bear on our countenances the dark reflection of the bitter mortification you are about to inflict upon us. I beseech you, Henry, to allow yourself to be persuaded the cloister will not benefit you. I do not say that you will die there, for a misguided man your answer will be a smile which, alas, would be only too intelligible for me. No, believe me that the cloister is far more fatal to you than the tomb. The tomb annihilates but life itself. The cloister annihilates intelligence. The cloister bows the head instead of raising it to heaven. The cold, humid atmosphere of the vaults passes by degrees into the blood and penetrates the very marrow of the bones, changing the cloistered recluse into another granite statue in the convent. My brother, my dear brother, take heed. Our time here below is but brief. Youth visits us but once in our lives. The bright years of our earlier days will pass away too, for you are under the influence of a deep-seated grief. But at 30 years of age you will have become a man. The vigor of maturity will have then arrived. It will hurry away with it all the remains of your worn-out sorrow, and then you will wish to live over again, but it will be too late. Then, too, you will have grown melancholy in thought, plain in person, suffering in feeling. Passion will have been extinguished in your heart, the bright light of your eye will have become quenched. They whose society you seek will flee you as the whited sepulchre, whose darksome depths repel every glance. Henry, I speak as a friend, seriously, wisely. Listen to me." The young man remained unmoved and silent. The cardinal hoped that he had touched his feelings and had shaken his resolution. "Try some other resource, Henry. Carry this poisoned shaft, which rankles in your bosom, about with you wherever you may go in the turmoil of life. Cherish its companionship at our fêtes and banquets. Imitate the wounded deer which flees through the thickets and brakes and forests. In its efforts to draw out from its body the arrow which is rankling in the wound, sometimes the arrow falls."
"For pity's sake," said Henry, "do not persist any more. What I solicit is not the caprice of a moment, or the reflection of an hour. It is the result of a laborious and painful determination. In heaven's name, therefore, my brother, I adjure you to accord me the favor I solicit."
"And what is the favor you ask?"
"A dispensation, monseigneur."
"For what purpose?"
"To shorten my novitiate."
"Ah, I knew it, Dupuissage. You are worldly minded even in your rigorousness, my poor boy. Oh, I know very well what reason you are going to give me. Yes, you are indeed a man of the world. You resemble those young men who offer themselves as volunteers and are eagerly desirous for fire, balls, and blows, but care not for working in the trenches or for sweeping out the tents. There is some resource left yet, Henry. So much the better. So much the better."
"Give me the dispensation I ask. I entreat you on my knees."
"I promise it to you. I will write to Rome for it. It will be a month before the answer arrives, but in exchange promise me one thing."
"Name it."
"That you will not, during this month's postponement, reject any pleasure or amusement which may be offered to you. And if in a month hence you still entertain the same projects, Henry, I will give you this dispensation with my own hand. Are you now satisfied, and have you nothing further to ask me?"
"No, I thank you, but a month is a long time, and the delay will kill me."
"In the meantime, and in order to change your thoughts, will you object to breakfast with me? I have some agreeable companions this morning." And the prelate smiled in a manner which the most worldly disposed favourites of Henri III would have envied. "Brother," said Du Bouchage, resisting, "I will not accept any excuse. You have no one but myself here, since you have just arrived from Flanders, and your own house cannot be in order just yet." With these words the cardinal rose, and drawing aside a portière, which hung before a large cabinet sumptuously furnished, he said, "Come, Comtesse, let us persuade Monsieur le Comte de Bouchage to stay with us." At the very moment, however, when the count drew aside the portière, Henri had observed, half reclining upon the cushions, the page who had with the gentleman entered the gate adjoining the banks of the river, and in this page, before even the prelate had announced her sex, he had recognized a woman. An indefinable sensation, like a sudden terror, or an overwhelming feeling of dread, seized him, and while the worldly cardinal advanced to take the beautiful page by the hand, Henri du Bouchage darted from the apartment, and so quickly, too, that when Francois returned with the lady, smiling with the hope of winning a heart back again to the world, the room was perfectly empty. Francois frowned, then seating himself before a table covered with papers and letters, he hurriedly wrote a few lines. "May I trouble you to ring, dear countess?" he said, "since you have your hand near the bell?" And as the page obeyed, a valet de chambre in the confidence of the cardinal appeared. "Let a courier start on horseback without a moment's loss of time," said Francois, "and take this letter to Monsieur le Grand Admiral à Chateau Thierry." End of chapter 84. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.